we intend to offend, we will offend. And if you have a delicate sensibility, click next button in the corner, or if you're on a Mac, the red button in the left corner. Monty, welcome to the show of offending people.
Well, it never happened and I make shit up. So, for the last couple of weeks, everyone that has asked for a reading, apparently you're all from Scotland, from Hurley in Scotland. You all live the same lives. It's very metaphysical, because we're all one. And I can't read the Akashic Records. I don't even have a card.
Meow. Welcome to another Farting Unicorn Productions Adventures into Comedy. I am once again joined by my comical co-host, Monty D.
G'day.
G'day, mate. How you doing?
I'm all right.
You and your non-Australia PB accent.
Hang on. I'm getting a hosted spotlight for everyone. Would you like to unmute your microphone to speak?
You're
I thought I did. Yeah. So I'll mute myself.
It came late.
There you go. And I'm being supported by my cat, who's meowing in the background, going, "I need attention." It's like, this is
your cat's actually been silent the last couple shows.
I see. The wonders of gaffer tape. Or duck.
Wonders of gaffer tape. Yeah. All right, everybody. If you are listening on Facebook, YouTube, Twitch, Twitter, or anywhere else, and want to be a part of the show, you can look on the screen as our mystical production host, Robert, has pasted information there for how do you come and be a part of the Zoom room. This is where we take calls. We talk to the chat room here. We interact. If you are on any other place and want to interact with us in some way, shape, or form, come and join the Zoom room. Now, today is a comedy show. No readings for you. If you ask for a reading, Monty will be giving you a reading. That's right. Now, we have a lot of piss to take out of the world today. We've had a presidential election. We've had all sorts of things go on. I mean, the Cuatorians, nothing happened. The Cuatorians, nothing happened. The military didn't take over. The baby raping lizard wizards are still out there. And guess what? You got taken by a psyop. I've been saying this for years now, but now is the time to come together and heal. We are here to take the piss out. I am not attacking you. I didn't call you a Q-tard. Wink, wink. I am saying come in here and help us take the piss out of the world today. We invite everyone from every dimension, time stream, galaxy, universe who wants to make fun of this shit show to come here and help us make fun of this shit show today. Monty, who do we take the piss out of today?
Let's start with Congress. And I refer to her as drunk grandma, but Nancy Pelosi, where the first thing, it's 117th Congress of the United States, and the first in the first week of January, the first thing they do, not try and figure out what we can do with COVID or the stimulus package or the checks, which only dropped $600. It was $2,000, now it's $1,400. But they decided they put in a bill for administration level of non-gendification of words. So you can't say mother, brother, sister, father.
Well, the last one that they just passed had all the pork in it. That was for $2 billion for useless projects.
Yeah,
but that's the corruption Congress.
Yes.
Drunk grandma's got a whole bunch of drunk driving tickets.
Okay? Yeah, got a gavel.
Exactly. The thing is, drunk grandma's got friends. Yeah, she's got judges in her pocket.
Did you see some guy actually live stream him on her?
No, I didn't watch
that. I think they probably that on the internet, and then about a week later or 2 weeks later, some heathen spray painted her garage door. It's interesting because it looks like they taped the brickwork because, terrorists are nice now. So the spray paint has a perfect line on the white thing, so they spray the actual brickwork on around it. And I'm sure there's no video footage of that and wasn't a mini false flag.
Yeah, because it was probably done by a Republican senator because Mitch McConnell had his garage door spray painted and somebody defecated in his backyard, like in his porch.
Now, isn't it? There's a rumor that Mitch McConnell's Turtle Man, the famous
yes, he is. They've called Turtle Man for quite some time.
Yes, I know. It's fascinating when you look at people and like, you look like a fish, and I'm sure it's DNA, alien DNA coming through. Where is your spirit animal a haddock?
Well, it's also from Kentucky.
Well, now.
Okay.
I know a couple of people in Kentucky, and there's a great TV show about Kentucky called Justified.
Yeah. Yes, and there's a restaurant, fast food restaurant from there.
Blue fry. You know why they're called KFC now? Because it's bad marketing to have fried in the title.
Yeah.
Kentucky which I find funny watching Stranger Things. It's 1984, but they're calling it KFC. I'm like, no. It was Kentucky Fried Chicken then, my friend.
Back then, it was a sit-down restaurant, too. It wasn't a fast food restaurant. Just like Arby's for the longest time was an actual sit-down restaurant with waiters and waitresses and everything.
Yep. We used to have Pizza Hut restaurants.
Yeah, actual restaurants. They're like actual restaurants.
Mm-hmm. Yeah. Yep. And it's interesting. There's a whole battle in humanity. Let's talk about the true things, the important things here, ladies and gentlemen. Does pineapple go on pizza?
Absolutely, pineapple does.
Yeah, I know.
It took me a while. It took me a while to build up it because I remember I must have been 9 or 10, and my two older brothers, 4 years older and 8 years older, and my oldest brother came home from the Navy and bought a pineapple pizza. I'm like, I don't like pineapple. I'm just shitting on it before I even tasted it. And then I ate a piece. I'm like, it's really not that bad. The ham and the pineapple and the bacon really do well. Shit, bacon. I'm an idiot.
Yeah, and pineapple doesn't go on pizza. Yes, it does. That's why it's called Pizza Hut. It was actually like a Hawaiian hut, and they sold pizza or sold. Yeah. And I've looked up the history of where the Hawaiian pizza came from. It's a German cooking show in 1953.
Right, and the key is the pineapple chunks can't be too big, and you're not supposed to use pineapple out of a can. Okay. And the bacon bits add the crunch and the salt to it, and salt and pineapple go well together. And then the ham, it absolutely fits.
Well, that's why it's called Hawaiian, because on Hawaii they have pineapples and pigs or boar. So yeah, let's join these together. But people argue about it, so it's quite funny. Let's talk about the state of the economy. It's the pineapple that I have a problem with.
And jalapenos, yes. Jalapenos are a great add to it. And every now and then, if I'm adventuresome, I'll have the mild jalapenos, the yellow ones, and the spicy ones. But I'll make sure I tell them to do double pineapple.
Well, what I like now, this is the fun part of talking to the Galactic Historian, ladies and gentlemen. When you're told a story from history, it's a 50-50 chance. It's like that could have happened, or it's a nice story and it fits. The first pizza apparently was a weapon.
No, I never heard of that.
Okay, well, the story, and also like the fun part, like to get around it, there's multiple timelines, so anything is possible. Apparently, an Italian castle was under siege in the 1400s, and they've run out of everything, and so apparently they made a pizza base without knowing it was a pizza base, put everything on it, cooked it so it was piping hot, and then threw it at the enemy.
That doesn't sound right because food was very, very lavish back then. Okay. Now, when it comes to pizza, bread, flat, common. Every culture's got something that's been rolled out some way, shape, or form. And sauce can be a variety of things. Example, when I went to Greece with my dad, we were eating Greek food. I'm like, I just want some American food. And he's like, all right, we'll go get a pizza. Guess what I got? Okay, the crust was like that thick, and it didn't taste like pizza dough whatsoever. It was like a bread, like white bread rolled out that grew real thick, full of cheese that wasn't mozzarella. It was a hard cheese called castera cheese with a whole fried fish and head and tail on top of it.
Right. Okay. Well, yeah. I mean,
and no red sauce whatsoever. Cheese, bread, fried fish. That was
open your mind real wide now. I may explain Atlantis, or it's just humanity working at the same time. But I can make a connection between tacos, souvlaki's, and pizza.
Yes, anything you could fold the bread, we've all figured it out centuries ago.
Yeah, and now they're called wraps because it just makes, instead of having all these different things, it's like, just have a layer of bread or something. Like, even like here, I'm not sponsored by Domino's, but they keep giving me free deals, so I keep buying them. But we have New York style pizza here, which is just like the size of a manhole cover or a person hole cover, and you have to fold it. There's a reason why they fold it. It's like, because it's easier, because it's, you're eating the side of a wing. So there you go. So I like, what are we going to take the piss out of today? Let's talk about food for 15 minutes and piss everyone off
and get them hungry.
Yeah.
Now, I was watching a Food Channel special on pizza that said you can't put it down to one place, but that more than likely it actually came from China. Okay, pasta
like
came from
else.
China, like everything else. But everyone figured it out. Like, supposedly the hamburger was created in 1880, but I guarantee you somebody had meat and bread, meat in between bread before that. Okay.
Well, yeah. Well, you know where sandwich comes from, the name sandwich.
Earl sandwich.
Yeah, Earl of Sandwich, while playing poker or cards, asked for a bit of meat between two slices of bread, and that's where the name sandwich comes from. The thing is, as we've said, like, even Roman times, I'm sure someone's got 2 bits of yeast products and put it around something. It's not not a leap forward in humanity. Like, wow, why hasn't anyone thought of this?
Right. And Santos, my Sicilian DNA is starting to feel rather uncomfortable with this disrespectful talk of sacred pizza. Well, guess what? Sicilian pizza, they got that from the Greeks.
Like everything. Yeah, the
Like
Chinese
everything
invented
else,
everything,
okay?
and the Romans stole everything. The Greeks
Exactly.
became before the Romans. And
now, back to the whole pita bread, taco, foldable bread, whatever you want to call it. Okay, it was all about convenience. Okay, they didn't have Superman lunchboxes like we got today. Okay, so it had to have a convenience factor to it. You didn't bring knives and forks with you. You got a hunk of meat rolled in some cloth, if you were lucky.
Yes.
Okay. Or they baked the bread around it so it was easy for you to carry, and it had some preservation factors to it. Now, pizza, and I was watching this pizza specialty, and every country has their version of it. Like, you go to Korea, they have a completely different view of pizza. And I was watching a show where it was, India from the top of the Himalayas, middle of nowhere, trying American pizza for the first time, or trying American food for their first time. And it was so funny to try them to figure out how to eat it, how to taste it, sniff it, and like, what is it?
Well, you've got New York pizza. Like, even in the movie FX, a great 80s film, if you want to, with Brian Brown, this Australian. But there's let's go get the best pizza in the world. Where's that? Sydney. But if you got Chicago pizza, which is like deep dish, where you have to go mining, and it's like it's the super soldier pizza of the baked good, because it's like this thick or something. Like it's a quiche, people.
It's not a quiche. I was just about to talk about the deep dish pizza. Robert, if you could pull up a deep dish image, okay.
Yeah.
Okay.
Right
Oh, come on, Andrew. Come on, Andrew.
I did
give quiche a chance. You got to give quiche.
Quiche is eggs and milk. Okay, it has nothing to do with this. Okay.
Or actually, no. For a while there, it was unmanly to call it quiche, so it was egg and bacon pie.
Right, egg and bacon pie. Now, personally, I am a deep dish all the way. Before any of all the other stuff's great, but for me, deep dish is the absolute best of the best of the best of the best of the best. Period.
Eric in chat.
That's not even Robert. That's not even deep. Look up Giordino's.
You're talking to a California boy.
I know.
Look, he wants to grow up and be a deep dish.
Robert, go to my Facebook page, a private page, and go down and see the whole deep dish versus New York flat, and you'll see some really good images there. Chicago style deep dish, and it's like literally like that thick, and they fill it full of sauce. It's all the fillings on it's a reverse pizza. Sauce and the cheese are on the top. The sauce is on the top under the cheese with another layer of bread. Personally, it is so filling. Like, I'm a big boy and I can pound some food down. I know. The first time I had deep dish, I was there with some friends. They're like, seriously, you won't be able to eat more than 2 slices. I'm like, fuck you. No, you know who the fuck I am?
Challenge accepted, friend.
End of the first piece, I'm like, I got the second piece. And halfway through that second piece, I'm like, oh shit. Oh, I just realized I ate like a half a pound of fucking sausage. Like a pound and a half of cheese and a piece and a half. Oh fuck. I mean, getting some drinks going. They're like, yeah, you gotta finish that second piece. I finished the second piece, but I was a cocksucker and I said, I'll do 3 or 4. No. And even like an hour later after we were drinking and going around, I'm like, I could eat another piece fast. It just got to get out of my stomach. No.
No. The body does tell you with it. It just reminds me of a Simpson episode where Homer is in an eating contest. And he's got to have, a pound of steak or whatever. And the writers were really, it's a very simple joke. Like, okay, gentlemen, 3, 2, 1, and go. And Homer starts buttering a small roll. And Bart goes, don't eat bread now. Exactly. That's just filler. That you've worked in the restaurant business. Yeah. It's like, there's a reason that in bars you have salted peanuts. It makes you thirsty. So, like, I don't know, and, bread rolls and everything else like that, that's to fill you up. So, yeah, that's why your portions are this big. Mm-hmm. And it costs $18.
Andrew, I got Lou Malnati's Chicago's favorite deep dish YouTube video pizza.
That's a good one. I don't know if YouTube will give us a video strike if we play it, though.
No, I don't want to try it.
Yeah.
Well, I'm sure you could find a shot of it and pause it and then show that.
Let's just scroll through and see what we find.
There you go.
Well, yeah, that is a commitment.
Yes. Okay. So you basically get it. It comes in a pan, gigantic. Okay, exactly. Okay. Now, for those of you that the crust is very thin. It's not thick enough. It's barely enough to hold it together. So it's not thick at all. Then the outside of the crust, they put Parmesan. They put butter on the outside of the pan and coat the outside of the pan with Parmesan cheese. So it hardens to the side of the bread and makes like a cheese armor to the outside of the bread, which makes it hold itself together.
So, yes, if you're looking, ladies and gentlemen, if you're looking to have a coronary, just have one of these. That just looks like a heart attack waiting to happen. Look at that.
Now, I think it's Giordino's in Chicago will sell them to you frozen. On my Facebook homepage, there's actually a link to actually go and get frozen pizzas, frozen deep dish delivered to you.
Okay. There's actually an episode in MASH where there've been because MASH went for 11 years and the Korean War went for 3. So I don't know how long they've been over there in Korea doing their thing, but they started craving this one, Eddie's in Chicago, and this whole thing of like we need 2 pounds of ribs and sauce, and the joke is they keep forgetting the coleslaw.
Yes, they keep forgetting the coleslaw. Yeah.
Oh, yeah. So they have to sort of bribe everyone because they know about it. It's like, oh, okay, well, I'll take 2 pounds. Like, and what about the coleslaw? We forgot the coleslaw. You forgot the coleslaw.
Yeah. And lasagna. You say you call that lasagna. No. There is no layered pasta. Lasagna is pasta layers. There's no layered pasta at all. Cheese at the bottom, sausage, meats, vegetables, cheese, sausage, meat, vegetables, cheese, sauce.
Yeah, basically, a deep dish pizza is 3D, and a lasagna is the multi-spectrum layer of reading.
Right. A pizza bread bowl, yes. Good way to put it. Again, the crust is extremely thin. And when they burn that Parmesan on the side with the butter, like I said, it's like a cheese armor to the outside, and what keeps it stiff enough. And the thing with deep dishes, when they keep lifting it up and they show you the dripping cheese, that's considered the great factor of how well loved deep dish is. If when you do it, it's the cheese, how long the cheese will draw for.
Well, there you go. So, yeah, I know we started out trying to take the piss out of government, but I hope you're all hungry now. I know I am. I don't know, is deep dish pizza good for breakfast?
Absolutely.
Yeah.
Absolutely.
What did you spend all your money on? Food? What did you get? I bought one deep dish pizza. It lasts me 7 days. You have to mine through that thing.
Easy. Okay. Now, I want to finish my second to tell you about my second deep dish story. So I'm in Chicago. We did Gigino's the first time, and my friend's like, there are like a dozen other places that do it, and I'm like, so you guys do this all the time? They're like, fuck no, we're Chicagoans. We barely touch deep dish. I'm like, what? Seriously, we do things like Italian beef and all these other things. I'm like, huh? And it's like. It's really just the tourists in Chicago for the deep dish pizza. And I'm like, no way. And yeah. So they took me to this other place, and you could buy it by the slice, and it was nowhere near that quality. And then a couple days later, I had Italian beef, which just blew my mind, which is like pieces of prime rib thinly shaved with like jalapeno peppers and green onions in this au jus sauce that's put on a piece of bread, on a like a special hoagie bread they make, and then the whole thing is dipped into the sauce, so the bread absorbs the juice, full of cheese. Oh my God, this was to die for. And then we went and sampled several others, and I began to truly see the art of deep dish. And there's really only 3 competitions there: Giorgino's, Illuminati's, and I forgot what the other one was.
Illuminati's. Yeah,
Illuminati. It's an actual real Italian name. Okay.
Yeah. Well, Illuminati, it means light and all that. It's that
no,
whole
his name is Lou, and his last name is Minotti.
So he doesn't work for the Dark Lords. Okay,
no. Just Dark Lords of Pizza, maybe.
It's only when he's ill. Lou, yeah.
Hello, I am Lou Manati. Thank you.
Exactly.
Come to the dark side, joy the cabal. We have deep dish pizza.
And he has a brother named Bill Illuminati.
Now this has got nothing to do with that other stuff that happens in Washington. Completely different.
Yeah, totally different.
Yeah.
Now,
allegedly,
to finish up the pizza, the deep dish pizza. So there's 3 that compete at this highest layer of pizza. Now, I have eaten pizza all over the world. I enjoy New York pizza. It's not my favorite. Usually it's a little greasy, but then I got experiencing true California pizza.
Ooh.
Now, who is a Californian in this room that really understands the art of California pizza?
Has it got weed on it?
I've had weed on many pizzas.
Mm-hmm.
No, it is an exploration into Mexican and Asian food combined onto a pizza.
Oh, nice!
Like the first time I had smoked salmon on a pizza, I'm like, what the fuck? No way!
Yeah,
no way! It absolutely mixed. Okay, it absolutely mixed, and then or like the shrimp from on a fucking pizza. Shit like that. Like the fusions of ideas that came, my mind was assaulted. I'm like, you are breaking the sacred art of pizza, but it works.
But then you go the other way where you've got a margarita, which is just a sprinkle of herbs on cheese and sort of base.
Right.
Like, you mean a
Which
cheese
is so
pizza?
basic,
No, it's
which is-
margarita.
It's basic. He says like exactly.
Yeah.
Yes,
Oh.
and then Zeva, that's right. Until you go to Koreatown. Oh my God. Oh my God. And then you're like, whoa. Like the first time I barbecued ribs on a pizza.
With the bone?
No, they just peeled it off the bone.
I was
Or
just
brisket that or pulled pork. I had a pulled pork calzone. Like a calzone is just, pizza flopped over on top of itself. But a pulled pork calzone, oh my God, it was to die for.
Yeah, here in Australia we have, I'm sure it's globally, but we have the meat lovers pizza, which is basically just flesh.
Yes, layers of flesh.
Yeah, and if your body needs, like, if you don't bring it up when you're talking to the vegans about the 40 grams of protein, but you could you could have a slice of a meat lovers pizza and you'll be back right up. But it's like sometimes it's commitment where it's like you can taste the flavors of them fighting each other.
Mm-hmm, exactly. And Casey Don, dang it, shrimp and clams on a pizza sounds heaven. Well, it's called Pizza Del Mar or Fruits Del Mar, like if you go to a high-end restaurant and you have the fruits of the ocean. So we're talking clams, scallops, squid, octopus, all in this classic wine white sauce layered with cheese, and it's in a medium thick shell. Oh my God.
Yeah.
Lobster, all that. Yeah, it was wow.
Yeah, and being unemployed with hardly any money, I'm happy with toasted cheese, which is, you just toast the bread, put some cheese, melt the cheese on it, and bam, you've got a meal.
So is there pizza for Lush? No. No, it's Lush favorite Lush.
Yeah, Lush is Lush.
Right.
Now, what I
Anyways.
find fun, if we can slide into the silliness of all, I'm sure someone is going to start going, this is cultural appropriation. Have you heard that term?
Absolutely it is. 100%.
Yeah,
which is oh, look at that, Robert. Thank you.
Ooh. I wouldn't
That's a
need it.
good
That looks
example.
nice. Yeah.
Yeah.
Which I find funny, where it's like, I mean, at what degree do we want to go? Because Islam came up with the numbers, and so we can't use numbers. We have to go back to the Roman numerals. And of course, that would work out for you when you're talking about fake Roman numeral time. But I don't. Have you ever tried to? Is it 42? What's one of the? No, 47. I think that's the really hard one, where it's three, no, not M's, because 50 is D, I think, isn't it?
I don't know.
Oh, come on. You have to learn your Roman numerals so you know what year the BBC shows were made in.
I that shit all passed out of my brain a long time ago.
Yeah.
I know VII is 7, IV is 4, up to 10. Anything after that, I don't know shit.
Well, that's right. Yeah, 47, I think, is L D, because M is 1,000. LD VII. Because no, 8. 9 is usually an I. It's like 9 is actually IX,
Yes.
and 10 is X, and so 8 is VIII. Yeah.
I.
Yeah, so 48 is really annoying. So this year is MM XXL. It just rolls off the tongue.
It sounds like a pizza size.
Yeah.
Mega XL, exactly.
Because if you watch Ben-Hur, you can see it's written it's XXX whatever or L thing, but he just saves time. He goes number 42 because it's English, so in Latin. So if you get number 47, that's a mouthful.
So people are asking me in private message, please stop private messaging me, everyone. I can't watch everything. But do they have pizza in Off-World? Yes, they do. Okay.
Yeah, you probably find if we're the center point of creation and everything else like that, any idea that's here would be at least tried off world, especially if we're repeating ourselves over and over again.
Right. A common like chicken soup. Does everyone have chickens? Not necessarily, but they have ground avians, ground fowl that are similar in way, shape, or form that are easily cooked into it. Okay. And then, the blue chicken stew, exactly. We make fun of the blue chickens all the time. Moving along, there are common things. Bread is everywhere. Okay? Why do vegans eat bread?
Because it's everywhere. I don't know why. If it's yeast, isn't it technically living?
Technically, it's alive, but they don't realize that you murder it when you bake it.
Yeah, I've had a moment like, I'm a vegan. Then take off your Doc Martens, you idiot.
Yeah. Why are you wearing another jacket?
Yeah, you gothy turd. Now, as we've discussed, there's two types of vegans. There's the person that decides, I want to get healthy, I'm going to learn a diet where I don't eat meat and I can replace my protein for. Then there's the political idiots. Like, I'm a vegan, I'm also extremely sick and tired.
Yes. And constantly tell people how they should believe and how they should react.
Yeah, what's the joke? You'll never have someone. You never have to ask someone a vegan if they're vegan. They'll tell you.
Robert, I want to make an official thing. From now on our Thursday shows, we're going to make a count for the number of almost dead vegans calling into the show. Okay, and the number of times per month I have to tell vegans to eat 40 grams of protein. Reminding, I'm not telling you to eat meat. I'm telling you to stop being a shitty vegan.
Yeah.
We're going to start a count for the year.
Didn't we come up with a character, the vegan whizzes or something, or vegan demons? That's right.
Vegan demons, yes.
They're they're only like a +1 skill level. They're very tired and weak, so they don't really attack you. They're more of annoying. It's like, go away.
Yes. They're like lettuce. They're like lettuce heads of lettuce rolling around you
with that high pitched whine.
So Albert is like, how about the veggies? Do veggies retain more life force than? Come on, Albert, you've been listening to me a long time. How many times have I said that salad you're eating is more alive than that dead piece of fish? If you were to plug in the life force meters to the salad, it would register. Plug it into the dead piece of fish, it won't.
There's a nice sketch. We're going to have this is what a vegan is doing when eating a salad. Come. And here's what actually is happening. And you have the screaming, like,
Screaming, exactly.
There was an ad down here in Australia. I can't remember what for. So the commercial didn't work. But there was a guy on a bench and he's using a knife to peel an orange. And every time he cut into the orange, there was this high-pitched scream. It's like, yeah!
I know the ad. They did that here in the States too.
Oh yeah, it's a good ad. So, let's get back to the government, which sounds like a flavor. Goobermint. The unfortunate ladies and chaps in the National Guard, because the photo op was done, they all had to sleep in a garage or outside in 30-degree Fahrenheit outside overnight. So, that's your leadership right there.
They had sleeping bags that are cold weather bags. They just enjoy you that.
Yeah.
I had two brothers in the military. The first thing they got was boots in a sleeping bag, all right?
So you think disrespecting military forces is a good idea? The
military is disrespected from the day they are disrespected from the day you join them. And they break your ass down.
What I find...
There was a lieutenant who said, your ass is sleeping in the garage, and I don't care if you could go over there and sleep. A lieutenant told him that. Not Congress, not Senate. The assholes in the military said it.
All right. Well, it's been used to point out that, these people are idiots.
You got to know military culture.
Well, no. I'm a coward. I watch war movies, but I'm going to war. I've seen how that happened. Maybe it's a past life of World War One. Like, fuck that, because World War One is really, really intense. Yeah, I've gone blank.
Blank man. You
What?
need pedantic man to help you out. Get paperwork to your brain.
Well, yeah. My superpower is hindsight. I can really piss people off. You shouldn't have done that. Well, yeah.
No, your two superpowers: hindsight and loot.
Oh God, it's that prick Captain Hindsight again.
Yes.
No, well, yeah, the problem with veterans. Now, I've got to clarify that, because it's like, I've got a problem with veterans. No, the veterans get treated like utter shit. The thing is, it's been happening and back as far as Rome, and probably even before.
Every country treats their veterans like shit.
Yeah, but because I've got a fascination with Rome, that's been an issue of how we treat legionnaires that have done their 20 years and they've full citizens. And it's like that they're treated their veterans like. I can kind of understand it now, because the Dark Overlord scumbag, shitbag, whatever they are, you don't want military trained people to figure out that they were screwed, and they'll rise up and take back their government.
What Rome did. Interruption number 1. Repeat that as a score.
No, I think I finished.
For everyone who's in the background, we laugh every now and then. People put into the comments, Monty, stop interrupting Andrew. My English is not my first language, and your accent is too much. I'm like, no, it's not. So we made a joke. We're going to have an interruption counter going.
What accent are you talking about there, son? I have no idea what you're talking about. Yeah, calm down, sit down and have a cup of tea.
Yeah, put on a shrimp in the Barbie.
Oh, no, I don't like seafood. Shut up.
Exactly.
Yeah, can you remember why you interrupted?
No.
So a quick list of what the government has done.
I remember why I'm interrupting now.
Oh,
as I'm interrupting.
Interruption
number 2.
Yeah, go ahead.
Rome. So they did figure out what to do. Whenever a soldier finished his terms of service, they gave him 58 hectares of land. And somewhere they conquered.
Well, yeah, that's how the Rome's kind of like the Borg of the ancient world, where you join it, assimilate, or die. I'm like, oh, we'll try this Roman idea.
Mm-hmm.
And yeah, once you got, because apparently, like when Rome retreated from England, they kind of stayed Roman for another 300 years.
No, not really. They dissolved from within. They rotted like a piece of meat outside, maggots everywhere. Rome disintegrated itself.
Yes, but once they left England, it wasn't purely Rome, but there's so much social structure and everything else like that. It took a long time for the idea of Rome to leave.
Rome was done in 476 AD when the Visigoths and I forgot the other great Germanic general that invaded it. It was done at that point. Yeah, and it was done before that. And the popes that were installed there, they literally drove the country broke. But all the people left and went to Byzantium.
Yeah, what I'm saying is that Rome left England or the British Isles before that, and the English still stayed Romanesque.
But they were already Romanized 200 years before that.
That's my point. They
Right.
still kept the idea. They did it by themselves, but they didn't start, going back to painting blue on their face and wearing kilts.
Well, that was not a big thing, actually.
I know that.
Much later, but
yeah,
the thing is, it was the religious indoctrination that kept Rome, and that's why Rome went to Byzantium and gained Constantinople and became Christian. They realized empires don't last; religions do.
Yeah. And that's the interesting thing about now, where the whole thing about DC is under martial law, and it's the corporation compared to the republic, and you can't have Donald Trump can't be the president of the republic while he's in a foreign land, and blah 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 blah. And so, anyone who wants to get in a conspiracy world, maybe wait a couple of months, because it's gone a really bit batshit crazy.
Yeah, it's gone some batshit crazy for a while, Give Give it some time where the real researchers come out and who are following their own plan and not the plan. That makes no sense.
Well, yeah. I see. I didn't see the one. I found a positive from watching The Last Jedi. Is tell me the plan before I can trust it.
Yeah, exactly. Tell me the plan before I can trust it.
Oh, nice, Robert. I like that one. Apparently, they've changed that now to Common Era. It's like, oh, that's so scientific. What year is it? 50 BC. What does BC stand for? Before Christ. Who was Christ? I have no clue.
Yeah, no effing clue.
Yes. What I find interesting now, it used to be BC and AD, and then I think the scientific angle of like, well, that's a bit religious. We can't have that, and so now it's Common Era. They call the birth of Christ a Common Era. Like that's kind of insulting.
Well, that's the European world trying to own world culture.
Yeah.
Global appropriation.
Well, that's, yeah, I mean, history's kind of whitewashed, but it's from the victors and, the Caucasian, the English. I mean, here in Australia, we've got Australia Day coming up, and of course, it's a complete bun fight where it's Invasion Day, but it's Australia Day, and blah, blah, blah. It's like, yeah, can we have a treaty, heal a wound, and move on together? But I get told to shut
No,
up.
you can't.
No, what the fuck for?
Exactly. What the fuck for? Exactly.
What's wrong with you, son? We have to oppress the natives because we feel inferior. But
it's a birthright to oppress them.
Yes, I do. I don't know if it was created, and I hope I'm not upsetting the First Nations of the United States, but there was a prophecy that the white man would turn up and ruin things. I think someone just remote viewed and was like, "Oh shit, better say it this way." Yes. Oh, one common thing about but the Aboriginals were fighting each other. Yeah, and when the English turned up, they stopped doing that. They formed together and tried to fight off the invaders. And unfortunately, they lost. And we're still in a way still stuck in that war because there was an invasion, there were battles, the Aboriginal people lost. Usually, the next step is a treaty. Now, New Zealand's a good example where the Maoris stopped the English, and the English have gone, the natives have they actually invented trench warfare and really big sticks, and they kicked the living shit out of us. Maybe we'll to these chaps and write a treaty. Now, before
people and invite them to join the military.
Yeah, exactly. Yeah. I say, come and join us. You're wonderful in Zululand. Now people say, "Oh, but the treaties were broken." That's not a bloody point. Like, if we have a treaty now, I don't think the government will break the treaty. People will notice.
Yeah, you got a point. Treaties now. Well, no, we break treaties all the time.
Of course, yeah. Well, that's the other thing. Like, the fun part of hanging out with Andrew, it's like, yeah, we're still the fucking same, aren't we? Like, we haven't really cycle over and over again. But there is that difference where, like, the term the Great Awakening, the energies are right. There is they're trying to suppress us, and the general public is sort of dumbed down over decades, nearly a century of education, and yet there's all of us where we have a connection to a higher self source, flying spaghetti monster, whatever you want to call it.
Flying deep dish pizza monster.
Yep. The mighty dish. We may go to the mighty deep dish into the sky. And we've got critical thinking. And so, yeah, remember, we're ruled by psychopaths and run by idiots. And I think that would upset the bats. It's like, you fucking moron. But there's still this pushback where, the universe leans to justice, kinda. This is where you say something.
It does lead to justice, but justice is wholly interpretable by the observer. One person's justice is not justice.
Well, yeah, this kind of helps me where when the fix was in on election night, it's like, because I still had this idea of the power have picked this person, but they stole action and blah blah blah. But I knew in like my heart it was like, nah, Biden's in. By that, it's like, bang, Biden's in. That was the decision, and that's what they're going with, and that's why we're still here. Well, that's why we're here now, and I think everyone else is sort of have to realize that. But in the bigger picture, it's part of the awakening. It was like, everything is fucked. technical term, legal term. For me to get around that, but remember, you're in a free will universe, in a free will galaxy, in a free will solar system, on a free will planet. Why do bad things keep happening?
Free will.
You know, free will. Why don't you like this band? Free will. Like stop trying to control me. See, that's part of the leftards. You've got also anyone that's left leaning. You're okay because you probably see Antifa and go, no, stop that. And they're having fun, aren't they? Antifa. Those usual idiots are now just idiots.
They're having as much fun as the Tarians.
Yes. Oh well.
They're all like German red shirts, brown shirts. Sorry, after the revolution, useless.
I remember a meme where it's someone took a photo from the original Star Trek, and it's Captain Kirk pointing up to a ridge or something like that, and he's talking to three guys in red shirts. And the meme is, now go dig 3 graves, and I'll tell you later why.
Exactly.
Because that's just the wonder of television. You've got all the different colors, and so the security team usually is red, or the soldiers, and you have to have people die in the street to build tension. There's always someone wearing a red shirt, and so if you're an extra in Star Trek and you're wearing a red costume, you're fodder.
You're dead before the first commercial.
Yes, but it moves the story forward. So, thank you for your service. Also, I'd like to point out, if I see another Bernie Sanders mitten meme, I am going to burn reality down.
You're getting upset at the mitten meme.
Well, yeah, like socialism, we have mittens, and it's like, I love those mittens. Like, yeah, cool, but everyone's done it. It's just, I've seen.
Cheers, everyone! I'm having a Guinness.
Oh, he's going Irish, ladies and gentlemen. I've seen Doctor Who one. I saw Bernie sitting in Davros's chair. That's kind of creepy. Garbage have done one. One Division. Everyone's done one where like just Bernie won't go away.
Well, he should have won. He should have beat Trump. But Sniffer, white evil Sniffer got in.
Yeah, well, I mean, do you think if Bernie runs again, anyone's going to believe him? Because it's like, you've done this twice, Bernie. I've run a good race. Thank you for the donations. No refunds. I'm going back to one of my many houses. Like, he did that last cycle.
Well, I doubt run again. If he does, it's because he's found some new young buck to attach his name to pass on the torch to quitting.
Hopefully AOC, yeah.
Exactly.
But this election cycle, he had a heart attack, and that's not a good look if you want to run a country. It's like he's already had a heart attack, and I mean, even Biden, who's 78, he looks like great granddad. He's walking around like he's an extra from the Living Dead.
Yeah, walking around like he's got a load of turd in his pants.
Yeah. He was Moses's kindergarten teacher. He's been around for a while.
Sometimes we just go off the rails, buddy.
Oh yeah. Oh, and did you? One thing there's a rumor the inauguration was filmed and blah blah blah. Well, if they're that paranoid that the MAGA army would destroy them, that's possible.
It had nothing to do with the MAGA army. It was a show. It was a show of force.
Yeah, but even if it was pre-recorded and then shown,
it was live. Listen, it was live because it had to be a ritual of live. It's actually written in the Constitution. It has to be done on that day, on that time, live. It can't be done behind the scenes. Remember, we've talked about the actual magical ritual that's there. Remember the American Super Bowl where they had Madonna come out as freaking ISIS?
Yeah.
Okay? It was just like that.
Babylon B released an article. Joe Biden is in starting diplomatic relations with ISIS. Now, speaking of rituals and crazy batshit fucking whatever's going on, Pence was handed a coin, wasn't he? At
Yes.
at 3:45 in the morning after the electoral college. What was all that about? It's like, was that his validate your parking, sir? Or
No, one side had a warrior's face on it, and the other side had a Medusa emblem on it, which is a symbolization of the Black Pope.
oh,
Right.
so
Which is essentially a religious terminology of activating the secret societies. So Pence's secret society chain was pulled.
me and my visualization brain, like, oh,
Exactly. his
So
his chain pulled, and that
which
essentially
societies-
says you are in service to the Knights of Malta.
oh,
And, the
not
Knights of-
like,
and he's like in 7 of those 7 or 8 of those groups, a very high level secret society, and publicly part of those secret societies.
I'd like to just announce my commiserations to the Fly. I thought he had a chance this election cycle. Unfortunately, he didn't get through. So, if it is a he, I can't spot sexes of flies at that distance.
Basically, the coin said he cannot allow Trump to do what he's doing. The ritual must go on. And that's why his secret society chain was pulled. He had to be a part of the inauguration ceremony to pass on the magical torch.
Now, is that connected to Hollow Earth? Like the orders came down from on high of like this has to happen?
The surface rituals are definitely influenced by Hollow Earth, but they have been developed over the centuries to exactly that. Yeah, there's the picture of the coin. There's a picture of a warrior on one side and Medusa on the other.
What is Mr. Pence thinking? What the fuck is this?
No, he knows exactly what it means at that moment.
Oh,
He's
fuck.
like, oh, fuck, my chain's been yanked.
Oh, geez. I remember 47 years ago, I masturbated in a cop. Well, I guess I have to do something now.
No, it's a direct order from the Black Pope, is what that is.
Who is the Black Pope? Is it because there's a rumor it's the actual Pope now, or is it someone
No,
behind the
the
scenes?
Black Pope is in Israel and always has been in Israel.
Yeah. See, that from the conspiracy world, if I hear Jews one more fucking time, it's the Jews. It's the Jews. Like, I know some Jews, and no, they're like a patsy in all this as well. They're fake Jews. Yeah. See, Trumpism, because it's just a small group of people that infiltrated. But like, if you look at the history, they blame the death of Christ on the Jews. Like, well, the Italians nailed him to a tree. Not that I got anything against the Italians or Romans, but it's interesting that the whole to hide behind, get away with what they're doing. They behind it's Zionism. I think it's that the difference between Zion, well, the spelling, and I think Zionism is the breakaway prick cult. Thanks, Jimmy. I'm not going to repeat that.
So I want to talk more about the coin. The coin is a magical symbol, direct order from the Black Pope. Black Pope basically gave Trump a direct order saying that all of his religious connections to the secret societies would be excommunicated if he didn't follow these orders. And that also means everyone that supported him too. Yeah,
so in a way, he loses energy. I mean, there's physical side of things where he'll be lose all these tricks and blah blah blah.
No. Excommunication means he's removed magically from all the rituals. His name is scraped off the wall like they did in Egypt, as if he never existed. Remember, these rituals are about to keep continuing this long-lasting, everlasting government life force. Yeah,
it was Pence, Robin. So he would be airlocked if we're talking expensed.
Yeah, he'd be airlocked and erased.
Yeah. No, and that's what they want to try and do with Trump. Like, no, I don't think you can erase Trump. He's such a catalyst and a figure, and he's part of the timeline. And especially the mainstream media, because I don't watch it. Are they still talking about Trump? I mean,
they're trying not to. They're realizing ratings are going to suck.
Yeah, and that's going to be interesting as well. Where no one, there's hardly anyone. Can't generalize it too much. No one really likes Biden because of the amount of crap he's done in 48 hours. He got rid of the Keystone decline, where I think up to 42,000 jobs have just been lost, and that the knock-on effect with that.
Those jobs are already slated to be lost. You can't blame everything that's coming on Joe Biden's executive actions. Those were already coming.
Yeah, but the workers didn't know that.
Yeah, they did. It's been COVID. And when they did sign the bill and they let it pass, guess what happened? They lost all their protections. Okay? Trump was still in office then.
Well, yeah, that's the other fun part of like, an example is Bill Clinton. I want to know about aliens, and he was told to have clearance for that. I'm sorry, what?
You do too much cocaine. You can't pursue with the truth.
Stop sniffing. Why? I still, I've said it before. I remember Robin Williams on the last week of the Tonight Show with Johnny Carson, where it was after the election but before the inauguration. It's like, yeah, well, Bill's in, and then Robin said, but all that stuff about womanizing is like, yeah, even back then, it wasn't something new. It's just half of the course for the Clintons.
So Sean is saying, we've been saying the script sucks, but the script is pretty good. No, it's not.
No, it's fucking horrible.
It's horrible.
It's like, they're repeating everything. It's we're seeing this before, and yeah. Oh, did you know that Donald Trump actually had a red button on the desk? I think the resolution desk or whatever desk in the Oval Office, and he would press someone. What's that button for? And Trump goes, "I'll show you." He presses it, and someone will bring out a Diet Coke on a silver platter. And someone pointed out, yeah, Biden got rid of that because if Hunter was in there and said it brought Coke, he would keep pressing it. Yeah.
But you got to realize the red button also Big Mac. And Donald Trump every day back from McDonald's and had a temporary McDonald's installed in the White House. Okay?
Yeah. I'm concerned. The advertising because it's again when they're kids, that's how you do it. And I love the idea of McDonald's, but actually they sold the idea. That looks awesome. Like, what's
good? That was this.
Yeah, what's the movie The Founder and Sam Michael Keaton, where he basically like anything. It's similar to what happened to the guy who invented Coca-Cola. Mm-hmm. Some honest, brilliant human being, the McDonald brothers created. They revolutionized. They created fast food because they had an assembly line, and you could get a burger in 30 seconds and stuff like that. Mm-hmm. But they weren't cutthroat and a complete bastard, and so they didn't really grow. But the founder, the big McDonald's guy, McDonald's, its success is actually real estate, not the actual selling of food, because that's how they own the land and then they lease and you just find out the founder is a complete bastard, and it's like, well, now I hate McDonald's even more because it's just a corrupt Ponzi scheme using real estate to benefit the company. It's like, we've got this new rap, yeah, but you still suck. I'm sorry.
Do you know that McDonald's has its own university, Burger U?
That sounds
really.
Like
it does.
Yeah,
it really does.
Yeah.
Okay?
I wouldn't be surprised.
Now, McDonald's can very easily change food to real food again. But the thing is, they so hyper invested in a logistic chain that will only provide not real food.
Mm-hmm.
Because they want buns to last 90 days, and bread was never last 90 days.
Yeah, here in Australia, they actually promote 100% Aussie beef. The thing is, that's the name of the company. It's not actually the content of the meat. And in the movie, they had like real milkshakes or thick shakes, but then they to save money and all that other logistical stuff, it went to powdered and everything else. Like, and yeah, it is kind of fascinating how that. Just also, did you see that someone compared Kamala Harris on Inauguration Day as Grimace?
That was good. That was good. That was good.
Now, Galactic Historian, before we go to our break, if we're still having it,
Yes. Yeah.
what the hell is Grimace? Supposed to he was invented to sell the blueberry shake, but is he supposed to be a living blueberry, or what the hell is Grimace?
I have no idea.
Okay, there you go. See the mystery.
A character created to sell Happy Meals.
Well, yeah, crappy meals. So yeah, it's the Hamburglar. Yeah, well, we know what he does, and the way that the Simpsons take the piss out of fast food with the Krusty Burger. where when Homer's Krusty and that guy's stealing all the burgers and beats him to each of his life.
Yep.
Stop it! He's already dead.
Yes.
That's when the Simpsons.
Now I want to say, I want to have my blue chicken moment. We're going to be having a deep fried blue chicken show in the future.
Oh yes, tasty, and we will bring the coleslaw.
It'll be blue coleslaw too.
Oh, well, not like that green crap like in The Last Jedi. Yeah.
All right, everybody, we are going to instill a break. This is something Monty and I agreed to some time ago, but now we're actually implementing it. So Robert is going to cue up a little video for you guys to watch, and we will be back in exactly 5 minutes. Do not run away from us. Come back as we have more entertainment for you. I'm muted. Welcome back. Welcome back. Welcome back. Here we are, second half of the comedy show. All of you that have maintained being here, we're going to say, go ahead and raise your hand if you want to have a conversation with us. So click on that participants button. Hit that raise your hand button. We have an incredible, adventuresome one person. Annabella Canes, very well from Boca Raton, Florida. I believe she is there right now, or in New York. Robert, we're going to pick Tony first because she's an incredibly fun person to talk to. She was on the Egypt tour with us, and I have a lot of respect for her. So, Robert, unmute Tony.
Tony, come on.
Tony.
Signal to unmute.
You're... Come on. She's in the room. Got you raised your hand. Come on. You can do it. We believe in you. You can unmute. You can unmute Tony.
She walks by because she's blind. Anyway,
He can come back.
Hi, g'day. It's the bloke from Ipanema. So that's the fun thing about the Australian accent. Just like I want to learn Spanish to really upset people. El momento, por favor. What the hell is he talking about?
All right, my unmute function. Oh, there, Rolling Earth. You're on with Andrew and Monty.
Rolling Earth, are you there?
I'm rolling.
Hi, where are you calling from? Where are you calling from?
Myrtle Beach, South Carolina.
Myrtle Beach, South Carolina. Welcome to the show. Are we making you laugh?
You have.
Just once.
Thank you. That's it, ladies and gentlemen. We're all over. See you next week.
What are we making you laugh about?
Well, apart from deep dish pizza, I guess the next thing to talk about is what we have to look to in our dirty underwear washing line of political laundry.
Nothing. It's all done. All the conspiracies are there. Everything's been made. All the conspiracies have come true.
Except one.
Which one?
Well, we should start a betting pool. When Marla become president, and even she doesn't, it could be like, yeah,
it'll be just like when everyone was betting when Pence becomes president. It's not going to happen. They will keep that clone alive. No problem.
Oh yeah, but see, but all the anxiety and the tension, and they'll feed off it. It won't happen, but it's like they'll have the idea of like Grandpa Joe's going to drop any moment now.
Well, that's what they said about Trump.
Yeah, and then he does Led Zeppelin tours and just 3 rallies a day and jumps around like because he's on vitamins.
Yes. Now I want to say, Rolling Earth. You ask what's next. What hasn't happened?
Alien invasion.
No, Mexican border wall.
Oh yeah, he stopped that.
Okay. Stop the alien invasion. That's already happened.
Well, I mean, but...
War. We've had a 20-year war already. Afghanistan. Keep going.
But you've got Hungary, Poland's. Think globalist. Like if they've got their very old, decrepit, rotting puppet in the White House, how would you get globalism from here?
You're not, because the CEO is changing the management style.
Yeah, I know. So that's why it's so weird. There's a pause of like, oh, wait a minute.
Right. And there are going to be a lot of Earth, focus groups going, how can we get the herd of cows to eat our brand of meal that we want to give them?
Yeah, I'm sure one representative's like, can we make them happy for a bit? Like, they've gone through trauma for a while.
Can we just test this happy cow thing for a little bit?
Yeah, I found this movie called Monsters, Inc. And it's really fascinating where laughter generates more than fear.
That'll never sell. The cows are meant to be angry. Okay? So, once again, Rolling Earth, what hasn't been done? All the conspiracies have been proven true. Would you say that?
Yeah. Well, we've had at least a lot of fun with it.
Well, I mean, all the conspiracies have come true. What's next?
Well, actually, I remember, Andrew, how long ago you've got about. I'm a time traveler, so my memory's shit house. You're a historian. You have a memory. That's how it kind of works. That's the dynamic. I come up with something like, oh, yeah, that was April 17th. You actually put forward, let's try and even make up a conspiracy theory that is new. I think we came close once. Because everything, any other idea is just regurgitating the same thing and over and over again.
Yeah. Well, I don't know what else to say. I mean, we could try making up a conspiracy that hasn't been done before.
Yeah, but
they've all, in the last 30 years, all the conspiracies that have been played out, majority of them came true. Well, that means Hollow Earth definitely has a marketing issue.
As above, so below, Hollow Earth Hollywood.
Right.
I don't know.
So
maybe we could get an Archduke killed in Europe. No, that's been done
Twice.
Twice.
It was done.
It's funny watching Australian Anzac movies where when World War I broke out, and of course England asked for the Commonwealth because, you know, thousands of men are dying because it's industrial war, but they refer to World War I at the start of it as a European civil war, and then they just dragged everyone else in.
So Lost Sheep is saying the conspiracy in your pants hasn't come true. Yes, it has.
Why do you think we have a 5-minute break now?
Yeah, exactly. You just don't remember it. You've been sheared.
Well, in the conspiracy, what are we going to see? Like, what can you sense, feel, whatever language you want to use? How are they going to cover up the shocking storytelling of season 3?
By pretending it didn't happen.
So they're acting, once again, they're acting like a 4-year-old. Nah, that didn't happen.
Mm-hmm. Okay, we're going to pretend like it didn't happen.
So all the statues of Trump get pulled down.
Are there any statues of Trump?
We could put them up real quick.
The metaphorical. Will the statues of Trump come down? Half of them will come down, but the other half will be in the MAGA people's front yards. So there'll be cheap reproductions, and the Trump statues will continue just like American flags are held on people's doorways. You're going to see many MAGA people get instead of a baby Jesus in their front lawn, they're going to have a Trump statue or Trump lawn gnomes,
like a fat Buddha Trump.
Yeah,
just Buddha with a toupee.
So, honestly, brother, nothing new can happen. But I will say this: we are in for a surprise.
Well, I was about to say, if something new happens, it will be on the positive side and work against the global narrative.
Not necessarily. You could have the new CEO realize that, hey, these lizards had a really great apparatus and it's tuned to the perfection, and I don't need to fix it. I just need to make sure it's not skidding off the top anymore.
Thank you, Robert. But the problem is with the lizard operation, it got out of it looks like it got out of control where it wasn't controlled chaos. It's natural chaos. There's that sort of that schism.
No, it was absolutely controlled chaos.
Oh.
Come on, everything was a psyop the last 4 years. Okay, the way they hijacked the militias, the way they hijacked original researchers with fake Q researchers, you know, like the video you watched yesterday. Very important because everyone that is a non-Q supporter who was a researcher has actually been discredited by the Q-tards.
Yeah, I just because even if they have a small level revolution, they'll have plans for that. Basic thing could be martial law. Because at the end of our lockdown here in Melbourne, you could actually feel the energy, entire city of Melbourne, just sitting there going, "I am going to fucking do something." Right. You can feel like I don't know if it's a past life thing, because it's definitely not this life thing, but it generally felt like revolution. As to Nick Marsden from Pink Floyd, it got so bad we nearly said something. And you could just feel that energy of like, see, I don't see, I mean, sure that they probably have plans and not consequences, options when they go to that sort of thing, but I don't know. Mind you, just remembered, I don't know why, but Lady Gaga looked like that character out of the Hunger Games, so that's been fun in the conspiracy world.
Yeah, but that's nothing spectacular. That's really nothing spectacular. Listen, the Illuminati gave us a whole bunch of Super Bowls where they were middle fingering us in the face and saying we're alive and you can't do jack shit about it.
Yeah, I know that's part of the Great Awakening. I hope that's just not the awakening part. You're ruled by bastards. All right.
They're bastards. Now what?
Yeah.
We can't stop them being bastards.
Yeah.
Okay.
Unless you do the inner work, and then you have, I can understand that, millions of people protesting peacefully for months, because that will wear down the system. But have you tried to have a conversation with anybody these days?
Well, that's the whole point. Divisiveness and fractionalism and factionalism was created for the exact purpose. That's the controlled chaos. At the same time, discrediting the true researchers.
Yeah, like Darth Vader and his apprentice Star Killer. He doesn't care about credits, people's lives, or property. His goal is a certain thing, and so he'll destroy planets to get to his goal of finding the enemies of the Emperor. And that's sort of the level. Yeah, because the management's been here for a long time. Like, there's been polls and everything else like that. They're still there. Like, they could reorganize. Like, as I keep saying, if the planet was in trouble, she would just do a pole flip and wipe everybody. And even if that happened, Earth is like, all right, let's start again. Try and do a little bit better this time.
Right. And, Earth is just fine through this. So I want to give one ray of hope. One ray of hope that a new conspiracy can come out. And that ray of hope has to deal with porn. Okay, we're reaching a point where virtual reality porn is beginning to become real, and it will take attention away. It will take massive amounts of attention away from political personalities.
Well,
and if you can't get them from the VR porn to vote, they have lost.
That there is a Russian bodybuilder that married his sex doll.
Yes, there are like 25 Japanese who have married their sex dolls too.
Yeah. So that's good for humanity.
All right, Rollinger, thanks a lot for calling in.
Thank you.
All right, I believe Tony is back. Robert, let's bring on Tony.
All right, Tony, signal to unmute.
Hey, here we go.
Tony, you there?
Hello, Habibi. How are you?
Good. How are you doing today?
We're doing wonderful.
Great. Are you in Boca Raton or are you in New York?
No, we're in, unfortunately, New York, where it's just a nightmare.
Aw.
Yeah.
Everything's closed down?
Correct. It's really depressing. I can see why people are very suicidal.
Hello, Habibi love. It's Patty in the background.
Hi, Patty. Hi, Patty.
We
How
miss
you doing?
you. We think about you. We see you in dream time and all the other wonderful stuff. And Egypt is calling us back again. I do see us in Egypt and doing sacred ceremony and talking to the birds and all that. So yes, absolutely.
Well, as soon as COVID allows it to happen, we'll see if we can make it happen.
We're thinking of dual citizenships in Greece. I don't know if United States. Well, what are your feelings about our country in the future?
So real quick, I have like 700 cousins in Greece, and COVID is rampant there right now, and it's killing off a lot of the old people and starting to really make a lot of young kids sick. And unless you really know people there, that's what's going on, it's really bad there. And like they're not even allowing the priests on the streets on Thursdays. If anyone's Greek, every Thursday the priest walks on the street and he's there to take bribes. Okay. And it's an ancient tradition. Okay, an ancient tradition. They're not even allowed the priest on the street on Thursdays.
Well, that's intense.
Right. Okay. To the point, the priest can't take his bribes from the local villagers. Okay.
So,
Like,
so that
that's-
means you won't be going
no.
to Greece in February.
No, that won't happen. That won't. First of all, I can't get tickets to go there. It's still banned.
Oh, wow, it's too. Yes. So thinking about another type of, I don't know, just another, what am I thinking of? Again, America is not the place I really want to be anymore. And we just thought about going someplace else, but where are you going to go? And that's the unfortunate part.
Did you guys sell the restaurant yet?
How do you know? Yes.
We sold 2 businesses.
So we're sitting literally on money, but we can't
We're
get,
sitting on a lot of money, but we will call you because we have some issues that came up and people are getting greedy and coming after us. So we're definitely we'll keep that for another time. But how do you see America for the future? Do you think we should, because we have, what are your feelings? What are your thoughts?
Well, first thing first, COVID's going to stick around well into 2023. So where you go has to have long-term viability for the next 2 years. And if you're not going to stay in New York and it's too depressed for you, you can rent anywhere in the country and not have to spend a tremendous amount of money. You could fly down to Texas where the COVID rules are really simple and find yourself a rental place in Corpus Christi or by the beach or in Houston and really live up life for a while.
okay.
Okay, you go to New Orleans. There's many places you can go and rent. And you've got a little bit of money saved up. Those are easy living places.
Yes, unfortunately, that's why earlier I couldn't get to the film. We're taking care of a bedridden mother. So we're into, diaper rash and bed sores and diapers. So that's the reason, we're just taking care of mom for now. But then we're free agents and we literally can travel the world. And that's the thing. America really won't be a place for us. We just maybe go somewhere out.
Well, if you can't go to Greece, come to Melbourne. That's second Greece.
Yes,
You're
there are
so true.
there are more Greeks in Australia than there are in Greece.
Probably. Very true.
What about global reset? Your Gerald Salon?
Oh, yes. And what about the global reset? They keep on talking about
Not
that.
gonna happen.
So the
So you
Great
don't see a
Reset.
currency?
No.
Yeah, the Great Reset by the IMF, that won't go through because everyone hates the idea.
Though it was a psyop in the beginning to get people to believe in currency revaluation, which was just like you. Currency revaluation is a conspiracy that went hand in hand in 2012 and 2013 when they tried to force it on everyone. It was a parallel conspiracy world going on. So if you didn't even believe in the baby raping lizards and aliens, you believed in the currency reset. It was the Iraqi dinar or the Taiwanese dong.
Psyop.
Okay, it's all a psyop.
Psyop, yeah, I see.
So what will happen with the economy though? Because it's basically been on life support since 2008. So
It's not on life support. It's on cooked books. Okay? It's on cooked books. And when you have regulators looking at your cooked books, you have to maintain the cooked books, right?
That's kind of life
Okay.
support.
Now, no, it's not life support. It's purposely elevated to well over 30, so the big banks were able to break up a lot of the mid-level monopolies and take over everything again. Leverage to 600 and 700%, and then slowly implode the market in increments while the big boys are letting go of the toxic assets and buying the real assets. It is an economic warfare system being done by the globalists. 30,000, the 30,000 should really be at 13,000, the United States stock market. So it has that much to fall, but it won't because every part of it is controlled by the algorithms, including the fundamentals.
So in a way, they're cleaning it up so they can sustain it more.
No, it's theft of wealth.
Yes.
Oh, yeah, well, that's standard operating procedure.
Yeah, it's massive theft of wealth.
But logically, it's got to be an endpoint to that. If Target owns everything,
No, human beings do businesses all the time, come up with great new ideas all the time, patent new things all the time.
oh, okay,
It's a self-fulfilling system, which they can constantly can go over and do this again and again and again and again. It's better to do it every 8 or 12 years to do it every 30 years.
okay, yeah. So yeah, because they seem to have a stock market crash every 20 years or something like that.
Well, it's more like every 8 and 12 now. But it's not really a crash. It's a fake crash.
So there's your endless war. It's in economics.
Well, that and the physical wars, what do the physical wars do? Give a lot of contracts to military industrial systems.
Yeah. So that sounds fun. Thanks for that.
So Tony and Patty, the best thing for you to now is consolidate, finish taking care of your mother, and wherever you're going to go, it's a temporary place. You're going to go there to have fun. You're going to go there to meet people. You're going to go there to have good food. You're going to go there to rest and recover until some of the COVID rules relax, and then travel the world.
Yes, but it's been a real shit show around here. We still have our homes in Boca Raton, so we're on oceanfront property, which is beautiful. But eventually we love to travel. Like I said, we literally are free agents. Yeah. And after Egypt, it's like we just love to travel. And you know, we're hoping that you will put something together eventually when all this kind of, you know, relaxes. But we'll see what happens, right? We just take it day by day at this point.
Well,
we're thriving.
I was supposed to have 2 hotel conferences this year. That's not going to happen. So it's online like everyone else right now.
Okay.
And it's the dangers of having a hotel conference. First thing first, I got to advertise 8 months ahead of time. So 8 months ago, I had to figure out what's going to happen 8 months later. Can I have a March or April event, and then can I have a September or October event in the same year? And I understood what COVID's going to be. I understood it was going to be around the same time. Now it comes down to the hotels. Hotel events and retreats are not cheap. Okay. And a lot of these hotels, they changed their contracts. See what they did? No refunds, and you have a full deposit down in 90 days. You're talking $30,000 to $40,000 for the rental places. But literally, those things aren't cheap. Okay?
Yeah.
No refund now. It used to be 15 to 20% down, and then the last payment was due 30 days before the event. They don't do that no more. And it's the local health officials who determine how many people can be at your event. And you have no way of what they're going to do. I tell you ahead of time, because, you know, if you limit it to 50 people, you sell 500 tickets. What happens?
I've got a question. The difference between a live event and then a digital event, because we're doing this.
Everyone comes to a hotel, shares things, has drinks, and dinners together.
I know that. I've left the house before.
Really?
My question is, I went to the letterbox yesterday. It was a fantastic walk. What is the energy difference, if I can simplify it that way? Because when you're at a live event, you get the full energy experience. Like, I know everyone here would like to be in a room with us on stage, and you get that energy exchange. When you go digital, what's the percentage less? If you know, like, what's the difference between?
It's tremendously less. You lose the human energetic contact.
Yeah.
Wow, they're in front of me, and the chemistry of everybody in the room. You know, as a stand-up comedian, you just can't stand up in your empty room in your house and do comedy, can you?
No, the cat doesn't really like it at all. So what? It's this is 10% compared to a live. Give me a number.
8%.
Yeah. And that's what.
And I can even say 2%, because there are sometimes the energies at the live events are so incredibly enthusiastic, fun,
authentic,
all of those things mixed into one.
Yeah.
And it just doesn't compare. I enjoy having shows with you. I enjoy interacting with the audience, but it's not the same as pointing to the guy in the first row and reading his name tag and going, "Bob, tell me something."
Yeah. There is a lot of people that like Melbourne's one of the biggest cities in the world for live music, and the withdrawal that music fans are having, they're missing concerts, and it's I don't think it's an addiction. It's the massive withdrawal of being in a room with 500 people while 5 or 6 people are performing and being creative, and is that energy exchange. It's not the same when bands are doing it's a makeup option where you see bands perform and stream, and it's like, oh cool, I saw that, but it's just the same.
It's not the same, right? You don't have your friends to the left and right of you smoking a joint, dancing, and there's no mosh pit if you're like that kind of stuff.
Yeah.
It's just not there. The community sense is gone.
Yes, yeah.
Okay.
So another 2 years. Okay, I think we can get through.
Well, late 2023 is when they'll begin to ramp it down.
Wow.
So now the thing is, we're going to be ending the first quarter here pretty soon. And the amount of and I call this the tsunami of bankruptcies and foreclosures is coming. In a tsunami, the ocean pulls out. The ocean's pulling out before the first, second, and third wave of foreclosures and bankruptcies hit, to the point there will not be a bankruptcy court date for 6 years in a row. That's how bad it is.
Mm.
And there's over 3,500 bankruptcy courts in the United States. Okay?
So to clarify, we came to Earth for this moment in time because it's fun?
No, that's part of the economic and spiritual warfare.
I know. I'm just
Okay? Beatdown. But in that beatdown, I can survive. I will thrive. I will not let it take me over. I can regenerate my soul through self-healing, self-nurturing, self-discovery, and all those other self-mastery processes.
I think that's kind of why people feel a bit wobbly. Is like you had 2020 where they didn't have 40 hours a week distraction, and so a lot of people, found yourself, or they did YouTube degrees, and I think I'll just look at this documentary that I've been putting off for a couple of years, and then they learn. There's been an awakening in that respect, and it feels to me that everyone's like, oh, instead of, it's that, like most of us, it's been, up to 10, 15 years of slowly waking up to what's happening behind the shadows. But a lot of people woken up in about, a month, and there's an element of 5 stages of grief. Like, as you said, with all the Q people, they're going through their kind of awakening and psyops and all that type of stuff. Because after the 17th date of the world's going to end, it's like, really? And it just wears you down in that respect. And so there's that sort of that anxiety energy, if that's a way of saying it.
Very
it's
good
like, however, we're humans, adapt. That's what humans do. You'll adapt and survive, and you'll get out the other side. And it's one thing I don't like about Earth. You have to have pain to grow. Like, not really. It helps, but not all the time.
I want to acknowledge Jimmy the Kid in the chat room. Ascension is really a savage alley beatdown by a street gang called Kamikaze Commandos. No, it's the Backstreet Boys that are beating you down with pop music.
And synchronized dance moves.
And synchronized dance moves. Okay?
Yeah, and it sucks if you like death metal. Like, no, stop.
Exactly. Hip thrust.
Just a jump to the left. Stop, please stop.
Okay. And then there's the Pleiadian boy band called Insynchronicity. And they're a real band.
How many members are there again?
50,000.
Yeah, that's a very large stage. So what they hire stadiums, and people sit on the stage while they perform in the seats.
Well, they could be energy beings and physical beings at the same time. But their full dance routines when they all manifest is amazing.
Yeah.
We actually have dancers. Every singer is a dancer.
Yeah. Yeah, I hope there's a form of Slayer out there.
A galactic metal band? Yes,
Yeah.
there are. There are Arcturian metal bands. They're just not death metal.
No. There are heavy music that are very positive. Killswitch Engage is one of them.
There is a Syrian Iggy Pop.
Oh man, do I have to see his penis? It's like he just likes to get that out occasionally.
There is a Pleiadian NWA.
Palladians with attitude.
Yeah, NWA.
Ooh. So what's their version of N-word?
Human.
Yo, human.
Yo, human. Call me no human.
Please welcome to stage. Way.
Humans with attitudes. Exactly.
Oh, yeah. So, can't wait till we can go back into the galaxy. Any hint of when, like, in a timeline, like, or is that a couple of reincarnation?
What part of the timeline?
Like, will all of us still be alive when we're allowed off planet?
How old will you be in 2083?
109.
How old will you be in 2053, 89, 79?
Well, I'm 74. Like, you're asking yourself the same question.
I know, but I don't want to do the math in my head.
Yeah, I know. I'll just get the calculator because I'm a dumb human. So what's 53? Well,
2053, there'll be significant changes here, and you won't recognize the world. 2093, it's more shit happens.
Well, that's 30 years away.
Yeah.
Yeah, all right.
We'll be in our
all right.
70s. We'll need to be our 36. Okay?
Yes, but but will we have the same food, medical, and consciousness vibration?
No.
Because as we expand, because what is the optimum age of a human? Like 25? Is that a good? You know what I mean? You could be 103, but if you've got the body of a 25-year-old.
Well, for men, it's 30 because that's when they finish all their growth. For women, it's 30 when they finish the peak of their sexual growth. And then it's 18 and 26. But as there are some men whose DNA doesn't evolve until they're 35 and 40. And that's because there's been radical DNA shifts and changes.
Oh, well, that's still that works.
Humanity's life force is actually meant to be lived between 250 and 650 years.
Yeah, so we're all teenagers still. I like that.
Yeah. And your pregnancy is supposed to last 3 and 4 years, not 9 months.
Ooh. Yeah, so stay alive, everyone. And that because as you get older, we're changing because you would have heard 30s and 30s are the 40s are the new 30s and the 30s are new 20s. Like I don't know.
And the hundreds are the new 20s.
Yeah, it's like I don't know if it's a mindset, but as our bodies are growing older, the consciousness is shifting further up. Where we're technically middle aged, but we don't look middle aged. We're sort of still in our early 30s, even though we're mid 40s, compared to say 20, 60 years ago.
Well, 60 years ago, people didn't live this long.
Well, that's what I mean. Yeah.
Back in the 1800s, 35 was old.
Yeah.
Old.
Yes. We are ancient ones. We're Methuselah now.
All right, we're freaking Methuselahs compared to the 1800s. Okay?
Yeah. We'll be grandparents if we were in the 1800s.
Do you want to have kids?
Maybe.
Okay. Well, maybe the time you're 50, you will find a worthy kid mate.
Well, David Letterman, I think he was 50 in his 50s when he's had his son, and he just constantly jokes like, my son looks up to me, he goes, "Grandpa."
Well, I'm Greek. I am entitled by birthright and legacy to have kids late in my life and marry a teenage girl.
And have 17 of them.
Patty, Tony, do you agree on that?
Of course.
Nothing sus.
That's very common. Yes.
Very common.
Anyway, I just want to add for anybody, when all this nightmare and really is a nightmare ends, it behooves anyone to attend one of your events because, we had such a great time in Egypt. But, Patricia and I have been on maybe 34 cruises. The Nile trip on the Dahabia was probably the most eventful. It was very intimate at night. I mean, it was probably one of our best cruises we ever taken.
Me too. All right, and we've got to give credit to our guy there.
Yes.
And yes, Joe's amazing guide. And like I said, if I could be doing events right now, I would.
And Rod, and you know what we did? We left our doors open, so we had a sense of like peace
on the boat.
On the boat, no one locked their doors. So we had our keys in the door, so anyone could, but it was just a really magical event.
That dinner we had on the little island
Yes, correct.
Oh
And
my
the belly
God, that was
dancing.
that was amazing.
The belly dancing,
Dancing.
yes.
Yeah.
Oh, my
Yes,
heart. Yes.
exactly. And that's what we try to tell people. I mean, it's great that you're in front of us, but nothing like being there live. The energy was just incredible. But I just wanted to add that in closing.
Yeah.
And
Well-
if I actually end up doing one of these things with Andrew, you'll have a very interesting time because I will just be an annoying comic turd shit stirrer and just like going through it. Is that a speaker? Make Andrew laugh, but everyone else in the group will probably hate me after 3 days. You shut up. What about that? Is that a speaker? Is that a speaker? What? Is that a dog? What's that?
Yeah.
Shut up.
All right, Tony and Patty, thanks a lot for calling in. We're going to move on to the next caller.
Thank you. Much love. Thank you.
Much love. We'll
Bye.
talk soon.
Thank
Bye-bye. Okay. All right, Robert, spin up the wheel of callers and see who is next.
There's two, so it's going to be a 50-50 chance.
I'm flipping my coin that I got from Pence.
Ooh. Oh, now 3. All right.
Susan Tower.
Susan Tower, are you there?
Yeah, I am. Can you hear me?
Hi, yes, where are you
Yes.
calling from?
Great. Corvallis, Oregon.
Corvallis, Oregon. Welcome to the
Yeah.
show once again.
Yeah.
How are things going?
It's going well. It's going well. I got to say, I was a bit disappointed about the whole inauguration, but I'm adjusting. It did occur to me I'm in the first stage of grief, which is denial.
Mind you, it was that boring. I'm in denial as well. Like,
Yeah.
Really?
I know. But I wanted to ask you, thanks for letting me come on. Also, I've got a bunch of questions, but what is your reflection on like the alignment with the Bolshevik revolution and the truth movement that they had there to find out the
Operation
rebels?
Trust.
Operation
Yeah.
Trust. Yes. Okay.
And the
They
Q-
pulled
and
this.
the Q-
They pulled this in 2012. I was around in 2012, and I saw what it did, and how they reached 2013, 2012, 2013, 2014, and 2015. And then they broke everyone. Okay. And then the whole community fell apart, and a whole bunch of new people came in, and that's when Q took over, and they just ran another psyop. And I called it from day one, psyop.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah,
Yeah.
it's a
Well,
TV show
I-
called.
I actually remember. I'm sorry. I'm sorry to interrupt, but I have a question about the Q movement. I remember quite a while ago, I think when it first began, that you mentioned there was like one sentence where you were kind of speculating about what it was, and you said that it was potentially. You were clear that you weren't sure. The Q was benevolent AI.
Benevolent AI.
Benevolent AI.
What
Yeah.
ended up happening is the movement itself got taken over by Karens and the Kens.
Oh.
And as soon as that happened, no matter what was actually trying to go on positively, because you can hijack a psyop. That happens quite frequently. They just, the Karens and the Kens hijacked it. Okay? And then the Q stepped up his propaganda, radicalizing people.
Mm-hmm.
Okay? And once radicalization begins, it's very hard, if not impossible, to re-enter society without going through the 5 stages of grief over and over again.
Oh, that's true. Well, I followed it at first. I thought it was fascinating, and I was excited. I could understand like half of it, the Q stuff. But then after a while, I was like, I don't really care about following it anymore. But I still definitely follow the people who, are unraveling those clues.
The thing is, the Qs were never researchers. There were researchers long before Q ever came out. And what Q PsyUp successfully did is discredited all the real researchers that proved there were underground societies, secret societies, the Illuminati. That was all proven long before Q, and Q hijacked it, and he made fake researchers.
Yeah, and it's interesting the level they got to now, where like I found it fascinating, but I didn't connect to it on even last week. I sort of said, "Well, we'll wait and see." I mean, if everything they're putting forward happens, that's awesome. I don't see it happening though. But it got to the level. One example, apparently, and this does not make any sense at all, because the size and shape of Donald Trump and the size and shape of Joe Biden. And they're actually saying that they did like the movie Face Off, and they changed the faces of Trump and Biden. And it's like, well, they would have to shorten bones, and he would lose weight, as well as and this is the kicker. The operation was performed by Joseph Mengele, who would be 109 years old.
That's how far Q-tards have gone.
Yeah, it's, and I think, it's that element of like, there's a psyop, it gets taken over, and then you just let it run to not its logical end, just its completely illogical thing of like, just.
Q will, sorry, I'm interrupting. Q will be the next flat Earth.
Yeah.
Well, come on, it's woken up a lot of people. It's not all.
No, it didn't. It destroyed a lot of people. It destroyed a lot of people. It radicalized and destroyed a lot of people.
Yeah, it depends, because like Andrew actually shared Alex Jones' video, which is completely 100%, where for a lie to work, it needs truth in it, and that's how you can draw in the energy of it. Where and so like Q used a lot of information, and then twisted it and just made shit up. So it took sort of a basic reality of, there are a cabal, and some of them are pedophiles, some of them eat babies, maybe 4. But then they just like, and then totally made it up. It's like, how can I describe it? The Gulf of Tolkien, and then you end up where it's Star Wars. Like, there's that jump, there's a massive jump of faith. Trust the plan. What's the plan? I can't tell you. Yeah,
it's hard for me to follow movie references because I don't watch them too much, but I do see that there's been like a gap that's been, like a division. It's just sort of gone off the deep end. I mean, I was one of the researchers long ago, like 15, 20, well, I don't know, 18 years ago. I was like, what the fuck is behind all this shit? Like, why doesn't anything good work? And I just started researching, and I found out, the Satanism, like that's the awful stuff behind it. And then I was like, how are people ever going to believe this? Because I started to share it. People are like, that's crazy. Well, because it is. Like, I would never have believed it had I not looked myself. And that's the benefit I do see from Q, is that the idea that that's even going on is like a topic. I mean, it's a horrible topic. God,
believing it is not waking up, though.
Oh.
Following
how would you,
is not waking it up. Jumping into it and jumping out of it is not waking up.
I think I figured out where the Q narrative is horseshit, but the narrative is being built on actual facts, if we can say it that way. And so I believe in Q's. Like, well, there's certain. It's like I'm picking a number. 80% of it unknown facts, and then there's that chasm of jumping. The jump of faith of like, well, clearly Donald Trump is playing 12D chess, and he's changed his body with Biden, and he's going to save the republic because he's Jesus. Like, yeah, that's probably a bit too far, but there is actually something called the government, if you know what I mean. They've taken building blocks and built a castle which doesn't make sense.
See, the thing is, the negative side of Q is the subtle and direct radicalization away from reality. That ultimately isn't waking up. When one is rapidly changed from their old beliefs to their new beliefs with this radicalization process, you live in adrenal glands. You aren't waking up to the truth of natural living. You aren't waking up to the truth of the earth as a spirit and a being. You aren't waking up to the truth of the consciousness movement. You're living the adrenal gland life. That's not being awake. That's adrenal gland chemical living, which is still in the system.
And because what I think happens is that, like, most people know something's wrong, and then there's an easy answer with the Q narrative, and then it draws you into that adrenal thing, and there's a element of addiction. I didn't go through the Q addiction, but there was an element of going into conspiracy where you just had to know more information and just ride that wave and everything else. But with like the whole, since the election all the way through, I really didn't follow it because I knew the emotional ride where it's totally fake. It's like, oh, Trump made ground here because the lawyer said this and then the court said no, and just going up and down, up and down, up and down. And with Q, like someone actually said in the chat room, Q helped them wake up. The trick is know when to step off, and so you can sort of see the basis of it. Like say Pizzagate, and Pizzagate doesn't exist. It's a small group of elites that are pedophiles, and they ignore, and yet they also say that Jeffrey Epstein exists. And so something's there, and so it's something's wrong. And then Q goes, oh, here it is. This is all fact. It's like, and there's an addiction to that sort of thing, and people have fallen for that. Now, the trick is when you're screwed over and you're going through that denial, the grief. The trick is to, Q is fake, but 80% of it are facts. You don't walk away completely. That's sort of part of the psyop as well. When you find out it's a psyop, you have a choice of ignoring all of it and go back to your normal. You take the blue pill and go back into the matrix. However, if you realize that you've been used, you can step back and then Andrew can help, of course, but you find out what is actually truth, because it's not 100% lies, because it wouldn't work. There's truth in there. The thing is
it's the radicalization that will mean the person has to radically detach from it, and that is a massive mind soul based trauma.
Yes.
Example: there are many people who were on the path of being great and powerful healers, great and powerful light workers, starting businesses, and they got so wrapped up in the baby raping Q-tardy stuff, they let go of their business. Okay? Absolutely let go of their business. And they want to know why they have no clients.
Oh, wow. Yeah. Well, I certainly don't talk to people about the topic, even though I'm knowledgeable. I just usually ready to answer questions, but not
social media is designed to be dopamine-based released approval rating. And Q, combined with social media and combined with an audience that is unaware of how the social engineering towards dopamine is done, it was a perfect recipe to instantly radicalize people and make them a compartmentalized aspect of the community that will be marginalized.
And the way that it will be used now is that Q is fake. Everything from Q is pointless and made up. And so now, if you, it's so hard. In a way, people like ourselves have to step back. If we say anything that falls into the Q section, so normal people will just dismiss it, and it's like, well, no. And so that's the fun part. Where so if anyone starts talking to you about Q, it's like, well, how far down the rabbit hole did you go? Did you fall for the fake narrative? And you can start talking about and just use simple facts. Like, here's some fun. Put into a search engine conspiracy theories that came true, and you use that as an example, if that makes sense.
Yeah.
So Casey Dawn has said in the chat room, conspiracy has been weaponized. This is what I've been saying for years: weaponized information. Now the thing is, those researchers that existed long before Q, they are now put into the Q-tard group.
Yeah.
And they're never going to be able to separate themselves, because that was the greater purpose of the PSYOP, was to marginalize and victimize and radicalize those that were beginning to learn a truth that was purposely being leaked to them for the purpose of radicalization and marginalization.
Now, a trick for that is
they could kick the can down the road for 4 more years, 4 more years after that, and 4 more years after that.
So if you're having a conversation with someone, find the most ludicrous endpoint of Q. Like Trump and Biden had a phase change, and you find that the level of complete impossibility, and use that as an example. Like, really, the Federal Reserve Bank is a privately owned entity, and it makes money off the American people. Oh, that's just Q stuff. No, that's a fact. Yeah, that's real. Q is Donald Trump is Jesus, and Biden and Trump changed. Biden you know, you want to use the example of how ridiculous it got, and you show the other person, it's like, well, hang on, it's not black. It's that simple black and white thing where there's 17 shades of gray.
Mm-hmm. See, the thing is the Qtards got so dumb the last 6 months and so aggressive that they were going to win the last 6 months that they had got as bad as flat earthers.
Mm-hmm.
And that's why I said the true Qtards will be in the same boat as flat earthers. You will see a Q flat earth conference in 2023.
Oh my God,
okay?
That's funny. Well, I'm not going to go to that one. I'm not going to go to that conference. But I do have a couple questions for you about what, like, the progress that maybe, like, was that all a lie too? Like, has there been, like, what about the Vatican being cleaned, like, or whatever they?
Absolute garbage.
Yeah.
Well,
No,
if you go back to the conspiracies of 2012, the Pope was arrested 6 times. Netanyahu was removed and killed and made into a clone. All this has been absolutely repeated 2012, 2013, 2014, 2015. Do you remember Drake?
I never followed him. I do remember that name.
He was another one of the assholes that said green light 7 months in a row.
Oh. Yeah, I got tired of that. I followed a bunch of people during that time. After a while.
David Wilcox, green light 10 times in a row.
Oh, totally.
I don't know why anybody believes David Wilcox with any dates now. David just
I know, right?
wisdom teachings. Stop.
It's embarrassing.
All right.
It's embarrassing.
Huh?
I'm not that he's a smart guy. I actually learned stuff from his, like, intellectual stuff.
Me too. His intellectual stuff, great. Modern politics, garbage.
Yeah, I know. Right?
It's and also he may be being used because his sources are telling him this information, and then he releases the information. If the source is lying, like,
I mean,
if he's being told shit.
I follow some people who I know they're not lying, but I think they're, and that it, I don't know, over the years they've been, quote, right a lot, but it's still humans involved. But still, you know, I think we were all, like, fooled or whatever about this inauguration, and the March 4th thing just seems like another kicking the can. Actually, I'm starting to get this. I'm adjusting to it.
As you're in the stage of denial right now.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Well, no, I just don't even think that. Like, the March thing just seems like another kicking the can. Like, I
No,
can kind of
another
get that.
reach at I'm not wrong.
Yeah, there's still,
that's all
there's
that it
still,
is.
Yeah,
It's
yeah.
a reach
It's
that I'm not
not
wrong.
it's not the controllers of the psyop. It's the people that are in psyop. It's like they can't accept that it happened, and so, like, no, it's in March 4th, and everyone's going to arrest him. And it's pure hopium, high grade level hopium, where that's what we want. As I said earlier, where if it happens, awesome, that's cool. It won't, and a lot of people, it's going to be that, you know, you come off a sugar high and you crash.
Well, I actually have some questions, and, like, truly, like, I mean, it's kind of chilling. Like, speaking of adrenaline, like you were talking about earlier, like being attached to finding out about all this stuff. Like, I don't really, Trump is a clear narcissist. I don't necessarily like him at all, and I've been just appalled at some of the things he's said. But the idea about, like, China having a deal with Biden, like, I'm kind of good about that. I mean, in the Northwest, like it seems that China troops have been seen just over the border in Canada.
Oh,
and
stop.
Yeah.
They've been telling
Tell
the
me.
China troops have been moving since 2012. Drake
my
said
God,
it.
okay.
Wilcox
New to
said
me.
it. It's
All right.
garbage. That's the same shit they said in 2012.
Okay, good. Glad
Same
to know.
shit.
Yeah. So if you want to get through your denial and your stages,
Well,
just
that's
go
why I'm
back.
asking.
Yeah, we'll go back to look at 2012, 2013, and you'll notice the same, because that's ruled by psychopaths, run by idiots. They're using the same playbook from 1694, and you'll be able to. Yeah, you'll be able to spot the same thing, and it'll be fun. It's like, they did this, and this, and you may be able to see where they're going to go next, because it's all happened 8 years ago.
Well, I actually love history, but I'm new to the Northwest. And so, I was just like, well, that's credible. Like, I mean, credible. I mean, I guess I mean potential, meaning like that's a potential. So sort of concerned about the China takeover idea. And so
why are you concerned, and what activated your adrenal gland to be paranoid about it? Some article that showed
it's
some
totally
train,
following the cues
right,
stuff. Oh, totally
right.
from that.
meaning you,
Oh,
you
yeah.
were radicalized to it without allowing your discernment
Okay.
to go, hey,
Well, it just seemed like, well, I'm getting it now. Like, I'm super glad to be able talking to you guys about this because, like, yeah, that's why I wanted to ask. It's like, really, like, I'm just wondering. And then I've been recently just really appalled at the censorship, like the aggression from the left. Like, we're going to go after everyone.
why
and,
are
you know,
you appalled? They told you they were going to
Well-
do it, and the Q-tards
no.
got so bad, they poked the bear of censorship. They poked the bear of censorship because they became so Karen and Ken arrogant that they had no choice but to be suppressed.
And if you look at the bigger picture, by doing all that censorship, they're just exposing what they want to do as well.
Right.
So in the
That-
it's like, yeah, more
That's
people
part of the
waking-
bigger side was because they got so radicalized, it became positive news they were being censored, and hundreds of millions of Americans said, yes, censor them.
I know
Yeah.
I just think that's a terrible direction for us to be agreeing to.
Well,
Like,
a lot of people, even
censorship.
a lot of people that, I mean, if you've got France and Germany saying to Twitter, to the United States, oh, that's a bit much, you know, you've gone to a certain, you've crossed the line type thing. But a lot of people aren't even new. If you go back to December 19, there were so many people that would just laugh at you with the whole censorship, New World Order, lockdowns, you know, martial law and everything else like that. But over the last 12, 14 months, people are aware of this type of stuff now because they've been hearing New World Order for 30 years. And there are a lot for the censorship thing. It in a way, it's waking people up on the 3D level, where it's like they did what?
Wait, censorship is. Wait, I'm sorry. I want to make sure I'm following. Are you saying censorship is waking people up? Like, it makes me definitely triggers my adrenals. Like,
Well,
I don't-
it does. But there are muggles is the wrong word, isn't it, Andrew? Normal people.
I
general
love that
public?
word. I love
Muggles fits.
Okay,
Yeah.
the muggles. The muggles have found out that tech companies have the power to silence the president of the United States, not Donald Trump, but the president of the United States.
Mhm.
If you're being American, you've got this whole thing about freedom. You've mentioned it once or twice. A lot of normal people have gone, wait a minute. And it's that, you know, in the back, there's a splinter in the back of your mind, as Morpheus says. Something's wrong. And as they keep progressing down this road of trying to bring in New World Order, which is, you know, Nazism times 1,000, they're going to wake people up before they get to it because their actions will betray their words type thing. And so all the stuff that's happening that conspiracy and spiritual people know anyway, it's like, well, yeah, they told us that they're doing this, but the normal person on the street, completely unaware because they're just trying to make rent and buy food and look after their kids, they're seeing these big tech pretending to be God, and it's like, wait a minute, that's not right.
So there's one thing we have to understand about big tech. It is just an extension of the military-industrial complex and has now become an apparatus for the military-industrial complex to exist force over the people, bypassing the Congress.
Yeah.
Yes. Yeah.
Yeah.
And people
everywhere.
waking up. Yeah, people waking up. So
Everywhere.
that's why
Big tech would not exist without the military-industrial complex. Big tech created social media.
Oh, just look
Yeah.
at Standing Rock. If you want to look at one example, all
Mhm.
the military showing up to protect the corporation, not the
Yeah, I
people.
mean, I follow a couple of people on Twitter and Instagram where they're conservative or / independent commentators, news reporter type people, and I think there's a slow realization of the conspiracy theorists are kind of right with certain things, because something that was said 5 years ago, well, they wouldn't do that. That's totally ridiculous. I mean, really, do you think that would happen? And then the thing that happened, like Andrew, remember that joke where I explained in March when they, martial law and all lockdowns, half the conspiracy world shat themselves because they realized what they've been talking about for years has come true.
Right.
It's like, what, this is real?
But part of the journey to validating the conspiracy allows them to change the nature of the apparatus too. The apparatus can get more and more and more and more intense.
Yeah, and change their narrative as well, where,
Right.
oh, they've exposed this, because they're not wise. They're intelligent. There is that different. David Icke says, it's intelligent to create an atom bomb. It's wise not to make the bloody thing. And so anything where they're being exposed, they've got plan F, plan G to move it around. And so in a way, part of the Q narrative, they've probably burned a couple of ideas and conspiracies. But the larger outcome is that Q didn't happen. All these people are insane. Can't talk about anything. So we're in a way with information's gone back to a starting point again, and you have to slowly go like that. At the same time, you have big tech and censorship. First they came for Alex Jones. Well, we said something, but that whole thing. The whole Alex Jones thing is funny, where it's like the big tech companies want to silence you. So what do the big tech companies do? They silenced him by proving conspiracy right. It's that level of silliness.
I want to interject on Alex Jones. He was I'm gonna break a little bit of my rules. Alex Jones created his own psyop with his
knowingly or unknowingly.
Unknowingly, he used the psyop military intelligence rules and created an empire before the psyop people went, oh shit, he's using all the shit against us. And then they censored him because his next phase would have made him mainstream.
Oh, yeah.
Also,
is he Bill Hicks or not? Because
no, he's not Bill Hicks.
Right. It's like
now, when they censored him, he agreed to be censored because he had the capacity to sue at every level and beat YouTube, beat Facebook, and beat all of them. He had the backing to do it, and more than enough patriot law firms that would have filed lawsuits in every state, along with including his people who were paying him a monthly subscription through YouTube, because YouTube's particular terms of service at that time, the termination of it, there was so many backdoor lawsuits, they would have been crushed.
He always seemed like paid opposition to me.
No, he's competition to the opposition.
Okay.
And a lot of times your competition to the opposition gets paid. But he has always been competition to the media. The thing is, Alex Jones accepted censorship because it made him a living legend.
Yes. Yeah.
Okay.
And that, he used to, basically the idea is he would show documents and articles. He would actually have physical proof of the facts being put forward. Now, some of those facts could be completely made up. However, that's got to do with, say, the LA Times that printed the stuff. And so Alex, I don't know if he wavers from it now, but it used to be he could prove everything for the mainstream audience.
He still can.
Yeah.
He still can prove it.
Yeah, so that's the thing. It's just when he starts to game things out, and in a way, he sort of plays a character. But even every stand-up comedian has a character or an act. That's why it's called an act. They're not 100% truthful on stage. They're probably, say, 78, but they're still putting on a sort of comic mask. It may be clear, but you know what I mean. It's not 100% them. Well, that's why it's called an act, basically.
Right.
So
the character Alex Jones,
yes,
was the psyop that he created with psychological warfare rules behind it, but it wasn't from day one. It's realized when he got actual traction after he visited the Night of Owls and the whole Illuminati background stuff. That is when he said, I'm at a unique point where if I use the psyop rules to my advantage, they'll never see it coming. And he did. And grew an empire, and now he's a living legend. Bohemian Grove. Thanks, Dave.
Yeah. And also, to empathize a little bit with him, if he's been fighting the globalists for 15 years and this opportunity comes forward, well, I think this is a great idea. Let's do this. It's like I've learned how to do Alex Jones now. He just sounds like I've eaten a bucket of gravel. I can't fault him. I'm not saying I would do the same thing if he was 100% correct, but it's easy for him. it's a probability, difference between a possibility and a probability. It's probable that he decided to do that because he could make traction and try and get the info out there, and obviously
and not radicalize people.
Yeah.
Okay.
And because he doesn't want to be worshipped. He's been saying lately, I don't know if it's part of the act or whatever's going on, he wants to retire. He's been doing it for 27 years. I can understand that, where he probably wants to have a day off.
Sure, but the thing is, he doesn't have anyone that could potentially take his place.
Yeah, and he doesn't want to be the focal.
Right, and he's tried grooming many people.
Yeah, and he actually has started, say, in the last 5-10 years, pointing out other people as well, because he just doesn't want to be the focal point. And that's that sort of Messiah complex, where, that's part of the Q thing of, like, Trump's going to save you. Really? Like, he's trying to help. However, that's not how, I mean, we aren't living in a basic Hollywood story with the hero's journey. You're in your own story. You are the hero of the journey. You don't, that's why I'm not really a big fan of Christianity. I like the ideas of Christianity, but when it's the whole thing of he's my Lord and I'm scared of him, like, I don't think Jesus, that's what he said.
Yeah, and he didn't say eat my flesh.
Yeah, drink my flesh. But apart from that, I
realized how much like cannibalism that was one day. Like, I don't know, with the shock. It's like, oh my God, it's a ritual, cannibalism ritual.
Yeah,
up in the church. Yeah,
and so that gets that people don't like Christianity, the teaching of Jesus, which is basically love everyone and respect everything. You can, I've condensed the Bible into 4 words. But the thing is, the church is what makes people really upset because of what they do, and they want control and everything. It's like, I do find it funny because I'm a heavy metal guy, and in the metal, it's like there's all these bands who be Satanists, and it's like, really? And all they're doing is they're just rejecting the Church of Christ, which has 30,000 different versions of it, and it's just a small. In spirituality, Christianity is very small. The ideas are very big. Because, be nice. Yeah, that's a good idea. I mean, also the Abrahamic religions, it's 3 different religions, but it's the same God, and they're fighting each other. I don't think, I don't think God's sitting there going, "Oh, this is working out well." You're supposed to love each other.
And it's a tiny religion compared to everything else.
Yeah, Hinduism, Taoism,
Buddhists.
Buddhists. I mean, even state religion of China is bigger than Christianity. And it's kind of weird too. The Christians seem to be a target in the culture war as well. But the thing is, because
of the secret societies.
Yeah.
Yeah. Hey, Andrew, I just a little bit off topic, but I want to make sure to ask you about, do you see the vaccines being another adrenaline topic, the vaccines being well enforced to take them? I'm not going to take one. And I'm a little concerned.
This is what I'll say. If I have to have a vaccine to travel and do my business, I'll take it. But I won't take the first or second generation of it. I won't take the warp speed 9-month vaccine. Okay. Also, 5G was a radicalization topic, and vaccinations was a radicalization topic. Everything that's wrong with vaccines right now can be fixed with understanding that the dose that they give to an adult human and the dose that they give to the baby is the same size. And you're getting 22 vaccinations by the time you're 2. And all they needed to is extend those out, and there'll be no problems with the vaccinations. Every vaccination has a certain percentage of people who are going to react negatively to it. And it's because the dosing size never changes. It's because that would mean they'd have to make multi-age doses, which is not profitable.
Yeah. If you look at vaccines now compared to the 80s, in the 80s, it was this strange thing about health. Now it's about money.
Right. So everything about vaccines, the majority of the stuff about vaccines is absolute fear porn.
But
I mean, I think there's a lot. I know a lot of moms who had their kids vaccinated, and they will say that their kids started to shut
because
down.
They were given they were given an adult dose at a time with the baby. They didn't do blood work on the baby. That's
Yeah,
the other thing. They never do blood work on a kid before you give them a dose.
Yeah, and that's where SIDS comes from. They
Right.
they don't realize
Exactly.
yeah,
I didn't
they're,
vaccinate my kid. I
yeah.
didn't vaccinate my kid 30 years ago because I saw enough evidence that was enough to question. I'm just a big questioner.
Do you
But
know what the percentage of failure rated in vaccinations is?
probably 80%.
No, like 2.6. So
What,
if you have
failure?
0.6, meaning 2.6 people have a negative reaction to it.
Oh, negative reaction. I thought you meant
Or
failure
die.
to protect you. I thought it
Well,
meant failure
no.
to protect you.
Well,
from the vac-
pretty much every vaccine only has a 50-50 chance of protecting you.
Right.
Okay? And the flu vaccine has a 6% chance of helping you. And it says it right there on the Tamiflu and all those big major ones. The thing to understand is the medical community used hyper efficiency over actual medical practice.
Yes.
And instead of vaccinating a baby, you're supposed to do blood work on the baby and find what the hormonal levels are. Is the mother breastfeeding or not? A study that came out a long time ago, a significant amount of babies that were affected negatively by the vaccine is because they weren't being breastfed. Okay?
And
That's
the element
interesting.
the element of the psyop as well. This is my stance on vaccine. They look good on paper. Let's have higher safety standards, and I get called an anti-vaxxer because you just put into that. It's like you're either for or against. It's that black and white, that opposition where it's like you question it like, is this vaccine safe? Shouldn't you? I mean, my 6-year-old niece has more vaccines in her than I do.
Right.
Because being born in
Such a
74.
crime.
Yeah, well, that's like they're just thinking of money and they're being efficient, but the human body doesn't do that. The immune system is being attacked because you're pumping how many vaccines by the age of 5? Is it now?
22 vaccines by the time they're 18 months.
It's ridiculous.
Yeah. So what do you think the human body's going to do? It's freaking out.
Right.
Instead of going outside and eating dirt like the rest of us and letting
Well,
the
that
immune
was my
system.
plan. Yeah.
A human baby as an infant still has a mother's stem cells in it all the way up into 2 years.
Oh, nice.
Okay.
Yeah. A friend of mine.
It's the counter stem cell reaction that rejects the vaccine and makes the harmful issue to the baby. The stem cells looks at the vaccine as an invasion, because all vaccines are what? Viral induced.
Yeah, I have a friend who didn't vaccinate her daughter, and I'm guessing like your child, they glow because the immune system actually had, and they were lucky, but the human body did what it's naturally done, and it's I'm sure he's been sick and he's fought it off and everything else like that, but they just glow because they haven't had the medical system go all now bang.
It's true.
Mm-hmm.
Well, it's true. Like just raising my daughter was born in 93, and so in that batch of kids, so she's 27 now, just her growing up years, like all of her friends were sick. They couldn't go camping with us or anything. They're like, they had their inhalers with them. It was crazy. Never seen a batch of kids so sick. And my kid had a few flus or whatever, but I mean, well, we do eat organic food too, so I've been on that track. So good
food makes a huge difference. It ultimately determines how the body's going to grow.
And what I heard this, so it could be wrong, but apparently in medical school, doctors only have a morning on nutrition, even though
one class.
That's true.
One class,
and it doesn't make sense because you are what you eat, and if you put shit in,
you got to eat balanced food.
Right. That is by design because they want the insurance companies to tell you how to be a doctor when you get out.
God, so true. When
it's
is
all
this
about
going
money.
to end? Andrew,
when the laws tell the insurance company to stop interfering with doctors and medicine.
When does that happen?
Not anytime soon.
Next 3 decades-ish.
Yeah.
It's
Maybe 3
exhausting.
decades.
Well, they're not going to make us get a vaccine, right? Like, I don't need to go get a camping gear.
Can I be blunt? Can I be blunt with you?
Yes.
More than
please.
likely, they're not going to force vaccines. Right now, they're having a major issue with the black market of vaccines. And they're triple charging the rich people, quadruple charging the rich people $20,000 to get a vaccine.
Oh, no. Oh, my
Right.
God.
And I know this is an attack on Trump. He engineered a black market to race it out this fast.
I can only
Absolutely,
imagine.
this was a money-making profit process for him and all of the vaccine companies. Normally, it takes 20 years to develop and test a vaccine, and they're doing it in 8 months, and they're still producing it in the hundreds of billions. Come on.
Yeah,
Come
I remember.
on.
Remember when asbestos was good, DDT was good,
Right.
cigarettes were good, and the thing about tobacco, it's not the actual tobacco; it's the way that it actually made as well. Where they're profiting. You know, how does Big Pharma say? A healthy person is a lost customer, and so instead was it Nixon changed the way that health system works. So you can make a lot of money being a doctor. That's nice, but what's your success rate of keeping people alive?
Mhm.
Yeah, I thought it was about health, not financial gain. And if
Mhm.
you're doing well, you can financially gain from. Even remember Bill, nearly said Bill Hicks, Alex Jones. He tells a story because his dad's a dentist, and even I think Ron Paul said it. A quarter of the doctor's time was actually doing free stuff because you're a healer, not a moneymaker. And so you actually help the poor. You know, that's why there's that human decency of like people going into third world countries and trying to heal all these people to make their life better. It's not for money. It's that the joy of healing could be ego based as well, but still the idea of saving 20 kids in Africa because you've cleaned up their water, little simple things like that. I think he's a musician, a singer or rapper, Archon, has basically given
Archon?
100. I think I know.
His name?
Yeah, AKON. He spent some of his money. He goes to Africa, I believe, and gives people solar panels, and gives people energy that way. I could be wrong, but that's the story I heard. That the other thing when you have people doing the charity, the really good ones you don't hear about because it's not about their PR. It's about just helping people. Because if you've got over $50 million. Why do you need more? That's why I find interesting about building, unless it's greed and power. But if I had $5 million, I'll be set for about 15 years. Like, you know what I mean? You can live. You don't need so much money. There's a nice level of money, and because of the way people still think $10,000 is a lot of money. Only to people like me who gets where. But bankers are getting $400,000 bonuses a year. What are they doing with it?
Buying Porsches and ripping off their clients.
Yeah, but still, my point is, like, how many $400,000? That's what, 10 Porsches?
No, that's one.
Okay, well, yeah.
Like, seriously though, what about the awakening? Like, what about this? Like, people are awakening.
The awakening has nothing to do with the global narrative, global politics, and global perception. The awakening is an individual experience, and the biggest lie the lightworker community keeps propagating: it's a collective experience. It was never meant to be a collective. It's an individual awakening, individual self, separate from the global narrative of distraction, which is there to keep you from awakening to the potentials of yourself.
Yeah, and when everyone does that, it becomes a collective. Once everyone does that, it becomes a collective, and it just comes to the end. But you have to do it's an inside job, to quote 9/11. Go ahead.
So the shit show. Well, so the shit show's going to continue.
Absolutely.
Oh yeah,
100%. Like, we're not going to see the corporations become, like, I don't know, dissolved or something.
No.
The
shit show will be a diarrhea show for a bit. The shit show will be liquid turds, hard turds. It'll be a variety of shapes, sizes, and structures.
Exploding fecal matter.
Yeah.
Okay, and then despite it, so then the game is really like, despite the shit show, that we are still, the awakening can't be stopped, and it's always on an individual. It's not gonna get a big hand up.
You have a choice of not letting. You have a choice of not buying into the shit show. It's like be aware. It's not denial in that respect. It's being aware of it and go, I'm not going to pay attention to that, because if you give it energy, you can get roped into it energetically in the matrix.
Definitely getting that detail, like even more, like I definitely like getting that detail. But I also want to make sure that I'm safe and everything, like, and I am a questioner. I have been really concerned about, like, I've been so left my whole life, like only just last couple of years have I just been like, wow.
But the left grabbed the goalpost and ran 400 meters to further. A lot of people now are going centrist because the far left are insane, but left,
they're crazy.
I'm from, being
I'm a constitutional.
Being
I'm constitutional.
Yeah, being a nice person, do no harm. Like a lot of people that used to say they're left in the 20th century, and now they've been put into the centre because we haven't changed. The parameters have moved because they've gone the far left in extremism, and if it's it's two wings on the same bird, whereas who's controlling the wings? But as you get the extremism, it's like a horseshoe, and extreme right, extreme left are basically the same thing, and they're nearly touching because they're fucking insane.
Yeah, it's similar. It's true. So I asked you, like, has there been any progress on helping to save the children? Like, has there been any of it? Like,
Well, see, how generalized do you want to say?
Well, no, I mean, I followed every single thing about, like, Trump is supposed.
You got sucked into it. You got sucked
so
into
I'm asking
another
that.
You got sucked into another psyop.
I believe you. Okay.
There has been child abuse rings long before this modern society.
Oh, I know that.
Romans
in Samaria.
The Romans and Sumerians industrialized it.
Yeah.
It was far worse then than it is now.
I believe that.
Well, what we're seeing now is that it's been hidden for so long. It's been exposed.
It's coming out. I just want to make sure I get this question. I'm sorry to be assertive with it, but I really want to know, like, has there been any progress in rescuing children during the years of Trump, the Trump years? And we're totally told that.
You were lied to.
Well, there has been articles.
Hold on.
Yeah, go ahead.
More children were rescued under Bush 2 than any other president. Bush 2 liberated the children that were children rape rings. All the other ones just picked up where he left off.
Yeah, that's.
You mean picked up? What you mean picked up with being participants?
Participants. The rest of the communities never participated until Bush 2 stepped up and said, "We're putting an end to this stuff."
Bush 2.
George W. Yeah, W.
Yeah.
Really?
Yes.
Now that feels like a conspiracy theory.
Nope. You can go and truly check. You can go and truly check it, and you'll discover it's George W. Bush that did that.
Yeah, because they report on stuff. Yeah, they report on stuff. But the thing is, they use
any of it. Don't do any of it.
There has been. Well, see, it's not just Trump.
I know it's not just him, but this whole era.
As the Trump era, you have seen reports that the media have reported on. They've saved 147 kids in Austin or wherever.
I followed all that.
There are now what? But that's true. There's facts there. Now what's happened is the Q and the Wagga or whatever, they've gone, it's 18,000 kids under Melbourne and stuff. Yeah, they've taken that bit of kernel of truth and then they've jumped into
what is the deal about all the underground sites, Andrew? Could you comment about that? Like
99% of it is total psyop bullshit.
Yeah.
The 1%, there are underground bases, and there was a war to destroy underground bases. I talked about it in early 2014 and 2015. The bases that needed to be destroyed were destroyed. But they couldn't destroy the entire underground bases, or the world would have fallen.
Yeah, and also there are tunnels under Melbourne. They're not full of kids.
Right.
During the pandemic in New York, where 100,000 kids were saved from the tunnels of New York.
Is that true? Did that happen?
Where are they?
I'm asking you.
Yeah, but there would be evidence.
No.
Well, no, because you would see evidence of it. You would have all these kids coming.
Never saw evidence.
Because it didn't happen. Because it didn't happen.
It's just one story that fed into the hopium, and for it to actually come true, there would be logical thing of like, well, New York would have seen tens of
Right. I
thousands of kids
understand
being
what would
fed.
have happened if it had been true. That's why I'm asking if it was true. I understand what would have happened.
There's no evidence that it's true.
I
There's only
understand
evidence
that.
Okay. But there's evidence. There's a story, but there's no logical follow on from the story of like, well, where are these kids now, and blah blah blah. And,
well, that's why I'm asking.
It was a psyop. It was a psyop from the very beginning to get people radicalized. And if you really think how the Save the Children movement was radicalized so many people,
it has.
Okay.
I mean, it's a radicalizing thing. Like if you think that you're part of like actually helping this horrible situation, it is. And so are you saying that like no progress essentially was made in that?
Under Trump, there were kids that were rescued, but those are the standard things that are done every year by the FBI, the ATF. Okay. The drug cartels have rape rings and all that stuff, but that's been going on for centuries. Okay. So those are the normal busts that go on. Trump did not do anything different than any other presidents have been around, and it's George W. Bush that has the biggest track record of actually rescuing children.
That's crazy. That just means all he had did nothing compared. Like, and that's like, to me, then that sounds like Trump's done like 5% of what's been attributed to him, but we're all waiting for evidence.
Less than 5%, maybe 1.
What a fucked up thing.
Well, the other thing is
so fucked up.
The numbers are probably like Trump probably got rid of, only did say 3% of what has been attributed to him, but he could have cleaned up 50% of the actual kids that have been being locked away and everything else like that.
Okay.
But the numbers of the psyop though have blown it out by 400%.
Obviously.
4,000%.
I'm just starting to get that. I'm kind of pissed about just getting it right now. So I'm being kind of assertive about this, kind of pissing me off. So what's gonna happen to that situation then, Andrew? Like what's the arcing resolution to that horrible story?
All people who were radicalized by that psyop have been minimalized, marginalized, thrown into the flat earth community, and you're considered undesirable citizens now. And they're going to have a very hard time re-entering society because they've damaged themselves so much.
And the stigma of it.
But as far as, the people, okay, so that's the people who followed the topic. What about the actual topic of the children? I was asking about them, like the topic of like ending that, like onto this planet.
You're not gonna stop a global industrial reign of slavery. Slavery didn't end in the Civil War. It got actually more incredible. Okay, slavery exists all over the world right now. It's a criminal commodity. It has always been a criminal commodity.
Yeah, that's like you have to take down the apparatus of the global narrative for that.
Well, I thought we're all getting, like, generally speaking, higher vibration, and truth is coming out, and this is what this is. We're facing the darkness.
Individually, not as a collective. You must have an individual experience before a collective can come together. And there must be a groundswell of individuals who have their own experience before the collective can even come together.
And the fun part of creation is, as you do your inner work, your frequency changes, and you may actually jump out of this reality and go an inch to the left, and the world's better because you've risen your vibration. Because there's multiple sort of realities. Very simple, like I remember Andrew saying, like, because for a while there, past lives, it's not linear. Where I'm sure I'm existing on this planet 3 or 4 other times, a girl in Somalia and a grandfather in Greece. It's to quote Doctor Who, reality is very wibbly wobbly. So
right.
it's where, because the logical mind tries to break everything down to make it simplified, it doesn't work that way. But it's fun. Well, don't fear the unknown. Love mystery.
Oh yeah. Well, we're all just going forward into the unknown. Here we go.
Hi-ho, Silver.
Yeah. Create your own dream bubble. And don't allow. Like, I'm aware that the global narrative is out there, but I don't interact with it too much. So
you just mean it.
Yeah, I meme the crap out of it because I'm there going poker, poker, poker. Yeah, it's fucking poker, poker,
Well,
poker. But
I'm definitely getting
it's a movie.
yeah to put this down. Like I've just been following it too long. I did come to a point with other stuff. It's like you know what, this isn't working for me. So this is helpful. All of this. I appreciate your insights, Andrew. Just to help to put this aside.
I highly recommend you look into the 5 stages of grief and begin practicing.
Oh, I'm going to. It already occurred to me like up yesterday. It's like, you know what? I think anger is the first stage. Yeah, denial, then anger. Yeah.
But also have a break because I've noticed, like when I was in the information finding section of Conspiracy World, you're in the adrenal thing. You can't go on because it just saps your energy. You need to have a break and for a week ignore all this type of stuff.
That's exactly what I'm getting is that I have spent. I mean, my adrenals are pretty exhausted too. So it helps me to calm down. Excuse me, helps me to calm down to know that there's not, or the most likely thing is we're not going to be forced vaccinated because that's like I'm not doing that shit. So good. And if we have to drive across the country for a while, I don't really. Actually, you know what? I'm curious, Andrew. Like I've read some articles, and now I'm going to question everything even more. But that the planes are doing this like super cleaning thing in between each passenger group that it seemed really kind of dangerous and toxic in itself. Like would you get on a plane if you were going to go somewhere?
Yes.
You would?
Yes. Listen, you have been radicalized in such a way. You've been conspiratorialized, even cleaning.
Well,
and remember, you create your own remedy.
Right, but I mean, I'm just trying to be healthy and clean. Like I know it's in that shit.
Your perception of healthy and clean is still radicalized, and as you begin ratcheting down to radicalization, you'll realize how obsessive you were with your conspiratorial radicalization of your own ideologies.
Oh, I totally am getting that. Like I really am. Like this is a giant day. I'm just like a fulcrum day. Like just I'm shifting here but I'm still going to eat organic food,
Yeah,
absolutely.
Like,
but you don't have to worry about the planes being cleaned. You don't need to conspiratorialize that. Listen, airplane companies are cheap motherfuckers.
Mm-hmm.
Well, okay.
They're paying a union member to vacuum and spray some freaking bleach.
Yeah, if you think about it, you get on a plane, you're going to spend 6 hours in the air in a fart tube, like cleaning it. You've got humans expelling crap.
Well, that's just it. I don't worry about being sick. I mean, maybe I should take COVID more seriously, but I do what I'm supposed to socially or whatever. But
just be aware of it. You don't have to make it the focal point of your existence.
Right.
Yeah. Be aware of it. Don't be the focal point of your existence. By engaging it energetically that way, if you think you could get it, there's a probability that you could get it. But then, of course, it's a time traveling karma resolution thing as well. So hopefully, you've done the inner work.
I'm counting on that for this lifetime, and but I've spent 30 years keeping my body healthy. So, I mean, since I've been a young adult,
you're 30 years hand above everyone else.
Yeah, and also one thing, the way I describe it is, apart from people wearing masks, I can't see in my day-to-day life, a pandemic and all this shit is happening. I know it's happening outside of the world, but if I just focus on my house and going to the letterbox and going to the supermarket, it's just people wearing masks, and so it's like it could be just cold and flu. If you sort of live in your own dream bubble and be aware of what's happening, but don't try and search for it and get that high, you'll notice that you'll calm down. It's like, oh, well, there is a pandemic, but I went to the grocery store and nothing happened.
There's still bananas, there's still guavas, there's still all the shit on the shelves.
The Netflix is still on.
So are they going to, what about the tracking? Like that's kind of unnerving to me. The tracking
that's conspiratorial bullshit. You've been tracked since 1980 with satellites.
Yeah.
Okay. So it's just
2005, 2006, everything's being logged. The thing is, no one's looking at it because there's 300 million people in the United States, and all that data is housed in a warehouse in Utah. unless you do something, there's no reason for anyone to go look for it.
Exactly.
Well, right. So, I mean, and that's, that's the, oh God, what's your word, Andrew? It's not complicit, tacit consent
Tacit
part
consent.
of it.
Mm-hmm.
That it's like, well, I'm not in tacit consent of like them following me all around. And so your revocations are helpful with that. So I just want to be aware of what's actually going on and not be naive to it. Because
So
real
your need to be
sensitive.
aware is what triggers your conspiratorial radicalization.
It's true.
Yes.
Hyper awareness
with
is
it.
not. Hyper awareness is still paranoia.
Yeah,
Well,
you got to just
I take
relax.
that in.
Yeah, have a day
Just
off.
relax.
Yeah,
Oh yeah,
knit.
just say relax.
What-
That's
what is your passion? Do you have a passion? Because that will be a massive distraction from all this shit as well.
Oh, I have a total passion. It's horse training. I've been watching all kinds of horse training videos.
Well,
Yeah.
okay. So when you're out with the horses and you're high fiving
Yeah.
or hoofing,
Yeah.
do you don't think of this stuff at all, are you? Because you're in the zone of being
Oh,
trained
yeah,
horses.
that's why I love it so much. Yeah,
There
so
you go.
present moment.
So
Yeah.
remember that
Yes.
feeling when you see some, what is it that question? How do you say it, Andrew? There's that you don't there's questions you don't actually have to. The only reason you ask the question is because you like questions.
Curiosity learning.
That's it. Yeah, it's like, oh, I wonder what this is, instead of actually learning the stuff that you need to know. Yeah.
Well, guys, we come to the end of the show.
Yeah.
You're welcome.
Thank you.
Thanks for calling. You're a great caller. You had a lot of awesome questions.
Thank
Yeah,
you.
Great. Thanks for keeping me on so long. I
You're
feel
welcome.
a lot better. All right. Take care.
You helped a lot of people out there. There's gonna be a lot of people that are similar situation as you, and Monty and I could just go head on into it and help you go through the 5 stages of grief.
Yeah. Our work
I'm
here is
already-
done.
Yeah, I'm letting go. It's sloughing off like an old bark right now.
There you go. All
Okay.
right, take it
All
easy.
right, take
darling.
care. Bye-bye.
All right, Monty, why don't you give away for people to get a hold of you?
Until I am back, I am on YouTube, which is Wafer Thin Entertainment. On Twitter, at Real Monty Dean. On Instagram as Monty.Dean. And Facebook as Monty Dean. I also have started putting up, I'm on Anchor, starting putting up my roundtables, the audio of it. So I'm actually on Spotify, Apple, and other places. So FM, that's where you can get my, Planet Collingwood, the roundtable. And later today, you'll be able to see me at a local pizza store buying dinner for my stepdad.
Outstanding. You guys know who I am. You can go to my website, andrewbartzis.com, my Facebook, Andrew Bartzis on YouTube, Twitter, Twitch, etc. And guys, we will be back in 2 weeks with our next call-in show and the next comedy show. Reminder, we are now the 2021. Every other week, we do back-to-back Thursday, Friday shows. And then opposite every other week, Tuesdays, I do my show with Martina Grubmuller. So this coming Tuesday, I will be on with Martina, 12 noon Eastern time. Everybody, take it easy and have a great weekend.
Have fun.
Welcome, 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 everyone, to another adventure into getting the computer to motherfucking work today. Today is the motherfucking comedy show because I'm swearing like a beach right now because today has been an awful internet day today. We intend to offend with this show. If you have a serious stick up this ass, please X the screen or hit Control F5 and you will be out of here. So, if you have a delicate sensibility, can't take a joke, don't laugh at jokes, and all you want to hear is your freaking what's your purpose, this is not the show for you today. Welcome once again, my intrepid comedic host, Monty Dean.
Hello from the future, because I'm in Australia and it's 5 degrees Celsius or 40 degrees Fahrenheit, so I'm ready to laugh just to survive.
Just to survive. Burn a few extra calories while you're freezing your ass off.
Yeah. I can't wait till the planet realigns and there's, tropical summer for eternity. That's my goal. And if not, I'll find what there's 4 billion star systems in the galaxy. I'll find a planet I like. I'm sure.
You'll find one. You'll find one that'll fit what you're looking for.
Exactly. Yeah.
It might have some Dracos on it, but you can get rid of them.
Well, people call them problems. I call them challenges.
Yes, everybody, LGBTQDs.
Reptilian rights have been suppressed for eons, and quite frankly, we need to shut up, you stupid lizard.
Exactly.
Apparently, the Washington Redskins are changing their names to lizards because that's more representative of the people in Washington DC.
Pretty much.
Oh yeah.
So, Monty, today we are going to be taking the piss out of a variety of subjects, but you wanted to do a coverage of what we talked about in the shows earlier this week. So why don't you do the comedic overview of what has happened and what has been talked about?
Well, on Thursday's show, which was Friday morning, and I'll stop doing that because time's an illusion. It's also a pain in the ass because, hey, good afternoon. It's like it's 8 a.m. in the morning. What are you talking about? The callers you had were awesome. The time traveler, hey, all right, I know you. Well, I've seen you at the meetings where I came up with the concept. Your body is a TARDIS. It's bigger on the inside, and spiritually that works if you think about it.
Yes, you have an infinite amount of space within inside your body to make mistakes, fill it up with traumas.
Yes, a master of limitation, and we enjoy that well, we're over that now, so. And also you mentioned how lockdown, I'm not calling it a scamdemic or a plandemic or an epidemic, big words I can't spell. It's lockdown, that's what we're in. So hello from lockdown to lock harder. Yay, Victoria.
Lockdown to lock harder, starring Monty Dean.
How can the same thing happen to the same guy twice?
It's not a repeat, it's a reboot.
Yeah. See, history doesn't repeat, it rhymes. Thank you, Mr. Twain. Swine.
We had Arcturians. We had Arcturians.
Oh yeah, yes, that's. We also you're talking about the crystals, and the markets and eBay and everything else like that. With yes, Jamie, I have used "Will you be my quarantine?" I used that in March. It's a great line. Will you be my quarantine? That's the problem about in this world today, because it's not a commitment or 12 hours. It's like, do I want to spend 2 weeks with this person? Even if you just meet at a bar. Lockdown with a vengeance.
Lockdown 3. Lockdown with a vengeance, starting Monty Dean.
Yeah, that will be September. You're talking about how everyone is selling crystals and the prices are disproportionate. And I came up with the term Gemageddon.
Yes, when we were talking post show yesterday, Gemageddon. I kind of let everyone know how lockdown is hurting the whole party industry, the people that go to shows, fairs, and the guys that carry their crystals and have these big gigantic setups. 60 to 80% of them are going out of business, and many of them have a $500,000 stock from the last season, and they produce about $500,000 to $2 million of stock every year for the big gem shows. And this year's gem show in Tucson, Arizona, which is the largest gem show in the world, virtually had no one at it. So it's the liquidation. And I said on yesterday's show, you can literally get $1 million crystal collection for $1,000 on eBay in the next 6 months. That's why he called it Gemageddon.
Yeah, exactly. Gemageddon.
So Petrushka, no way. Way.
It's so way.
Way. So way.
So yeah, do some crystal mining.
On eBay.
Yeah. So you can't leave the house. Let the crystals come to you. And so that was that as well, which is I actually posted on Twitter, which makes me think I'm shadow banned because I say things and it's like, well, Twitter's like, I don't like that. That makes people think. I did a poll of what is gonna cause most death, lockdown or COVID, and I got 4 votes. And 3 was the lockdown is going to probably cause more harm than the actual quarantine, the virus. So that's fun for comedy to bring up mass death. But hey, that's what comedians do on stage all the time.
Yes. All right. So anybody that's listening on Facebook, YouTube, Twitter, Twitch, anywhere else that wants to come and join the Zoom room is where we interact with the chat room, take questions from the chat room. It's also where we take callers. That is right. If you want to be a caller to later this evening on tonight's show, you must be in the Zoom room. It is the only place we take callers from. You could log in via your computer, tablet, phone, whatever device you want. All the information is there on the screen. And Robert will leave it up there for a minute for all those who are still looking for a pencil or a pen, trying to write stuff down because you can't copy and paste off of a living video image.
Well, not yet, anyway. Maybe, yeah. You could stream. There we are. Oh, comedy, the video game.
I'm still laughing at Lockdown 2, Lockdown with a Vengeance.
Yeah, well, yeah, it's people. It's interesting how people are looking at the Victorian government. There's people saying the Premier, which is similar to Governor. You can tell I've been working on an American radio station. I can translate English into English all the time. Like it's 4 degrees Celsius or 40 degrees Fahrenheit. The Premier should resign for his handling of the lockdown and the virus. Then the other side is like, he's doing really well. It's like, yeah, we're having a second wave. I don't really see him doing well if we're having a second wave. Interesting thing is, as a side note, they're testing more people. And of course, there's going to be more cases. I know. It's called maths.
And you hear what Trump is doing now? Instead of having all of the COVID data being sent direct to the CDC, it's being sent to him first so he can edit it before it's sent to the CDC.
You mean a politician? Yes. Wow.
So let's talk about Twitter for a second. I know you mentioned it before. Did you hear about the giant Twitter hack?
Yes, I did. Ryan Johnson apparently lost his an account. So this day will be remembered in infamy as one of them were taken down. But yeah, it was across the board.
So all the big billionaires, all the big people, all the high-end personalities had their Twitters accessed from a Twitter program that allows them in service program that allows moderators direct access to people's Twitter accounts. So somebody at Twitter was hacked, and they put up a Bitcoin scam. For every $1 you send me, I'll send you $2 back.
Yes, it was Obama, Biden, and it was all the famous
and
ones.
all the top billionaires, Elon Musk, everything.
Yeah.
Suddenly, what did the White House do? They put Trump's Twitter account in the bunker.
Oh yeah, this is what how it should deal with this whole awakening thing. Is you need an element of comedy, because it, as you said, I think when was the first time you said that reality is going to turn into or media is going to turn into the Three Stooges?
2013.
Yeah, and I've just added to it where that Stop that, Robert. um, it's bred with the Monty Python sketch.
Yes.
And it's just like you have to laugh. It's very Australian, the Southern philosophy. That's like, bad things. It's very hard to live in Australia, just naturally, because everything wants to kill you. But the trick is to just like go, that's where the Australian apathy comes from. Like, yeah, okay, fine. But if you can find the right position and see how everything is a joke, it helps out. Hence, did you know this is number 8 of our shows?
Yes, I did know that. It was number 8. I was counting earlier today how many we've done.
Yes.
And the irony part is, I saw a thing of how many people sent money to that scam, and it was like $1.5 million bucks were sent to all those people. Okay?
Wow. Yeah.
What does that tell you about today's society? Come on, it's as bad as the Nigerian prince scandal.
Hey, he's a nice guy, and he has to offload all this money. I mean, it's such a shame. But
Elliot's gonna give me money back. Barack, all the big guys are gonna give money back. You really think they're going to? They would have done it already.
Yeah, and like the true philanthropists, whatever, the people that give money, they do it anonymously, because it's not about, it's like, I've given $3 to this homeless man. It's more of like they build an orphanage,
homeless shelters, or homeless shelters.
Yeah, and feed them for 6 years, and then someone finds out it is Bruce Wayne. So it's never that's the true element of charity. It's like, well, I think people should sort of stay alive instead of using the whole ego grandstanding thing.
But ego grandstanding can be so comedical.
Oh yeah, well yes, I know. It's like,
it gives us so much fuel to look at the elites and go, my God, that was ego grandstanding.
Well, yeah, Bernie Sanders just came to my mind, where it's like, I need free healthcare. I want to cut everyone's wage down to $29,000 a year. I'm pulling out of the presidential race, and I'm going to go rest in one of my multiple homes. No refunds, thank you.
So, Dale, Healing Path. I heard all the cabal is going to be arrested before Christmas. I bet you $10,000 on live radio recorded no arrests, and no arrests in 2021 or 2022. I stand by my bets.
Also, I was going to
joke. It was joke. I was not.
Well, I put it to you, sir. He didn't say which Christmas. 2030 is going to go off the hook, y'all.
By 2053.
Yeah, exactly. Yeah, I like it's like 2053. It was like that's 30 years away. Well, I still will be here, but I mentioned time's going to be slightly different then. So like we will be in a completely different realm of time, because time now, it's really weird where the days are short but the months are long. Remember those heady days of February where yes. Tiger King
where there was no lockdown and mask, and it was just about this Wuhan virus in the background the Chinese government was handling.
Yeah. I mentioned that on my my roundtable, Planet Collingwood Revolution Radio, Wednesdays 2 a.m. That we have to police China because they suck, and that's my political stance on that. The government, of course, not the people. So they just suck, man.
Back in the days, you remember in 2019 when it was just about Trump and Biden licking people and sniffing people?
Yeah. I
Those
can't remember
were the
last
days.
I can't, like Metallica have a new live album coming out, and apparently it was recorded in October last year. Like, wow. An eon has gone between now and then. So yeah, time, where our relationship with time is wibbly wobbly, bit of Doctor Who references, and is that part of the global narrative trying to control what's going on? Because as times change, is it our interact? Because time's a social construct, isn't it? And so society's changing, and the narrative's going. Pardon my French, but fuck me, what are we doing? I don't know why it's French. It's an English word.
It's because you're Nazi.
Yeah,
using British and French slang to swear.
Yeah. Also, we don't swear. We use it as punctuation.
Yes.
Fuck a.
So somebody in the chat room said, "What's up with Agenda 121?" There is no Agenda 21. It was a psyop from day one,
Ooh. What about
just to
2030?
get you into fear. You should be worrying about Agenda 2984.678. That's the one you worry about.
Well, also, 21's in 4 months, 5 months, 5.5 months. That once again, the cabal suck. They're like, we're supposed to be under totalitarian rule in 2000. Yeah, but that was 20 years ago, and you're telling me that we were losing?
Exactly. But the cabal's got the same thing. When you have such a big organization, it has its own bureaucracy in it. That's why they can never get the world to end. Its own internal bureaucracy. Put the nukes on the plane.
Have you filled out the forms? Oh, for fuck's sake! I do
We're
remember.
the cabal. We don't need forms. I am of the top 13 families. It says right here, no form, no bomb.
And for those playing at home, the cabal has been using the same playbook from 1640, and then Andrew told me, and that playbook's still on the internet. I'm like, wow, because it's pattern recognition. Oh, they're doing this now.
Yep. And guess what's happening in the Middle East once again?
Yeah, and China's trying to start a war, and Iran. I know you want to share something about Iran, but we'll do that whenever you want to bring.
We'll do that a little later. Let's finish going over the week in review.
Oh yes, yeah, we haven't got to the Arcturians yet, so. But so yeah, you got Jemageddon. Politics is just like Kanye said, like, I'm running for president, and Razor Fist, the great man from Arizona, said he missed his deadline, and then 3 weeks later he's pulling out and was like, "Oh, he's such an idiot." It's like he didn't fill out the forms. Notice most things in reality, we're Australian, we don't fill out forms. It's like, I'm not filling out a fucking form. You'll get this free travel mug. Give me the pen.
Give me the pen. Exactly.
And that's right as well. The last thing before we get the Arcturians is we had the formation of the Unicorn Clan. No, Unicorn.
Yes, that's right. The unicorn. Yeah. We have had a unicorn on the show yesterday.
Yep. And as I said to you yesterday as well, Andrew, you're the only show on the internet where you can smile at someone crying.
That's right. I'm so happy they're crying.
It's like, well, where everyone's going through that lovely lady was making that connection to finding the right frequency and her legacy and everything else like that. I had a huge grin, and I'm not typing anything in because people crying in the chat as well was connecting. It was a massive moment in creation, but I'm meaning smiling. It's like, oh, that's so awesome. And I realized that's kind of sick. So if you told someone that is like you were smiling at someone's crying, what is wrong with you?
But it's again one of the only shows you can smile at the healing tears because you're like, go girl, go.
Yeah, cheering on. It's like, you get those tears out, motherfucker. Come on.
Exactly. Get them out.
The Galactic Historian, he'll make you cry like a bitch, and there'll be a cheer like, go, go, go.
Cheers.
Yeah, also the thing is with the smiling as well, it's because of Tuesday's show, which was a monumental one as well, where you've anchored half the planet in Arcturian energies. I've been walking around with this sort of this cheeky smirk. It's like, hey, because I realized
what up?
it felt like, we're in the galactic high school cafeteria. I know the cool kids now.
So everyone, we are in the metaphorical high school cafeteria. Come sit in the cool kids table.
Yeah, it's like, hey,
what's up?
Been watching a lot of
Third Rock. Chocolate milk?
Are you gonna have your pudding?
Exactly. Trade you.
Yes. I don't know how to make fun of the Arcturians because it's like, well, apart from where have you been? Right here. Like, oh, that's on me. You should have t-shirts, Andrew. It's me, isn't it? So
And on the other side, it wasn't me.
It was another me.
It was another simultaneous me.
Yeah. Oh, that's right. I've got a whiteboard, but the brain went. So with the it's yeah, I feel better about myself. Like the solar plexus was amping up and everything else. Like, but you could see in the chat room as well, everyone was tapping the energy and going off like a frog in a sock in a fry pan. And how was it from the Arcturian point of view? It was like, well, it's about time, or it's like, oh, this is also because it's an energy exchange, isn't it? So they're tapping into humanity's energy, yeah.
Well, I didn't give them any forewarning. So when I clicked, when I dialed their digits, there was some coffee being spilt, pagers going off. Exactly. What the fuck? They're talking to us. Oh shit! They woke up.
We're on the night shift, you bastards.
Exactly. So some notes had to be going up to the higher to wake a bunch of people up.
What now?
Well, and he's live. Ah, shit.
This is not just like it's a one-on-one thing. No.
Is he just crank calling us again? Yes.
Hello, you have reached the high command of the Arcturians. Yeah, we're going live. Oh, fuck.
So once their pagers and stuff went on, and they got the intention of what I was trying to do, which is to use the show as a medium to understand how to begin create first contact, second contact communication. They brought a bunch of other beings and energy frequencies there just to hold the light. But because I tend to keep things light, keep things moving, keep things comical, it was one of these rolling frequencies, joy and energy that people could palpably begin to feel.
Yeah, that's sort of what I felt, where I think the connection was made, and then I, like, you know, the old style radios where you use the knob and you just tweak the frequency, and so I went into that, and I'm like, ooh. But, you know, I'm a watcher, so like, I'm in the cafeteria, I'm at my own table going, hey.
So for tonight's show, I'm going to page the Arcturians, ring-a-ding-ding, ring-a-ding-ding. So they're in our green room right now.
Live from Pluto.
Live from just beyond Pluto. Exactly. We're going to bring them in a little bit. And this is a collective of Arcturian comedians. And Monty and I, before the show, were joking they're just here to steal our jokes.
Yeah, it's like, yeah, you can't write, you're not human. You have no idea how to material like this. But I just find it, because from my perspective that I've seen a lot of higher frequency spiritual types, I'll name check Bashar, not the leader of Syria. That's my joke. I'm pointing out it's not the guy from Syria. It's like,
he's not the genocidal maniac from Syria.
Yeah, he's not a six-dimensional being. Or is he? There's a sense of humor. Like even Yeshua, Jesus, with like he make a whole congregation. He had to do stand-up. Like that's the thing that's not. There's no jokes in the Bible. Have you know? There's no humor in the Bible. But when you work a crowd, there would still at least be even people like vicars from the pulpit. There's humor there. And that's what I've noticed with higher frequency, especially when we do our roasting of alien race. We find out if they're good or bad, because the good ones is like, oh yes, that's funny. You won't evolve, but you're funny. The other ones just get really angry. It's like,
yes, because when you start roasting something, you put them on the spot right away, and they don't like being put on the spot right away.
Yes, so it'd be interesting to see. Like I'm joking, like I need gigs. That's why what's the touring comedy be like? So we'll find out when they turn up, I guess.
So we're gonna be having an Arcturian Netflix special.
How many Dracos does it take to enslave a planet? 15. No, that's Archons. Yeah.
All right. Oh God. Now, something else before we get into bringing the Arcturians, I wanted to talk about Iran. Has people been paying attention to the mystery explosions that have been going on all over their country, at their missile facilities, their nuclear facilities?
Yeah, someone mentioned it was like a cyber war or something to do with the internet or something. I'm aware of it, but I haven't. I just read headlines and then forget half of them because it's like I'm not reading that with all clickbait. But 14 signs you're an Arcturian. No. Why? Anyway, so yeah, what is happening with? Is it Iran or Iran?
In Iran. So,
No.
do you remember the Chinese city of Tianjin that had an explosion in its port in 2014?
Yeah. No.
Well, let's just say what is going on in Iran is the same thing that happened in 2014 because Tianjin at that time had China's top internet security database system there, master hub to the internet, everything.
Oh, okay, so they centralized.
Yes.
The security, which kind of makes sense. But if you get past all the firewalls and light a match, it's that balance of like, awesome, we can defend everything, but if someone gets through, we lose everything.
Well, the thing is, what's being done is stolen cyber technology from America is being used by very negative Iranians who are trying to kick the mullahs out. And the mullahs at the same time are using stolen American cyber equipment to get this secondary faction out. So they're cyber warfaring them between themselves right now.
Yeah, okay.
Okay?
In Ireland, they would be called the Troubles.
The Troubles.
That's so Irish. It's like we've had a civil war for 30 years. We'll just call it the Troubles. All right.
Yeah, it explained it all. It has to do with alcohol and religion.
We don't want to talk about it. It's the same God in the same sectarian violence. Anyway, go ahead. So they're having an internal war, obviously.
Right, an internal war. One to become more hardliner and one to stay the hardline that they're at.
Yeah, which it's interesting where as an outsider, like you want to free the people, but then you're in Iran, and you flip between we have to attack Iran, but not all of Iran, just the crappy bit, and blah 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 blah. You turn into a CIA agent, basically. Well,
there's other things that are going on. There are very wealthy Iranians who want Iran to come out of the Dark Ages. Yeah. But know that the current political situation just isn't allowing it to happen. And many of them are now seizing the opportunity when there's a secret war going on inside there to prepare, let's just say, their own version of Cloudland to happen.
They may have seen how China's opened up after the last 30 years. Yeah. Because, But China's sort of like, we should, bad accent, and it's probably going to be highly offensive. We should let capitalism in so that people will not destroy us. Just remembering all those Zen jokes you were saying. Yeah, I have a Tibetan monk friend. He loves takeaway, but he's not a fan of the Chinese.
No, he's not a friend of the Chinese. All right. Why don't Buddhists use vacuum clean? Why don't Buddhists vacuum their corners?
Don't spiritually, or
because they have no attachments.
Oh yes, yeah.
Whoa. Hey, I hear reincarnation is making a comeback.
I actually shared a meme where there's two Buddhist monks are talking to each other, and they're laughing their heads off. They're in the good Zen, and it's like, and then she said, "You only live once."
Exactly. And is this the ghost of your failed relationships are speaking to you through your iTunes shuffle?
Well, yeah, that makes sense. I remember a housemate of mine broke up with his girlfriend, and he listened to the same Hootie and the Blowfish song 200 times a day.
All right, I got one more I'm going to throw out there. This is for all the girls out there. You can all complain about guys using for sex, but sex is awesome. Start bitching when they use you for laundry, cooking, and as a human shield.
Yeah, because I'm a man.
They're using you for laundry, cooking, and a human shield. Come on.
And there could be a mother attachment attachment as well. Where I'm like,
Exactly, there's gonna be a mama attachment there.
Yes, I'm not your
And
mother.
this is for all the light workers. Your job is not floating around a cloud of positive affirmation and tossing glitter and rainbows out your ass. That is not your job.
Yeah, because you'll get bills, all right? You have to pay the bills, which come in form. It comes down to form. All about forms.
Remember, light workers, your job is not floating on a cloud of positive affirmations, tossing glitter and rainbows out your ass. That is not your job.
I've been trying to write a light worker joke, and I couldn't really think of one. It's like, well, they just walk into a room, don't they? You don't need a light bulb.
Now, how many ascended masters does it take to change a light bulb?
I don't know.
None. It's the light worker's job.
Oh, that's right. Yeah.
It's like light worker pickup giants. Is that my reflection in your pants?
Since we're all one, do you want to come back to my house and masturbate?
Exactly. Now, if anybody's in the chat room and has some really good one-liner light worker jokes, one-liner pickup jokes, please go ahead and put them in the chat room right now. If I could shoot rainbows out my ass while riding a cloud, you'd be a millionaire. Yes, or you'd be a fake light worker.
Or have a reality TV, which is, remember when reality TV was called a documentary?
Yes.
Yeah.
Before it was scripted reality TV.
Yeah, and most of those, I think, they're all game shows. That's not reality TV. It's a game show.
Yeah, they're all game shows is right.
Because I watched the very first season of Big Brother in Australia, and the housemates had no idea what was going on outside, strangely enough. And from a scientific point of view, it's like, oh, okay, this is how 12 people, and you're filming everything. But when the housemates got out, they saw the results of how popular they were, and they were, that was part of the scientific experiment as well. The thing is, in the next season, anyone that went in knew how everything was going to work, and it just turned into a game show. And it's like, well, I want to be popular, and I need a job, and I think I'm popular. But the first season was interesting from a scientific point of view. The second season was shit.
So what is scientific about reality TV?
Well,
I love it when people, I'm using the scientific point of view, but I don't really know what that means.
Well, there is that as well, where like, get me out of here, I'm a celebrity. Well, clearly you're not a celebrity.
Not a celebrity yet.
Yeah, because you came on this show to try and get more attention. You're a failed celebrity.
No, you're not even a hit wonder celebrity yet.
Yeah. Yeah. So which reminds me of
you're mid B list.
Oh, that's high because there's like I don't know who the guy is. Like really, I don't know. Nick Cannon or whatever, where he was fired for being racist. Oh, I'm gonna have
Bill Gates bodybuilder.
Yeah.
Oh my God! Thank you, Robert.
I feel ill. I don't know if you saw Nick Cannon where he was talking to Professor Griff, ex-Public Enemy, and he was saying that because of melanin, the black people are better than everyone else. Whites are subhuman and they're savages and everything else like that. I think he mentioned Hebrews once, and he gets fired for being anti-Semitic. But all the racism against white people, that's fine. And there's an element of comedy all through that where it's like, he apologized to the Jewish people for being racist, but the whole white hate whitey rhetoric was totally fine. It's like, okay, yeah.
That's awesome. I want to read something here from the chat room from Shiloh G. My boyfriend and I thought we were woke, but then we found Eisenhower, Andrew Bartzis, and realized we were only diet woke. Oh, that's right. Diet woke. You're vegetarian woke.
Yeah. I share like woke is a mental disease. The idea is to be awake. And it's a very fine line.
I want to give a shout out to Dale. I'm in a really good place spiritually, so fuck off. Namaste. Hell yeah.
going into that swearing revocation. Fucking yeah, well, we've talked about that before, where it's like, you know, there's like a ladder of awakening, where if you wake up to the financial side or whatever, and then like, but I'm awakened spiritually. Oh, who's this galactic historian guy? Oh, for sweet fuck no.
Yeah, my spiritual download is better than your spiritual download. Me.
Yeah, I've got the T-shirt, and it's just like, you know, do you know you're a multi-dimensional being? It's like, yeah, no, you don't. You don't realize there's 47 versions of just you, and then there's soul fragments all through space and time.
This kind of lines up with this what the Dylan just said in the chat room. My oversoul is trolling my soul, my soul shards. So how does an oversoul troll its broken pieces? Look at you down there, all broken up, not doing anything. Stand up on your own 2 feet. Oh, you don't got feet, do you?
Stop blocking yourself. Stop blocking yourself. Stop blocking yourself. Stop blocking yourself.
I'm more fucking dimensional than you are.
I'm wanted on 16 systems. Star Wars.
I wanted 5,000 dimensions.
And remember, kids, once you get into 5D, the first thing that happens, you're handed a 6D bus pass.
Yes.
You spend an age going, what the fuck is this?
You spend an eternity going, why did I get a bus pass?
Wait, there's buses? Why is there a bus?
5D buses? Wait, are there bus drivers? Are there 5D bus drivers?
Are those, you know, are they self-driving?
Are there homeless people still in 5D buses?
Does the bus smell? Thank you, Melissa. Where's the bus? Where's the bus stop?
Where's
the
routes
bus are there?
Exactly. Where do we get more bus passes from? I have 1 bus pass. That's it.
What? It's 6D, but so in 5D I can't use it. What's the point of this bus pass? So there you go. That's my 5D joke. Where it's like, what?
All right. I think we've done enough setup to the Dietarians and 40 minutes of live comedy. I think we got one person to spit out their tea under their computer really good.
Oh, yeah. Now, the Arcturians...
I spit my orange juice out on one of them.
Yeah. Was that out of laughing or disgust?
Oh, it was laughing. It was good.
All right, fair enough. I was just checking. Now, with the Arcturians, here in Australia, we like to shorten everything and put an O. So, will they be upset if I call them the Uctos?
Yes. They'll be terribly upset. Half of them are gonna leave because it's racist.
Sucks.
With Arcturians. Get it right.
The Turians? Oh, yeah. Well, I'm an Earther, so, yeah. Well, actually, how long have I been on this planet?
A long fucking time.
Well, yeah, I suppose. Explains why I'm tired. It's like... I think I'm like, if I was in the Bible, I would be called a watcher. Guess what I do?
You watch.
Yeah. I love that gag. It just like sometimes you put jokes in for yourself. I'm a watcher. Guess what I do? I just.
No. What do you do, watcher? Please explain to me. How exactly do you watch? Do you gain points when you watch?
Sometimes, and sometimes I miss the point.
Is it competitive watching?
It could be from now on. I watch better. I use my eyesight way more than you, son. So I've been watching since I was a child.
When you get a watching goal, do you run around and go, "Wogole"?
Well, the irony is when you retire, they give you a gold watch.
A gold watch? Whoa.
Yeah, I know. But because it's a multi-dimensional one, it's like, is this a timepiece or
Alrighty.
So.
Let me tune in the frequencies. All right. Monty Dean, you are the MC for this short moment here. So introduce the Arcturian Collective.
From the outer beyond, from Arcturus. Great chaps. Have a wonderful sense of humor. Please come back. Sorry about the Octo stuff. And I believe there is a ship just on the other side of Pluto. And since they're there, we can find out, is Pluto a dwarf star? Is that not PC? Not a dwarf star, dwarf planet, or just a planet? I mean, that's the wonderful thing about science. They've been arguing over the size of Pluto for 5 to 10 years. Have you found anything? No.
Pluto existed and then it didn't exist. It existed and it didn't exist.
Does this planetary body make me fat? Yeah.
Size does not matter. It is in your astrology. That is all that is part of your creator world.
Yes, that is true. And remember, don't trust atoms. They make up everything, and some of them are unstable. I just want to point that out.
Well, with those unstable atoms, one must worry a little bit because your world started with an atom who gave away a rib.
That's no, not an A. Oh, yeah. So if the world's full of that, so antimatter is Eve's?
Yes. But shh, don't tell anyone that truth.
Bringing balance to the force once again. So from so what type of ship is it? Just a round glowing sphere?
No, it is an oblong ship, about 3/4 of a mile long. It's got some small wing-like protrusions on it, and it's got a gymnasium. It's got a little orchestra hall. It's got about 40,000 people that live on it.
So they're one notch up.
Well, think of it like a giant apartment building with restaurants and exercise places.
So they're not
little tiny ships.
They're not our physical. So
they have physical living spaces and non-physical living spaces.
Okay, so they're slightly higher up in physicality, or
they're roughly the same size of us, but they can manifest bodies at will, multiples at will.
All right, so they can enter the 3D, or is it 4D?
3, 4, 5, 6, and 7.
Ooh. Oh, okay. So yeah, that sort of answers the question, because we're stuck on this physical plane, but they can enter it if they choose to. All right, that makes sense. Because if you're a light body, what do you need a gym for?
Sustain the body's good looks when you are inside body. Otherwise, they get a bunch of fat Arcturians. And that has been a problem with their species, who come and enjoy all these wonderful calorie-rich foods all over, and they put their bodies in storage. Then they get back in their body, and they eat a bunch of shit because they're really, really tasty frequencies. And then they put it back into storage, and they come back and they're fat.
Yeah, that's so human. So that kind of makes sense.
Therefore, they must regularly exercise the bodies.
Yeah,
and there are some Arcturians who go from other person's body to body and constantly are exercising other bodies, kind of like dog walkers.
Nice. Yeah. Thank you, Alison. The true meaning of fat storage.
You want to know what they eat? Everything, because everything's as an experience. They've had, your mom's chicken soup from 5,000 different worlds. It's not chicken on that world. Yeah. So that's the joy of, because this is not, we're going back to that level. That's the interesting part of things. Is like, instead of we're not breaking new ground, and we're this is a first time. We're remembering, but it's in a new way. And yeah, I'm confusing myself. That's so human as well. They're like, well, soon you will evolve beyond that, human. Soon you will not have those moments where your consciousness just lapses back into no reason.
I just had a thought then. It's like, people are going to miss certain things, like, but I like crying, and I like being depressed, and I want to fill out forms.
Yes, we see how addicted your species is to beating itself and self-deprecating.
Yeah. Masters of limitations. So I'm sure they have a holodeck within that program.
They're saying grandmasters of limitations.
We're so limited, we refuse the title. No, I'm not. Dearie me. Well, yeah. Do they listen to music? Like, because I'm from the heavy metal world, and I still have an image of me being sixth dimension, and still listening to Slayer.
So they are brought up on music. Like when they're babies in the womb, they're hearing music. When they're first born, when their first words they speak are songs being sung. They're brought up on. By the time they're young children, they can play 30 instruments. And by the time they're adults, they can play 1,000 different instruments. Everything is musical. Their language is musical. Their math is musical. All uses musical harmony. So yes, they are musical beings.
But what type of music though? Because like people are asking about dubstep. Is dubstep still a thing? Psytrance.
So they have taken music from tens of millions of different cultures, beats, rhythm, concepts, sounds you could possibly think of, and created an Arcturian musical algorithm that can take beats, rhythms, and sounds from other dimensions, time streams, universes, and frequencies, and allow it to be an American dubstep, a British dubstep, because they can mix and remix. And a big part of their culture interaction is using remixed music from other worlds to say we figured out parts of their culture.
Yeah, okay, yeah, but yeah, being a metal, yeah, because like, yeah,
they're not that big. They're not that big into death metal rock.
Yeah,
There are the few emo Arcturians.
Yeah, I'm not a big death metal fan, but there's a subgenre called melodic death metal. And there's a band called Scar Symmetry who talk about New World Order and spirituality and everything else like that. But I don't really like the aliens land and I'm like, oh, all right. But it's not okay. So you're saying that in other alien cultures, metal is still metal, if you know what I mean. It's like it's the outsider type of.
So there are some cultures. There are some cultures where it's skewed differently. Like American country is considered metal to them.
Yeah.
Because they start with a very different soft music. Like you ever listen to traditional Japanese music?
Yes.
It's freaky compared to a lot of the rest of the world's music.
Mm-hmm.
And then you combine modern anime and old Japanese stuff, you have a completely brand new concept. So there are some cultures where, country talking about your dog and your truck and your girlfriend, that's their version of metal.
Yeah. We don't listen to this. He depressed. Yeah. So, that's interesting. Yeah. So,
right.
Yeah. Oh, now with the awakening, do we remember everything, or do we awaken to our potential, and then we can go explore as new, if that makes sense?
Both.
Oh, so it's choice.
Yeah.
So,
well,
okay. Yeah.
It's you have different graduations to your awakening too.
Yeah. Okay.
So how you in your major awakening, like an A and an A minus.
Yeah, extra points on bong smoking. Yeah.
So somebody's gonna ask, do they smoke weed? They do, yes, and they have a version of it. But Earth stuff has a very unique frequency to it.
Yeah. This Arcturian Kush is awesome. It makes sense, yeah, because everything's fractalized. I'm sure if you go to Sirius, they have their own sibilant, mushrooms.
Mm-hmm. So somebody is asking, do they get sick? Not in the traditional sense. There may be some DNA malfunctions that can create a sickness, but they could get soul sick from seeing disasters and other stuff like that can put them into a spiritual melancholy that can last thousands of years, that can reduce their light.
So a distortion came to mind for me.
Yeah. And then there are arts where very unique viruses, such as COVID here, can affect them, even though they don't need bodies. It forces them into a body and go through the karmic resolution.
I remember you saying that there's an element of COVID-19 which is it's a time traveler aspect of the virus, and sort of leads to David Icke. Like, there is no virus. It's like, well, there's no way of detecting the virus now in our small, limited technology, because people keep dying. The true deaths, not like, fell out of a plane, died from COVID, because it's all been manipulated and stuff like that. But that it's, for me, it's very infectious. That much we know, and people get sick, and apparently the people have been very sick of it. That they don't die, but they're curled on a ball in their bed for 3 weeks. And sometimes you wish to die because because the body is being and then you want to wear masks, which fucks with your immune system. So we'll get to that later.
So what they want right now is for the audience to ask comical situations about their cultures. Again, this collective is a bunch of Arcturian comedians that have been on every stand-up comedians on every major world. Ask something that you would never ask in another serious show, because this is not a serious show. And for all of you that have just logged in, oh, this is a serious show. This is not a serious show. I can still use my talents for a non-serious purpose. Okay?
What I find,
Robert just shows the curtains behind the curtains behind us.
Oh, well, that's like, I hardly have any conversations on Skype off air. So, like, but what about, we're all being traced and tracked, and they're collecting all information. They'll use it against you. Yeah, I usually do it on free-to-air public airwaves, so I really don't care. I'm not hiding anything. Like, have a conversation like this. I'm not. Yeah, it's like, world domination.
Here's one from Claire's. Do they get embarrassed about stupid shit like foot and mouth? Yes. All the time they make wrong statements about whole bunches of things. And do they stub their metaphorical energy body toes? Yes. They can be in an energy body and run into something that has energy body resistance technology, go slam, and then they end up with an energy body bruise or a broken bone.
I've hung out with comedians, as you do, because that's what, like in the green room. And I just try to imagine a collective hands on one ship. Because, like, okay, what should we do? 20 minutes later, all right, that was very funny, but what should we do? We're under attack. By what? Blah, blah, blah. Everyone's just probably trying to outdo each other comedically.
So do they shower every day? No. Most of them, every time they recreate a body, that their body is a self-cleansing body.
That'll be, because I'm kind of, I think it's that being old, or I remember, or this part of my soul shard, or whatever it is in my ishness now. Some days I really hate food. Like, it's the routine. Like, I have to wash myself now. Oh, I have to eat food now. Can't I go for a month and just be?
So here's one from Arab. What's it like to have sex with just a light body? Fairy and light. Wah, wah, wah.
It's not that heavy.
There's a few of them going back there. How do we really answer this one?
It's just like fireworks.
Think of your fantasy world.
Yeah.
And then, you can increase size and girth, and the person with you can increase their capacity to take size and girth. Or you could have octopus-type frequencies. You need not 1, 2, 3, or 4 holes or insertion devices.
So, amoeba porn, where it's like 2 cells.
Yes.
Oh, it's the other way around, really. It's 1 cell, and then it divides.
Yes. They have their own version of cake. And that is when they go to multiple races and look at their dating rituals, sexual rituals, and try to combine what thousands of different species do in a light body format, and to see how fun it can be.
Now, it is all the, I don't like the word race. Species makes sense, because, like, on Earth, there's one race that's human, and then they're like, oh, you're black, and you're brown, and you're red, and you're yellow. You're all human, and you prove that. Is there interspecial, like, are there half-breeds? Like,
yes. It's very common with amongst a lot of species.
Oh, okay. because I'm just probably thinking from a human point of view. It's like, so if I make love to a Draco,
If you don't get eaten, you might be okay.
okay, because like, you know, if you got humanoids which probably have similar organs to multiply, but you know, a ball of gas and a blob, and maybe it's just comedic mind losing its mind. Like, but how do you like the guy from Mallrats, where he's talking to Stan Lee about Superman's sex life, but if he ejaculates, how does Lois contain the? My question is about Superman. Who cuts his hair? Because it grows.
Super barber.
Exactly. Because I'm watching Man of Steel going, this is awesome. He's still got the same haircut from 20 years ago. Who cuts that? And with what?
Are Arcturians funnier than us? From their own statement, no. We have comical things here that have made some Arcturians almost die with laughter. But earlier in their species history, there were some debacles of experiences where they were trying to help some species out of some difficult things, and no matter what they could do, it always went wrong. So they have multidimensional comedy, understand how the universe can risk things, and then there are just situations where you get the wrong personalities running the wrong plan who don't really understand a culture, and it becomes devolved into just comical actions upon actions where suddenly other observers are simply laughing their ass off. No matter how density of a species you are, the universe will come in and fuck your plans up.
So like almost Monty Python farce. Whereas
Beyond that.
Yeah, oh, beyond that.
Beyond that, yeah.
Yeah, you know how to write a soap opera where you have a situation and you have one character make the wrong choice. And then for the next 24 minutes, they continually make the wrong choice. Yeah. And so, but if you
that is common in their elder history.
So that's a fun part. Like the transition, the change, the awakening and stuff. You still want to have a little bit of mystery, and you don't want to remember everything. To me, like going to different civilizations, like you have a soul chart here. Oh, and then you discover it from a human point of view. You don't want to, you're Arcturian, and then thump, your entire experience of being Arcturian comes back, because it's like you'll sit there remembering instead of actually exploring.
Yes. So somebody is asking, can you go visit their ship? And they'll simply say, do you have your papers?
Peppers, please. Yeah. In a German accent. Yeah. You have peppers to come onto our ship, yeah? Now, here's a question. From there, they obviously have a good view. How full is the solar system at the moment? Are they? They're not the only ones hanging out. I'm sure.
Thousands and thousands and thousands of species.
So we are the Truman Show.
No, we're a farm. We're a Walmart or Costco.
This week on humans. Yeah.
It's not that. It's more like advertisement. Are you looking for a human to replace your AIs? Don't they work so much better? All you need is a false god, and they will last and self-procreate for centuries.
After the destruction of the Time Wars.
Yeah, only 50% of them have balls. Cut off 25% of their balls, and you will have a very docile species.
Now with free mask.
Exactly. Now they come with special face coverings.
So their annoying twang of a voice will be muffled.
You think you couldn't understand them then? You definitely won't understand them now. Ball masks. So they're gonna once again. This is connecting with them, and they're sitting over there, a bunch of elder Arcturian comedians, scanning the audience here. looking at the various people that are typing in. They want to know if there's a genius in the group. And if so, they want that genius to type in something unique, not worker cliches. So reach into your genius, genii out there.
Yeah, I remember, I think last show you put forward a challenge of trying to create a conspiracy. And I've been thinking about it, and it will be very unique because everything's sort of been covered. Like, if I think of something, it's like, oh, that's that. I'm taking parts of other conspiracies and trying to form something new. And the only thing I come up with is that Third Rock from the Sun is a documentary.
That's a good one, an old TV show. If you guys haven't watched it.
Yeah. So yeah.
When it comes to, a few of them are adding some ideas here. When it comes to creating a conspiracy in the conspiracy world, all you need to do is look to Hollow Earth, the place where all the conspiracies came from. There is where you can say absolutely anything about them, and there's no Hollow Earth people coming out and being Hollow Earth. What do we call it? Fuck, I'm in a total brain fart. Testimonials, states. What is it? Not turncoat. Turning states evidence and.
Like witness trader?
Whistleblower. There's no Hollow Earth whistleblowers. Okay.
I've got some information. I'm from a cave, but.
Okay. That's where all the conspiracies stem from. They're quite serious about it. It all comes from there.
So is it between good and evil? It's basically the surface against the Hollow Earth?
The subsurface is the management of the many cockles on the surface. It's the Waltons who run Walmart. Okay? It's the stock owners and the board members.
I do love talking about underground. The prime creator writes the best jokes. Like, we have a deep underground military base, or DUM for short. These are dumb.
And people are going to believe those dumb acronyms.
Mm-hmm. Yeah, the whole it's. Watched the James Corbett report, where there's a guy from the Washington Post who's written a book. How in one chapter he says, like, in 2005, this guy pointed out that the NSA is spying on everybody, and that's just a crank theory. And then about three chapters later, I was looking through First Fruits, I think it's called, and my name's in it, and they were. The NSA were spying on everybody. It's like, you really, he contradicts himself in his own book. That's the fun part. Oh, the shitty part about being a conspiracy theory. Like, for me, from my perspective, I'm seeing a lot of people becoming more spiritual. And it's like, or they're realizing what's going on. And I've been talking about this for a decade. Where is my recognition? Maybe my ego needs to be tempered, but it's an element where, like, did you know? Like, yes, I do. I think you're frozen there, Andrew.
Yes, I'm having internet issues. I'm going to turn off my video for a second because the internet's been fuckered here the last 2 days.
Yeah, your little bars have gone red. which is
I good. Know. I have red bar syndrome. It's my internet. No, it's stable. Oh no! Damn you, internet.
Yeah, and that's someone fiddling with the switch, basically, isn't it?
No, that's just the internet being the internet. Everyone on lockdown, and none of the internet companies ever prepared for everyone being at home watching porn.
Yeah, I mentioned that occasionally on my show, where I don't say COVID is the gift that keeps on giving, because people go, what? Like, that's not right. But it's shown us that the medical system's fucked. The politicians are corrupt. Big pharma, everything. It's that I can see it being a karmic resolution, where it's like, even the theory of they were going to release it a year later and try and do what they're doing now, but the prime creator's just gone, bink, try now, bitches. Like, oh fuck, oh fuck. The incompetence across the level and everything else like that, where it's as a spectrum. Most people are in the middle type thing. Well, I'm in the middle, but Trump's either the savior or he's Satan, and it's like, well, he's more in the middle. Like, oh, he wore a mask, and the outpouring of shit from he wore a mask and he shouldn't kowtow and blah blah blah. He's in a fucking hospital. Like, hello.
So here's one from Kathleen. Another satire. There's something called truth porn.
Yeah. I would introduce sometimes my show where like we're taking a opium and watching fear porn, so you get that balance.
Truth porn.
Hey, you want to watch some truth? It's really dirty. What type of truth porn do you like? Geez.
Truth porn. What's so fucking funny?
What I find interesting about, like, I think Danzig, the singer, said, Disney makes you hate your stepmother, but Pornhub has a different idea.
Exactly.
So what do the Arcturians think of, like, what do they find funny of what's happening with the whole protests and everything else like that? It should be about police corruption and reforming, but they just seem to be burning everything down.
They laugh at it. Everyone knows they live in a corrupt world. Just nobody wants to say it at the same time.
I remember, I think it was yesterday I mentioned to you, I said on my show, because we're 3.5 months out from the election, what if a candidate comes out of left field and wants to
Run on anti-corruption?
Yeah, run on anti-corruption, and instantly, a nanosecond later, that won't happen. So, like, you're denying the existence of that. One way to get out of all the shit that we're going through, and they're blocking the possibility. They won't even manifest the idea. Like, well, yeah, I can see why alien racists find it hilarious. Is like, well, just put forward a great idea and they shut it down. Limitations. That's what it's all about.
I mean, in their own words, these are comedians, but some of them have a political satirical tint to them, and they go, our world politics is run by a subsurface world politics, but the subsurface world politics they're using is the subsurface satire.
Yeah,
and that's how our world is run, by the subsurface satire of politics.
And that's the interesting thing, because that satire and parody is very hard to spot these days. Where the Babylon Bee, they're sort of like the new Onion, if I can say it that way. If they've been dropping truth bombs all year, it's fantastic. You giggle your ass off. But one of them, actually, one post they had is Trump wears a mask, and it makes the mainstream media question if the masks are effective. And it's like, and someone's gone, well, good, they're looking at it. It's like, no, it's parody. But parody and satire is it's blending into truth, and people can't figure it out.
And that's why what they're saying is the subsurface politics and the satire of the subsurface politics and the parody is actually how our world's being run. They take the parody and the satire, subsurface politics, and apply it up here.
Yeah, and that, if you look at most of the political system, you're going, are you taking the piss? Like, some Democrats think you can abort a fetus after the baby's born. It's that level of stupidity. Oh, we're going to see if the baby's okay. It's free from the mother. How can you want to abort a fetus? What is wrong with you people?
Well, that's the parody, the satire of extremism that is in its own echo chamber.
So, yeah, people actually put forward like they're cheering on the Gaia narrative because they're losing, and it's better to step back now and like, please keep going because they're outing themselves. That's the whole thing. If you want for the New World Order to come into effect, they actually have to start saying, we're all going to kill you type thing. There's got to be a point where they can't be sneaky about it, and they have to step forward and go, no, we are bastards, and you're all our slaves. And, like, I don't see humanity going, all right then.
So the other thing is, this Hollow Earth politics need not show us anything. They have a song and a dance and a pony show we're believing in. And as long as it gets the view ratings, as the whole global narrative is one giant TV show, they continue to win. And what is winning? Keeping you separated from your source. What is your source? Do you source yourself from the global narrative, or do you source yourself from the infinite frequencies of all that is, was, and never will be?
Yeah, and
which is its own joke in its own way.
Yeah, and that's sort of anchoring the Arcturian energy, where I've been smirking in a gleeful way for most of the, like, if I'm feeling, if I start going, oh, I'm like, they've got my back in that respect. It's sort of what it feels like. It's like there's that connection. It's like, I mentioned it where I'm sitting at my own table at the cafeteria, but I'm going, hey, I know they're there, and I don't feel alone. That type of aspect, and I know I'm supposed to take my body with me, but I'm not really worried too much to lose it in that element.
It's not exactly like luggage.
Yeah, it's like, well, this is mine, and I'm taking it with me. But if I lose it, I actually say, like, oh, they want to kill us all. Yeah, but once I leave my body, I'm going to have more knowledge and be more cranky, and then come back and kick their asses. Well, strike, as Obi-Wan Kenobi, strike down, and I become more powerful than you ever imagined. Like, so I didn't see that's the stupidity of it. Where I mean, there's an element of the DNA skin suit technology. But the backlash would be immense if, oh, we'll kill everybody, and then we'll come back and crush you like a bug. What is wrong with you people?
The thing is, one of the reasons, now we're getting a little too serious, but they've wiped out the stock in the farm many times when DNA and concepts got in there they didn't want. Now they're far too invested into the DNA, and the people that are the high-end management, the stock owners, don't want to destroy everything there. They just want to figure out how they can rapidly reprogram it and keep it addicted to a narrative in perpetuity, ultimately.
Yeah.
They're too invested. They're too invested over millions of years of keeping us genetically controlled.
Yeah, and it's sort of part of their downfall. Because, like, we need them stuck in a loop. Yeah, but they're evolving. Shut up.
Well, just kill off the evolving ones.
Yeah, but this.
But it's like Hydra. Every awakened one you kill off, 2 more rise.
Yeah, from a mental point of view, just the mind is like, I thought about it like, okay, so to free the planet, we have to, item 57. I'll stop here. Oh, this is really big. But on the other hand, it's like, well, you can sort of, in a way, ignore all of that and step back and like I've already, the quote from Lander 3, not a popular film, you've already lost.
You've already lost. As soon as you've picked a side that isn't you, you've already lost.
Yeah. Become your own shaman and have your own merchandising. What do you think of the Washington Redskins changing their name? Because apparently a couple of years ago there was a survey with Native Americans, and 90% is like, no, it's fine.
So
we're quite proud of it.
That exact debate has been going around for 25 years. Yeah. The same thing with the Cleveland Indians and any other sports team that has a Native American ending. They've been protesting that shit since the day those names came out. It just remade regurgitated news again. And now something's being done about it because the woke ass community has figured out how to manipulate the corporate world into guilt.
Yeah, because it's I don't hear the Native Americans complaining about it. It's white liberals and like
Right, it's white liberals.
Yeah.
The Native Americans have been doing it for so long. Get those names out of there. It's insulting to us, and no one listened to them.
Yeah, I think the last time it came up, I think it was a Native American, so I'm going to give them props. But they should be called the Washington Caucasians, and they just had a head, the head of a white guy.
Yes. Caucasian invaders.
Yeah,
Perfect sport team.
Yes, it's like I enjoy Black Panther. Mauler, who does critiques, who ripped it apart. I agreed with everything he said, but I still watch it because it's the fun part about stories. Like, it's full of holes and it's crap. I enjoyed it, but the premise that they came from is like black people are awesome, which they are, but they've gone, but everyone else, they call white people colonizers, and it's like you're only looking back 2,000 years. We've been on this planet for millions of years. It's like. How can you? It's like,
that's their convenient truth.
Yeah, like we want reparations for slavery. Well, I'm British, and so Rome's put us as slaves. So should I approach the Italian government for money? Because how far back do you want to go with this?
So what about the Irish demanding reparations from the British?
Yeah, I like that. It's like slavery's bad. Look out for the black man. The Irish are like, well, fuck off then. What about us, you lying bastards?
Okay, I come from Greece. We were enslaved for over 1,000 years. You guys only been enslaved for 400 years.
Yeah, like the Greeks became before the Romans, but the Romans stole everything from Greece. We like the Greeks; they're quite fun. So, but we'll change the name so we think that we're better. Like Jupiter, Zeus. Everything was like they just took the Greek model and rebranded everything.
Pretty much.
Yeah,
so culturally appropriated everything, including their gods.
Exactly. It's like, we could come up with our own ideas, but we're pricks with swords, so we'll just say that to be Roman. And you got the Vikings, and like that's that whole Nick Cannon thing of like all the white men are savages and because they don't have the melanin, they don't have soul. I'm like, what is wrong with you?
So I said this last week. That, God forbid the world comes to a great change. It's the Karens of the world that trigger the awakening. And it's ultimately the battle of the masks that creates the next level of it's Karens and masks that make the next awakening. Karens, Kens, and masks. That's what frees us from political tyranny.
And did you know, I've been told as well, because I'm not a big fan of racism, you treat everyone equally. So if you hate everybody equally, you're fine. That's sort of where I go. Not that I hate everyone equally, but apparently calling someone a Karen is racist. And I'm thinking, not really, because it's white people calling other white people. How is it racist? It's demeaning and it's offensive, but it's not racist because it's mainly, I don't see like, the term Karen coming out from the Native Americans or the African American side. It's mainly just the Caucasians calling other Caucasians. Remember, we were when did that change? It used to be Anglo-Saxons. Like, well, that's only a small bit. So Caucasian covers everybody.
Yes. And for somebody says, how many Karens does it take to screw in a light bulb? Let me see your manager. The manager's going to change the light bulb.
Exactly. How many lead singers does it take to change a light bulb?
How many? I don't know.
One. Well, they just stand there and everything else revolves around them.
Whoa.
Yeah. That's been in the back burner all show. So I had to get that out.
Hold on. I got one that's been on the back burner for a second. Let me just pull it up real quick. It's another Buddhist joke. On a terrace of a monastery high in the mountains, an old Buddhist Zen master stood next to a much younger monk while they both contemplated the great void of misty space out yonder. The old monk at one point gently declares, "Ah, my son, one day all this void will be yours."
I like that. Very. It's a rewrite of a Monty Python sketch, but that's brilliant as well.
Yes.
I just remember. Is that a cow, or did you get a text on your phone?
That's a cow.
Okay, because you should use that as your text. Like, the movie Shots, which is just like a Naked Gun and
I
an
know the
aeroplane.
movie very well. Hot Shots
Yeah.
Part 2 was the best. But
Yes, yeah, war. It's fantastic. Like,
Yes.
yeah. But in that one, it's like the Colonel. It's a parody of Rambo, and they go to a Buddhist temple to find Charlie Sheen's character. I just thought of another joke. It's like, who are they? Oh, she's CIA and he's an extra. and the other line from that is like, all these men are celibate, like their fathers before them and their fathers before them.
wah, 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 wah.
Oh, it's stupid humor, but why not? It's like, you gotta laugh. That's the Australian sort of philosophy. You gotta laugh because we live in a country that anything will kill us. Every animal, but the trick is that's here you go. Oh, they're all too young. Oh, and Mr. Lloyd, Lloyd Bridges, he's fantastic in that. He can play an idiot so well. It's like he's a shining beacon of that film, where they're on top of an aircraft carrier, and the wind takes his hat and float and drops off into the sea. He's like, "Quick, turn the ship around and pick up my hat." So we can't do because it takes forever for one of these to turn around. All right, we'll just get a guy in a dinghy. We'll come back and pick him up.
Such dry, perfect humor to respond to the moment. Exactly.
Yeah, it's if you haven't seen it and you can stomach it, it is a fantastic. It's like early 90s.
Yes, it's like 93, 92.
Yeah, before Charlie did all that wacky, crazy shit. So,
well, he had just begun his wacky, crazy journey then.
Yeah. And Rowan Atkinson is in the second one. I can't come with you. Why? Someone's tied my shoelaces together, and so he has to be carried all the way through.
I totally forgot that he was in that. I totally forgot. I remember that now.
Yeah, he's just a small guest thing, but he's the reason they have to go in, and that's all. That was after the Iraq War, so there's so many gags about the first Middle Eastern War.
Yeah.
Where end up with Lloyd Bridges fighting Saddam Hussein with lightsabers.
And Saddam Hussein turns into a half dog monster when the Terminator energy buns falls on his dog.
Yeah. Very good parody. See, that's the level of parody, but if you watch it now, it's like, what documentary is this? Oh, and Blackadder. That's fantastic as well. If you want to see, it's very respectful of World War One. Blackadder goes fourth. It's the fourth season, and it's based in World War One. And one of the characters' name's Darling, and it works. Captain Darling. It works so well because they didn't say Darling as a name, but hello, Darling. And it's like the actor had got a twitch out of it just by playing the character. He was like, he's being questioned by Blackadder because they're looking for a German spy in a hospital. I'm British. I'm as British as Queen Victoria. Oh, so you're half German. You married a German, and your father's German.
There you go. Perfect.
Yes.
All right. So we've reached a point in the show where we're going to open up for people who want call. So go on, click on down to that participants button. And if you're a chicken shit, extricate the chicken shit out of yourself and learn how to raise your hand. So we've got people beginning to raise. We're going to give people a little bit extra time to get their fingers out of their assholes.
Politely, of course.
Politely wipe it off a little bit before you touch your keyboard. And you click raise your hand. There we've got some more people raising it. We want even more people to raise the hand. Exactly.
I like
we are not here. We are not here for serious shit. If you're gonna ask serious shit, we're gonna hang the fuck up on you. So if you want to ask about the baby raping lizards and the electromagnetic field and Trump good bad, unless it's funny, fuck off.
Yeah, we'll only answer it as a closer. So what should I? Yes.
And,
what's my purpose here? Yes.
And Monty is the only one doing psychic readings. If you ask for a psychic reading question, only Monty will answer it.
Yes, and it's going to be the same answer for everybody. You're all from a city in Scotland called Purley, and you're a monk in 1973.
Okay. All right, Robert. Let's spin up the wheels of comical callers who are not serious and see what the universe presents to us.
Aaron Webb, you're live and not serious.
Aaron Webb, are you there?
Yeah,
Hi,
I am.
where are you calling from today?
I'm calling from Kingwood, Texas.
Kingwood. It's been a little while since we talked to you. How are you doing today?
I'm well. How about yourself?
I'm doing. What do you think of today's show?
I'm enjoying it.
Okay. Did we get you to spit out your drink at all?
No.
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 Okay, we're not that funny, huh?
Well,
Sorry.
yeah, I'm
Sorry.
enjoying
There was
it.
a lot of slapstick going on, guys.
Yeah.
No, I was
So-
laughing.
Okay. So what comedy do you have for us?
Ugh, I don't have any comedy.
Then why did you raise your hand?
We're
Because
calling
you
it a
called
comedy show.
Shit. We
Oh,
did.
so defense mechanism. All right, like, motherfuckers calling me out.
But I want to ask Arcturians a question.
Okay. It better be
Okay.
funny though.
Oh, tough crowd. So it was based on something you talked about. I believe it was last week, or no, when did we last talked to them? This fucking time. I think
Tuesday.
you talked to them on Tuesday. Yeah. You talked about like an energetic fetus and staying longer. Is that something that is
Yes, women can be pregnant for many more years. 12
okay?
years.
But how old? Is there any like age limit when you're doing it with light bodies?
50 to 150,000 years.
But like the
That's old.
Arcturian race,
This-
what's the average
This
lifespan?
is too serious.
Oh,
Oh,
shit.
no,
This
no,
is
I
just-
can slip in comedy. I can
Go
slip in comedy.
Go
Slip
ahead.
in,
Go
slip it in,
ahead.
slip it in.
Torch
Well-
is yours, Monty.
Because my question is like, will that cow fuck off? Like, yeah, if a female's 12 pregnant
don't
for
know,
12
Monty.
years, yeah, I don't know Monty either. This is part of the fun of being on the planet. Like, who the fuck are you? How long is morning sickness if it's 12 years long? That's my question. And what hell does the male go through? Like, I'm not having a good year.
Too much. All right, guys. Well, I know I'm not funny, so come somebody else.
Okay.
Well,
Thank you.
Francis, I'd already shot.
All right, Robert, spin up the wheel of comical callers who are not serious and who are not raising their hand out of revenge.
I can kill you.
I reset the list, so you'll have to raise your hands again, folks. But
Oh, yes.
Lokesh Rai.
Lokesh, are you there? Lokesh, going once.
Watch for the signal.
Yeah, hello.
There we go.
How's it
Hello.
going, guys?
How you doing today?
Yeah, good. Great show. I didn't understand half the things you're talking about, but that was supposed to be funny. But yeah.
So what do you have? What comical stuff do you have for us today?
Can you hear me?
Yes.
Yes, we can hear you.
So, yeah, I was listening to your light language stuff. So, to me, it sounds like gibberish. Are you just making that stuff up? Like,
No.
When I heard it, like I had no idea what you were saying, but it resonated with me, and I was wondering what stand-up
Let me
comedy
stop the
sounds like in
video.
like if what stand-up comedy sounds like in light language, because I have no idea what you're saying, but part of me is like, yeah, totally fine.
yeah, you can pretty much say anything you want, and you can call it light language, right?
No, that's not true either.
No,
That's
it's
what's
not Joe
supposed to be
Biden.
funny.
We actually, Andrew has rapped in light language as well, and he got his rhymes down.
So, what do you have to do to learn a light language?
Too serious of a question. This is a comical show. Next. Next.
Call on Thursdays.
Go on Thursdays. Robert, spin the wheel of callers. See you next.
Patrus Caprus.
Whatever Robert just said.
Yeah.
Are you there?
my English education. He's got a very interesting name that I can't say.
Patrusis, are you there?
Hold on. Okay, I have here a lot of technology around me. Give me a second.
No, that worked. That's comedic.
Oh, this is. Could you hear me? This is fucking amazing. Okay.
Awesome.
No, I was thinking. No, they're not going to blah, blah, blah. And I asked to the actors, okay, with no, I'm not respect, okay. Actors, is going to happen to me, and they told me, yeah, and me, fuck you, and look. Oh. Okay, I'm still here.
Yes, we're still here. What comical things do you want to bring to us today?
Oh, pues really, o sea, the comic scene was que I was having so much fun on the chat, que I was taking the piece in a nice way to the Arcturians, okay, in my dimensional world, and they told me, yeah, come on, and I was saying, come on, I was having like a dimensional chat over here with these people, and now I don't know, I'm here, I don't know what to say.
Well, so you're having a chat with the Arcturians, and it's like, yeah, hang out with these guys.
Yeah, because I was taking the piece, calling it the actus, but I used the actus because Arcturians is too long to type, and I was just sorting it out. But I was having so much fun on the chat. And they, for some reason, they make me be here again. Okay.
See, those wacky Arcturians with their comedy.
Yeah, no. It's just that, okay? Give now the call to the next one, because now I don't feel the fluid, passing through it. Oh, it's so embarrassed.
And when we can get people to laugh like that, we know we've done our job.
Yeah.
Oh, yeah.
We
No,
know we've done our job.
Such good time online. I mean, really teaching myself, okay? Really good. Okay, nothing else to say. Just pass to the next.
Who's that? That's you and me, and that's you.
Hello, Robert.
Yeah, Robert. Yeah, your mic's on. Hot mic.
And whoop, my microphone's not muted.
Arcturians.
Yes, they unmuted you, Robert.
Well, I've been watching on Twitter. Some people put up just babies laughing, and oh my god, just hearing a baby laugh because it's so pure, and yeah, it could be about anything, but those little humans are giggling, and it just cuts through everything. It's fantastic.
And then some people be laughing to all sorts of political things, like the political talking heads will say something and it's just a baby laughing at it.
Yeah, I shared a meme of Joe Biden where it's like, goats are like mushrooms. If you shoot a duck, I'm scared of toasters.
If you shoot a duck, I'm scared of toasters. I'm Joe Biden and I support my message.
I'm Joe Biden. I have no idea what my message is. But what I find it makes no sense, but it works.
Exactly. It works. All right, Robert, let's attempt one more caller. So next caller, if you are not funny, we're going to hang up. Robert, one more caller. If you better be funny.
Okay, so I was saying goodnight there. You guys got to hear all that. Nathaniel St. Pierre.
Nathaniel, comedic St. Pierre, are you there? No, I am not there. Nathaniel. Nathaniel.
Yeah, I'm here. I just got
he made it.
What's up?
How you doing
funny.
today?
I got all the pressure now. I gotta be the funny caller.
That's right. Well, so where are you calling from?
I'm in Connecticut. I just got off work. I work at the post office. I work in the inner city, and it got me thinking, who are the galactic crackheads out there? Like the spiritual crackheads.
Oh, good one.
I'm around
The
people all the
crackheads.
time, and I deal with them with grace. But man, there's some crazy motherfuckers out there.
They're called Amarians, Amarians, and they infect world and they bring their drugs all around. And oftentimes they move into a world and it's like reverse Trumpism on other worlds.
Reverse Trump them, like
Yes, like there's other planets like they'll suddenly have like they'll reverse their frequencies and become Trumpists and stop the Amarians from moving in and squatting in their worlds and taking over their public services.
oh, okay, all right. So they
Yes.
just literally come in to just fuck shit up because like that's what they want to do.
No, that's their culture, literally. And they want everyone to follow their culture, which is to use everyone else's culture. Quite. So, have you gone postal on anyone yet?
I've gotten close, man. Like one of my first weeks on the job, this guy just cussed out the head manager of the brand, starts screaming and swearing, and this whole thing takes off. And he's back the next day. It's hard to get fired over here. They got a union and everything.
So, what's the
Stressful
strangest
job,
thing?
man.
What's the strangest thing you've delivered in the mail?
Well, no doubt they got a union and everything of all sorts. The strangest thing, I don't know, man. I mean, I don't know.
Well, you have to look into the packages, and that's not right.
That's what I mean, you know. But no doubt, when you got people there waiting for you or offering to give you money to deliver a package on time and all this other shit, I'm like, I don't need the money. It's my job. I'm good. So, but
Hey,
I
you need a
like
delivery. Hey, delivery. Yeah, I got some money for a delivery. Okay.
pretty much, man. But it's a good job. You see a lot of people every day. You know, it is.
I can't remember. I can't
So
remember the.
do you
the
deliver
Seinfeld
mail?
ep-
Do you deliver
ahead.
mail? Do you deliver mail to doors?
Yeah, to doors, a lot of apartments because I'm in the city.
So you probably have a
So-
lot of dog stories sparking at you coming up.
Oh yeah, I mean, plenty of times, man, dogs, and then or when they just run out of nowhere, and all of a sudden you're backpedaling about to fight a dog, and just being in the apartment buildings. And I've seen some stuff, man. I've seen this crackhead passed out. I walk back, and next thing I know, this guy's in there, got her legs up in the air, doing who knows what. He runs out of the laundromat, and then there's a group of guys just waiting there. It's like hood justice. They just grab him and start beating the shit out of him. Like till the cops come, crazy stuff in the hood, man. It's always something.
So what?
Go
Go ahead, Monty.
The best explanation of going postal that I've seen is actually in a Seinfeld episode where Jerry asked Newman, so why do all these postal workers go insane and flip out? It's still Jerry. It comes every day. You post it, you get it out, you do it, and then the next day there's more. And then the next day there's more. And it's so perfect. It's like, yeah, if you need to explain what postal, you can see why you go insane. It never ends. It just comes and always.
It's mostly the management and the structure, but yeah, it's you. They overwork and you're underpaid. So I appreciate the comedy. You guys lighten the mood. I'm sorry, I don't have that many jokes, but I appreciate the Arcturian perspective.
All right. So what made you laugh today?
Let me see. Well, okay. When you guys were talking about how limited we are, and then Monty's like, "Oh, we're so limited that we reject the title. Like we can't even see what we are. That's how limited we are." And I like that concept that we're going so deep into unconsciousness that, not that it's like wrong, it's just like it is part of the experience. So like to embrace it. Like Alan Watts kind of talks about that, being a really unconscious person and as part of the play and the whole thing.
It's so human. Like you're a grandmaster of limitations. No, I'm not. Shut up.
Yeah, and I don't know. The human defiance, the human spirit, man. It's just something about it. Even in this fucked up situation that we're in, we can still find the comedy, and I really do. I wish more people would tune into these shows because I think the comedy perspective sometimes is a lot. I mean, I know there's serious stuff that goes on, but it's good that you guys are doing this.
It actually it breaks up the energy of it, where we can tell truth, but it's hidden in jokes and the the power of laughter, if I can get a bit flowery, it breaks up the energy as well. So if we're just speaking in a monotone, like, and then once you've hit nirvana, you'll experience extreme glee, but people will turn off. But if it's in comedy, it's like, I have no idea what I heard, but I'm laughing, and the subconscious like, yeah, we know. And we're going to give you an awesome dream when you go to sleep.
You feel the joy frequency. That triggers something. I was at a party one time. We were talking about like, how is it with like plants and flowers or bugs or animals, like do they get close to attaining some spiritual enlightenment, and then like if they die, do they have to start over again? And then like, I was 2 millimeters from nirvana, and then you stepped on me and I died. And, like, it's just that whole concept, like that we're all chasing something, like, oh, it's not like a rush to be and non-existent or like this all sentient thing. Like limitations can be cool and a fun experience.
So if plants smoke cannabis, are they cannibals?
Yeah. Man, Dave's fucking awesome.
Yeah.
I gotta get my pot plant high.
I'm a Buddhist till I get inside my house and everything's up for game. It's like spider, smack, fly outside. Oh, on your way. No, you're in my house now, motherfucker. Bam!
I thought about that too. I'm like, should I not kill these bugs? I'm like, if that thing bites my kid, my girlfriend's gonna be pissed. So,
yeah, limitations. You got to have limitations.
No, karma consequences of the girl.
Yeah,
I
know,
that
that
new karma.
always,
Therefore, the spider must die.
Yeah, I'm thinking of Andrew's like, oh, you know, you can create a whole space so your soul family can experience life even in a rock or a bug or whatever. I'm like, did I just kill someone? Like, so,
it's okay.
yeah.
They deserved it.
Yeah, it's like, but you could capture them and release them into the wild. It's like, yeah, what? Should I'll just knit him a fucking sweater as well? No, you're in my house.
Yeah. So
I put spiritual wards up. Fuck off.
How does this spider constantly break my spiritual wards? It must be an evil conspiratorial spider. Whack!
Take
I don't
that,
even give
cabal.
flies a chance. I see a fly and it's gone. It's gone.
It's gone. You pull out the chopsticks.
Yeah, they have a small lifespan. I express that to them. Yeah.
Exactly. Welcome back to reincarnation, motherfucker. Hope you're not a fly again. Hope you're not a fly again. What did you learn from me killing you this time?
Yeah.
Don't fly by my nose.
Big hint: rainforest, not my fucking house. Just putting it out there.
How long you been listening for?
I started with the start of the show. I had to stop for a few minutes when I was in the office, but I came back.
No, listen to our show in general.
Well, so it's funny. Back in like 2014, when you did all the Galactic History videos, I watched that stuff. Took a long break from your material. Then recently, like the last few weeks, I started listening to you again. It was so synchronistic because I was having really bad gut problems. Got tested, found out I have H. pylori, got a colonic done, released a ton of bile. So now I'm on a herbal natural treatment to get rid of the bacteria. And yeah, things are good. I'm doing my revocations again because, again, I found all this stuff back then, but I didn't really understand. I kind of understood, but now I feel like I understand things a lot better. So
next time around, you got a better understanding of it.
Yeah.
See, that's the thing about spirituality. You could take a vacation from it. And when you come back, you've learned a whole new point of view about it.
And life is better after a big poo as well.
Yeah. Well, like you guys were saying, like I'm diet woke or whatever. Like it's like, you know, I thought, oh, I know all this stuff, and I would remember some things Andrew had said in the past. But now, getting back into the material, I'm like, I really didn't understand this shit back then. Like now, I'm finally starting to.
Yeah, it's very similar to the myth of the Holy Grail, where as a young man you pop into the castle and you can see the dying king. It's like, yeah, whatever, dude, and you walk out, it's like, oh fuck, no, and then you spend half your life trying to get back into the castle again.
Like, yeah, you wouldn't know where you were, and then that's part of the thing, you know, to become unconscious and then find it again and whatever. But I don't want to slip back and be lazy or anything like that. Just taking care of my physical health and you know, doing all that. So
in a way, it makes things easier, but also it opens up a lot of things, and you expand. And from one part of my experience was, instead of fearing the unknown, you start to love the mystery, and that changes perspective that way. Where if you've got a comedic sort of mind to it as well, instead of like, this keep happening to me, it's like, what am I learning? Because it fucking hurts. Like, you try and find the right thing, and having a sense of humor about certain things as well. The ability to laugh at yourself helps as well.
Definitely. And just, I remember, like, you know, okay, if all this, my experience, everything's being imprinted, like my experience isn't lost, even if I'm the only one experiencing it right now, that you know, all this crazy shit that's happened to me, that you can share that perspective with people.
So let me ask you this: what's the funniest thing you've ever done to yourself?
To myself?
Yes, unintentionally. I'll share one of mine. I hit my head on my own car door. Sorry, my pop-top trunk 3 times in 4 minutes.
What was your higher self trying to tell you there, Andrew?
Don't smoke any more weed, teenager.
That's why I've had those experiences on acid where you're looking all over for something, and then, you know, only to find out that, like, you dropped it somewhere on your way. Like, I would give up. I was looking for this hat. I give up looking for it. Looked all over. I start walking back, and the next thing I know, there it is.
There's the fucking hat.
Yeah, shit like that. You know, you're tripping on acid and stuff.
I've got well, not me personally, acid stories, but people have told me, like, I had a housemate who would go to raves, and he would tell things like the ability of, like, you park your car, you start tripping, and then you have to go find your car, and you spend half the night trying to look for it.
Your car. It's parked right next to your campsite.
And he had a friend come up to him and actually ask him this question: okay, if you're on acid, where would you hide your car keys?
The car. So I'll share a tripping story. I was 21, and we had gone to one of those outdoor convention party rave kind of things where you party for the whole weekend. And this was next to a river. It's called River Ray 3.3. And it was really a great show, actually. But our first night there, we parked, got our fire going. You could hear the music playing in the dance fields over there, and we decided we wanted to cook a little bit. And I'm just leaning back on my sleeping bag. The tents and shit aren't even set up because they're lazy as fuck. And I go, "Hey, is that a cat?" And everyone goes, "Hey, look, that's a cat." Like, "No, that's not a cat. That's a skunk." And it it sprayed all of us.
Oh my god! Wow.
Okay, and we had taken our dosage like 5 hours before that, so we were well into our peaks.
Oh my god!
You smelling?
And we're talking. This stream is like 2 fingers thick. It's getting hit. Woo! It hit all 14.
Clearly, the skunk was a rock fan. It's like, motherfuckers in my house. I remember I was on mushrooms and I was watching Pink Floyd, Pulse, and Shine on Your Crazy Diamond played, which goes for 12 minutes. That was an interesting trip. But I started laughing, and I was laughing the saxophone solo. I was actually following the notes through my laughter, which made me just trip even more. Just
That's
go
deep,
off.
man.
Yeah, I know. It's like, I didn't wake up my house either, which I found amazing.
Maybe did they know what was happening?
No. The police started the door anyways. Like, you hear something? No.
So what I was,
you're just laughing whole solo.
Yeah.
So before I got squirted by the skunk, there's another story I'm going to share also. So where I grew up at, we have what's called Cedar Point Amusement Park. It's got the largest, fastest roller coasters in the world. It's got, like, I don't know, umpteen amount of roller coasters. So me and my friend there go there at like 10 o'clock in the morning. We're in line. We get in, and we drop 2 hits of LSD, paper, bladder. And what do we decide to do the first ride? Go on the water ride. So we're sloshing wet
For the whole day.
the whole big day. Sloosh, 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 sloosh. And as we're beginning to pee, we're like, I just want to stop and dry off. And we just go on the water ride to cool down. And we decided to go to the tiger thing, because there's a big cage with a tiger is doing tricks and stuff. We kind of wheel our way all the way through, and there's people to the left and to the right of us. Garrett's right here, and all of a sudden we hear people go, ah! They like the whole crowd flees except for us two. The tiger squirted the entire crowd. You know, this instead of 2 fingers, it's like thick as 4 fingers across my face, down my shirt. So the rest of the day we're in wet clothes and we smell of fucking tiger piss that you can't get off of you.
What the fuck, dude? Only you that would happen.
The next day I'm smelling my clothes like, oh my god. We were in line for hours waiting for rides. And people couldn't feel it.
A blessing.
Pissed on by fucking tiger. Wow.
Yep.
Yeah, I've just had an idea. I'm going to make up about 20, 60 bus passes and go to raves and make people are tripping balls. Are you tripping? Yeah. This is for you. And then walk away. What the fuck is this?
Tell them to go to 5 4 3/4 and then.
Yeah, you need the Nirvana bus, not the Shambhala bus.
You're in the wrong Earth Hollow.
Those are my 2 unique experiences tripping when animals did things to us.
Well, yeah, I do remember you sharing that story about the ferrets. That was
oh God, my first Burning Man experience, getting exalted by furries and getting cummed on.
Yeah.
Yes.
No, don't tell this one again, please. No. No, I want to sleep.
I'm missing out. No. All right.
Oh boy.
You'll have to watch the video. Yeah, everything's recorded.
Exactly.
All right.
I think it was a 3rd or 4th comedy show with David Ellis on there.
I'll check it out. So.
Oh. No, I'm not allowed to tell it. I've been banned.
That's fine. That's fine.
And yeah, if you watch the original video, you'll realize why.
All right, I'll check it out.
All right, man. Thanks a lot for calling.
Yeah,
You've been an outstanding comical person. Thank you so much.
Oh, thank you much. I'll talk to you guys. See you.
Yeah.
See
All
you
right,
later.
Mr. Monty. I believe we've reached the end of our comical show. And why don't you give a way for people to get a hold of you?
I am on YouTube at Wafer Thin Entertainment. I put up these shows, so I'll put the show up in a week, and I've got a playlist so you can watch all of them. And so, you know, there's 16 hours of comedy, as well as if you dare to go into the war zone that is Twitter, I'm at Real Monty Dean. I'm on Instagram where I just post memes, which is monty.dean, and on Facebook, as just Monty Dean. So that's all. And people asking me for a reading.
We intend to offend. We will offend. And if you have a delicate sensibility, click the X button in the corner, or if you're on a Mac, red button in the left corner. Monty, welcome to the show of offending people.
Well, it never happened and I make it up. So Just for the last couple of weeks, everyone that has asked for a reading, apparently you're all from Scotland, from Hurley in Scotland. You all live the same lives. It's very metaphysical, because we're all one. And I can't read the Akashic records. I don't even have a card.
Meow.
Hey-yo.
Meow. Meow. Welcome to another adventure into comedy. I am joined by my comedic co-hosts, Montesaurus Dean and Bruce the Don McDonald. Welcome to the show, guys.
Just a quick of
Bueno, gracias. Gracias.
I'm not allowed to show my. Oh, there we go. It's like I was being told you can't show your video. Oh, bullshit. that great. There's a meme of Jason Bateman. I don't know what it's from, but it's like the fuck you are. And it's like that's being used a lot nowadays.
Exactly. Now, everyone, we have our usual suspects here, and my stupid Windows bar. I hate Windows. All right. Now, no, I will not talk nicely to a Windows computer ever again. It's a bondage computer.
Oh, is that the new BDSM Windows?
Yes, exactly. Now, everyone that is here, we have our usual suspects here. As I'm looking down the list of people here, I don't see anybody's new name. I see all of our people that are here. Now, I don't have to warn you, we intend to offend, but if you are listening on the archive, this is a comedy show. This is not about you talking about baby raping wizards. This is not about sessions. This is comedy. Yes, every now and then we may not be telling jokes 24/7, 365, and it may sound serious, but usually we intend to take the piss out of the subject matter as we go on. Now, when is the last time I asked anybody in the audience, you sit up and talk 2 straight hours without a break?
Yeah.
Okay? Win. Never.
And be funny.
And be funny for the entire 120 minutes. Okay? So,
name anyone who does that.
We are going to ask our incredible audience that is here right now to write your country's special, unique swear style. In Greece, they like to use the Virgin Mary in many unique acrobatic sexual positions. We want to know about your swear language. We are starting the show today about the colloquial use of swear language and how it has some really positive effects on the community.
Well, in Australia, we use swearing as punctuation.
So, Patrice, can you translate "la madre di la chading," whatever that is, your mother did something? So, another Greek one is malaka.
Yep, yeah, I heard that down here.
Which means masturbator.
Ah,
or molakia, the one that masturbates everyone else.
Oh, hand job.
That's also a very affectionate term.
Oh, yeah. Here in Australia, the term cocksucker could be used as an insult and a term of endearment.
Yes, exactly. Especially like when you just beat somebody in a competitive match and they go cocksucker. They're not insulting you. Yeah, you just beat them.
I was going to ask for an example, but I guess that'll suffice.
So, Bruce, what were your parental swear things that their family used for swear worded?
Okay, so my old man was an artist with profanity. My brother and I, at the age of 9 and 10, were pulled off the basement refinishing job with him by my mother because he got 3 warnings and he didn't stop for 3 weeks. And I mean, I can't even repeat it on air. He was just an artist.
Yes, you can. We can swear all we want here.
Because it's educational.
Yes.
Would concatenate them into a litany, and it would go 30, 60, 90 seconds. God damn cock-sucking fucking whore of a fucking plywood and fucking...
Yes.
And it would just go on, especially when he wasted material, right? He made good money. He probably should have just got a professional to do the basement. But me, my brother, and him did it. The ceiling was the worst, holding up the gyprock. And then, okay, another interesting thing about Canada is the Quebec swearing. Okay, because it's all like religious iconography, right? Tabernacle and stuff like this. It's very, 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 very sort of Catholic. Tabernacle is the I think it's the altar in the Catholic mass and things like that. But yeah, dude, I'm a master of profanity.
There's an Australian, I guess it started Australian. Well, I don't know where technically it comes from, but fuckwit seems to be very Australian, where it's just an upgrade of half-wit. And fucktard is a new one that's popped up in the last 10, 15 years.
Yeah.
Fucktard was common here in the mid 90s.
Yeah, I'm just,
Yeah.
we're on the edge
I'm saying I'm in Cleveland, Ohio, and we Midwest is always 10 years behind or 10 years ahead of everyone else.
Mm-hmm.
Okay, and it doesn't matter. It can be anything from toothpaste to cars. We're 10 years behind in toothpaste, but 10 years ahead in cars.
Yeah.
Over here, the big thing is son of a bitch, hijo de puta. Hijo de puta. And that's about as bad as Spanish swearing gets. I don't know why. It's just hijo de puta. And if anybody knows more than that, please let me know. But that's about all I know right now.
Well, Steve Hughes shares the famous Australian proverb when he's doing his stand-up, which is "fuck off, you cunt."
Yes. Now, the infamous C word or K word, whatever you want to do. Now, some years ago, I believe I was on a blog talk radio show. I don't remember what it was. And I let the CK word go. And I heard this like hissing silence coming from the chat room, the audience. And because it was a bunch of British people. Okay.
Yeah.
And you can't use that word there. Like I use the cunt word all the cunt all the time. Okay. I remember calling my brothers cunts. My mom would always take serious effect whenever she heard it in the distance, like you're a dude, you're like Mike, you're a dumb cunt. We're playing baseball or something like that. Stop saying that word. But I'm saying it to my brother. Even worse.
Yeah.
Now the reaction that I got, because the person that was interviewing is like, and because all the signs say, so it was the cunt word. Is that what it is? And the guy comes on, yeah. We in Britain take that one very seriously.
Yes.
Well, I was referring to 15 multidimensional beings being cunts. I wasn't calling you a cunt.
But the word itself is just very offensive. Australian polite society has not said, but the 80% that aren't polite, we say it all the time.
So what makes them feel upset about that word?
It's just, well, I think it's actually
Excellent.
I was watching a documentary on is it James who did the King James who did the Bible, whatever, and that
James.
stuff, and old Jimmy,
Jimmy.
and because he was a witch finder and all that bullshit. And I'm watching. It's on the ABC. It's government funded television show, and of course it's British, the BBC type level. Like, oh yes, we're talking about religious programming today, and there's a scene because they did a dramatization, and the Reverend says, but you can always spot a witch because they have a mark on their face or on their cunt, and I nearly just it's like, but it was used sort of like correctly in that sort of like thing, and like, well, this Christianity took a turn for a worse, didn't it?
Yeah.
So that could be why if it was taken from that sort of heavy religious thing and then turned into, it's like, I know we're swearing, but I can't say the N word because reprisals. But every time I say N word, guess what word you're thinking? So the power
N word.
Yeah, Nigerian.
Exactly. So yesterday I had a caller call in, and I had roasted her twice, and she said I used the cunt word on one of her aspects.
Yeah.
And I remember that, and I remember, I don't know, maybe back in 2016, 2017, I started identifying people like So if you are the cunt, the physical you, I will say cunt with a C. And if an aspect of you is a cunt, it'll be a cunt with a K. Okay? Okay? So that you can understand what's you just being a cunt and what are aspects of you being a cunt.
Yeah. Well, in the chat, they mentioned fanny. Now, it's quite interesting. In America, it means bottom, but in Australia, it's vagina. There's only an inch apart.
Right. And crumpet, tea and crumpets, here in America, it's like taking a break and having your tea and crumpets. It's actually a sexual process in Britain.
Well,
getting into
actually,
somebody's vagina, yeah.
Well, it also is having food, but the all nice bit. But that is. But the fascinating thing is, we here in Australia we call them bum bags, but in America, a fanny pack. Why would you have a cunt bag? What the fuck is that?
Exactly. Why do you have a cunt bag? Okay.
Yeah, I know it's a fanny pack or a bum bag, and everyone wears them in the front.
I gotta bring a ruling in on that, Monty. I think Australia is tainting the language.
No, it's just
it's cuntifying the language.
Destroying.
Well, I believe that's the geography between the anus and the vagina. I thought I was getting pretty clever there, but I'm on another level. You guys just don't get my humor.
Yeah.
You tainted the language, Monty. Tainted it.
All I know is a perileum or whatever, the other word. So.
I don't know what that is.
a taint.
Oh, okay. Right, yeah.
Between, as Robin Williams said, who designed the human body? You've got a fun park right next to a recycling park.
Yeah.
Now, Italian swearing and Spanish swearing is almost like poetry. There's a cadence to it, and there's an operatic value to it also. Okay?
Yeah.
Is it because it's Latin based? So I'm sure the Romans.
Yeah. I don't know, but like when you hear them go on like that, it's like, damn, that's poetry. It's swear poetry.
Yeah, well, the arm movements and the flicking of the teeth.
Yeah.
Right.
Yeah.
So I know maybe this is some years back. This is before I went public. I went and did a stand-up, a mic moment, and I was doing some slam poetry, and I was trying to incorporate as many swear words as possible. And in the beginning, I got boos, but I just kept hammering down the different words. And after a while, was when you get that right poetic flow with swearing, that was the cheering came. And the next time I felt that energy is when I gave people the homework to do a revocation, a swearing revocation, one that purposely uses swear words. And there were 2 or 3 that just blew the heck out of my mind. And if I don't have my other computer. Robert, would you have any of those swearing revocations? Because I don't have them on this computer.
I still have to do mine. It's on the shelf of things to do. But my plan is to write down as many swear words as possible. And I need a framework for the revocation. And it's like, but I remember that show where it was like 4 or 5 people did it. And instead of, what's a normal way of starting a revocation? It's like,
I in their present moment. Yeah.
Yeah. And it's like, one of them was like, motherfucking I am the motherfucker.
I am in the motherfucking moment of now.
Take you cunts into the court of equity and shit on. And it's just like,
yeah.
But I can understand.
Yeah. Now, actually, sometimes it's referred to as cursing.
Yes.
Is that from a different time / magic, or is it just you can't say these?
Good question.
Or you can't say these words because they're actually from the way that you used it for the swearing revocation. It's actually a release of energy, right. and not you're doing the stink eye and all that bullshit. But it's like I need to release this energy because I'm frustrated.
It could be that, or back in the day when church had so much control, these are words are considered cursing, and you'll go to hell for saying it. If you pay an extra $100, you won't go to hell.
Yeah, good balance of that. It's like you do the wrong thing, you can go to hell. But now this week, 1 week only, if you pay 300 shekels, you and your family will get a better seat.
Exactly.
I believe those were called indulgence taxes, and they're bringing them back in big time now with the taxes on cigarettes and alcohol and gasoline and all of these sorts of things.
Oh, I just remembered Ren and Stimpy. They had the Royal Canadian Yaxman song, and they actually censored hell and said heck.
Yeah.
Yes, and then you hear some really weird self edits of people not wanting to swear, and you know, old Biden's great on that.
I like John Cleese when his kids started to swear. He wasn't upset that they were swearing. He was upset they weren't being imaginative. It's like if you just say the same thing, and I can't remember which movie it is, but there was one character that was swearing every line, and for the first 20 minutes, and then the villain says, like, you don't swear all the time. You're taking it. If you use it so much, it loses power. and he gives like a language punctuation type of lesson. So it's like, if you don't use it that much, when you drop the F-bomb, it really, the daisy cutter type thing. But if you're using it constantly, because like, remember when Eminem was on the Grammys? It was Morse code.
Oh yes, exactly.
Beep, 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 beep.
Robert, are you there?
Yes, I am. I was looking for something that we have in printed form. I know the show. There's a show where we were doing that and the rapping and cussing, and Sean shared something for it with us.
Yeah, that's the shit revocation. Bruce, you should read that one because you said you were going to be doing a cleanse.
I've eaten one meal in 3 days.
Yes, remember, life is better after.
Yeah. I do an intestine cleanse a couple times a year. I find it one of the best things you can do for yourself. May sound odd for a guy smoking a big Churchill stogie, concerned about his health, but yes, indeed.
So, Robert, the one I'm thinking was done by Gabriel. And then there was another one that came after that. It was all in the same show.
Mm-hmm. I'm looking in. Not seeing anything yet.
There's a comedian, Australian comedian, who's very popular here. I don't know if he's gone worldwide, but his name's Carl Barron. Very, very intelligent, but being a comedian, half his stuff is brilliant. Other half, I can just deconstruct. It's like, why do people do this? Like, one joke that he has is like, why do people point their toe when you're scratching your ass? And people laugh, but my brain just goes, so you can get your finger in, dickhead. It's like, but he was pointing out Australians have a very interesting way of swearing. Like we sound insulting, but we're being quite nice. It's like you meet someone you haven't seen for a while. Get fucked. How are you? We're trying to engage in courtship, but no, it's just being matey. Bit of mateship there. Oh, fuck off, you cunt. I won Taslotto. You fucking ass.
Exactly. Now, to delve a little bit deeper into the nature of swearing, and I want you all to remember your early childhood where you didn't swear, and then you felt that freedom you could swear. And then there was a moment you were caught by your parents, and they said you're swearing like a sailor. Mm-hmm. Do you guys remember the first time you let a real accidentally on purpose swear word go towards your parents? And see their reaction. Their little child has grown up, lost his innocence. I remember that moment for my mom.
I do remember where I had a swearing phase where I just swore a lot for whatever reason. Yeah. I don't know, background consciousness of he's not working out his stuff, so we'll just slip in all these words and like a pressure cooker, just diffuse the information. But doing the radio show for 5 years, I just sense it, and I try and do it off air because it's like that classic thing of why are you turning on your indicator or blinker when you're turning into your drive? It's just repetition, so you don't have to think about it when you're driving, and so blah blah blah. But I try and censor that, in real life because I don't want to drop the F-bomb. Because in a way, I can, the powers that be. Oh, hello. Time travel. Welcome to time travel. We're back at the show. The last 20 minutes didn't happen. Because it's the Capone with taxes, and we'll take down this radio station not because of the ideas you're sharing. It's because you said you had a potty mouth. So
yeah, you had a potty mouth. That's why we're taking it down. Exactly. Yeah.
See, I think you're fine because it's like you're not you chose not to monetize. And so you don't care. Like we would have been demonetized about 3 minutes in.
Yeah, pretty much.
Like when you got to the third cunt.
Well, monetization doesn't matter anymore. The last YouTube creator letter they sent out is they can any video that they want, they can choose to monetize and not pay you at any time that they want. Not to mention they don't give a shit as us as creators, content creators anymore. That's essentially what the last content creator YouTube letter said. It's a big fuck you, bitches.
Yeah. Well, I'm my YouTube's my main one, but I'm also uploading to Rumble and BitChute. So I've got like second channels or whatever. But obviously I'm not going that route where I'm sort of creating products and sort of doing it that way. So I'm not really that phased. Mind you, knowing me, I'll probably get monetized, and then a week later, my channel, because I'm not noticed. And so by the time they notice me, it's like, oh fuck no, and remove everything.
Well, remember, they look at your videos of the past, everything you've done for the last
I know
7 years.
At this point in time, I cannot go live on Facebook because I think I've got a 60-day ban because I put up a tweet, a meme from January. It took them 6 months. And strangely enough, it was a photo of the Nuremberg trials, and they're all wearing sunglasses, and it says, when our memes are shown in court. And of course, when it gets to the standards, like, oh my God, it's like, it's a fucking joke.
Well, the heuristic doesn't think it's a joke.
Well, actually, the whole thing is a joke as well. So.
Oh, speaking about heuristic, the other day I was watching an update on the Blizzard Activision lawsuit for sexual discrimination. So it's like gaming news.
Yep.
And one of the guys that I watched, his name is Bellular, he said, for a moment, I'm going to talk to the heuristic about the heuristic because there's certain words I can't say or the heuristic will demonetize us or take our channel away. So they spoke directly to the heuristic about the heuristic in a code format to indicate to you they're talking about the heuristic that was intending to take news away. It was really funny, really intelligent too. And if anyone doesn't know what the heuristic is, it determines what you see and what you don't.
Yeah.
Okay.
Like April last year, YouTube stopped saying COVID. They started saying coof because of the
wow.
So it's not jab, it's stab now, and a lot of the right wingers are going, I don't want to stab now.
Yeah, Jabberwocky, I heard that one.
Jabberwocky, yep.
Sleeve as well. Yeah, so they've gone code, and like instead of Pfizer, it's the Michelle Pfeiffer.
Yeah, or Mackay Pfeiffer. Yeah.
Yeah. And I mean, you could have an argument of like, oh, you're acquiescing. It's like, no, we're trying to survive. We're human. We adapt. There's a
they call the
one secret of life is compromised.
Yeah, vaccine is the Kool-Aid.
Yeah.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah. And also it's not. Of course, it's not black and white because there's something. People are dying from something. It could be misnamed. The medical side of things, they rushed it for a cash grab, and then on top of that, you have the political/government response, which is completely overblown. Like here in Victoria, where we shut down 8 million people because there was 8 cases.
Wow.
Yes. Well, you're the extremist government that's showing the extremes of how government can run its people. So you're like a brand of the globalists, or like the more extreme, and they're all taking all the data from your extremists and trying to reapply it to other places.
Yeah, and it's interesting where because certain people are still stuck on the primal fear of death. Like everyone's going to die. Like, yeah, we do that. again and again and again. That's a different conversation. But our famous leader, you know what Führer is in German? If you translate it,
Father.
no, leader.
Okay.
Oh, yeah?
I thought it was father.
Oh no, that's Vader.
Uh-huh.
Really?
I see. We need a German in here to find this out, but I thought Führer. Well, no, Führer is actually leader because you can hear Oppenführer, which means leader of whatever. So that wacky Deutschland. Why did I bring that? Oh yes, our Führer, our leader Dan Andrews. Before the shutdown, cuck down, whatever you want to call it, down. He actually had signed on to the Belt and Road Initiative with China. But finally, China. But finally, don't trust China. China is asshole. The federal government shut down that deal. Like, well, yeah, good. It's like really, you can see what he's doing now, where he's locking down and everything. And he actually, I may have mentioned this before, but I'll mention it again. When there was the protests a week or 2 weeks ago, the Freedom Day protests. Like he was at a press conference saying, and he got to the end of his rant. I don't even know what they're protesting. And the journalist goes, "You? Well, fine, they can do that." It's like, are you that out of touch? You don't realize why people are protesting in a lockdown.
Yes, they're that out of touch. They're that out of touch. Yeah.
So yeah, that's the transparency.
Actually. Yeah,
it's like, you know, he's not a dictator. He wanted to work with the Chinese commies. Fuck.
Zero.
So, Ender, I did find the swearing revocation video. The first guy queued up who did it really good.
Yes, can you play that? All right, everyone, sit back, relax a second, and just take in this swear poetry.
Okay, 1, 2, 3.
Once again, if you have delicate sensibilities, hit mute.
Definitely.
This is a powerful teaching of how swear words can help the spiritual person move forward. Go ahead, lay it out.
All right, here it goes. Summer solstice invocation. This motherfucking I am calls to the fat ass energies of the fucking hot ass summer solstice to bring its lazy ass dog days of summer power and potency to the reading of this invocation, with the full fucking potential of transmuting the emanating energies of the now. I say unto you, hot ass summer solstice, this motherfucking I am surrenders, gifts, donates, abandons, extricates, alchemically dissolves, spiritually delineates all negative habit patterns and behaviors that no longer serve this I am or have injured this I am on its life walk. I hereby close all back doors, nail the turds shut. I lay a brick wall in front and behind the door, denying all celestial services to each and every piece of shit that utilize these back doors. Before the fucking back doors are permanently closed for all eternity, I put out the three sisters of shame, blame, and guilt, including all the fucked up habit patterns they perpetuate, amplify, and reward with instant gratification. I deny the fucked up ass sisters and all their bullshit space and time equations in any frequency of time that this motherfucking I am or a particulate fractal of this I am has, is, or will ever exist on. In every dimension, timeline, phase of existence that this I am has, is, or ever will fuck shit up in, on, or around. I call to the transmutation powers of the sun of this hot ass day to invoke my damn rights as a being on a life walk, awake and aware of the fucked up impositions I have inherited. I reject the fucked up impositions and return them to their creator so that I may find remedy and resolve. If their dumbass cannot extricate their head out of their ass and figure it the fuck out, this motherfucking I am is out. Outside of their bullshit time-space equation that made a feeble attempt of planning my lifetimes, one after another, in a piece of shit attempt to relinquish the unvanquished dreamer of peace. They thought they had it all figured the fuck out. Their dumbass thought they had played every fucking move in the book. But they are too stupid to realize that this I am speaks of is not in a book, but in a heart space awareness. Their ass has spent every moment trying to outmaneuver all that has been created. But the unvanquished dreamer ceases to stop dreaming. eternally outcreating the creation, adding more pieces to the puzzle, extra spaces to the game board, variety to life. Whereas even thought hitting the reset button would fix this fucked up mess. Wrong again, dumbasses. What they failed to understand is that perfection is never perfected. And it is that fucking imperative their stupid time and energy would have best been invested in. Attempt to have existed impeccably and stop to smell the roses along the way. That is, unless their ass backwards DNA skin suit has allergies. In that case, they're just fucked. From one fucked I am to another, I say unto you while I leave you no vestiges in any time-space equation. You too can lay your burdens before the fucking fat-ass sun on this hot-ass summer solstice and declare your freedom from all impositions. Let the solstice energies transmute those motherfucking pieces of shit into life force energy so that we can all release the bullshit burdens and enjoy our life walk with the fucking power and potency of the solstice energy themselves in the now. Aho, motherfuckers.
Fuck yeah, that's awesome. That's awesome. That's awesome. Yeah. Power fucking words. Robert, if you fast forward a little bit, there's another one where a gentleman does, it's more of a rap style.
Yeah, let me find that really quick.
Yeah,
I think expert politics would be so much empowered by swearing, or when we're allowed to leave the planet, be ambassadors for the galaxy, and we're telling the story of what happened here on Earth, and you have Australian ambassadors. Yeah. So anyway, these are Ryan cunts, right?
Exactly. And these Ryan and Syrian cunts came here. And then the Orion and Syrians raise their hand. Could you please translate cunt? We don't understand the nature of this word.
Yeah, and then you do, and they go paler.
Yeah. Exactly.
Yeah, and these Nordic fucks. So it's the power of swearing, but it's also you're going to hell. It's like, no, I think I even get the impression that the prime creator is like, well done, sir, good release. Because how long's this experiment been going on the planet? What, 52 million years? I think we're allowed to swear.
Exactly, I think we're allowed to swear. Exactly. Yeah. So everybody in the chat room, if you have or haven't heard that, give a response in the chat room what you think of that. And I'm going to give you guys comical homework to write another swearing revocation invocation. Can you top that energy? You all just been served by a swearing revocation. Does this creator swear? Fuck yes.
Well, what do you think the creator does when it keeps making mistakes? Oh, fuck again.
Exactly. Put it in the fuck off. Put it in the fuck off pile.
He doesn't like to waste plywood. It's expensive.
Exactly.
You motherfucker.
God
Jesus.
damn it.
Fuck off.
Motherfucking whore.
I wonder why that's the character that is based on the man that we call Jesus Christ. The name's changed, so he's not actually getting all the swearing of Jesus Christ. It's like, my name's Emmanuel, or yes, you are. I'm fine, thank you.
Many.
Yes, Lana. The brick and purse revocation was one that will be an all-time favorite for many. Monty, were you here for the brick and the purse one?
I think I've heard the story. I don't think you actually heard the actual the creation of the story. But yeah, you were saying that you were helping out someone, and just visualize having a brick in a Gucci purse and swat away those demons.
It hit the demon right in the head.
Mm.
And it worked, too. And it worked.
Yeah. And so it's that classic sort of Jewish mom beating up their kids, like, what the hell are you? Or even, just African Americans and stuff. That's the funniest thing in the last 4 years, when you're out with your mates and you're wearing full black and you got a mask on and you're smashing the state, fighting the fascism, and mum finds you and takes you home. Jerome, what the fuck are you doing? You come home right now. You come round. Shut the fuck up. Put the brick down. You come in. Don't make me come up. I'll take my shoe off.
All right, so we're waiting on Robert to fast forward to that next one. So anyone here, how were you affected by that swearing revocation?
I just got that Jason Bateman meme again. It's like, I'm gonna create chaos in your life. The fuck you are. Like, it's a great, you know, cursing against curses.
The power of cursing to your advantage. Bruce, master of language, what did you think of that? Was that the first time you heard that one?
The revocation?
That swearing revocation, yeah.
Yeah, I thought it was absolutely brilliant, man. Absolutely brilliant.
This next one's on par with it. If Robert can get it.
So far, I'm not finding it. They're mostly just reading their own personal revocations, but not the one that was rapping.
So it'll have Jatina and her boyfriend on it, who's not her boyfriend anymore. It was like within, I think, in the beginning of the second hour.
That's the one thing I like about you, Andrew. You have a memory.
Yes,
I noticed when we have
relevant.
kind of key for an historian to remember things. I, on the other hand, because I noticed when we have, you know, doing shows like this or normal conversations, I just trail off into the sun. I head towards the sunset and I just, you know, deviate, and branch off. Yeah, remember like 3 minutes ago, we're talking about elephants and you keep bringing it back because I just wander.
Robert, out of curiosity, is there a link in the show description to the revelation? Did that ever get put there?
I put a link into the swearing revocation video.
Just the video, okay.
Yeah.
Okay, but not the actual video that you're looking at. In the show description, there's not links for that.
No, they haven't been indexed yet.
Okay.
Yes, emanating sovereignty. Yeah, basically, where the hell's he going now? Free range comedy.
Free range organic comedy.
You'll be happy. I'm eating a lot of protein now. I've been having like a hamburger a day, but I'm having 2 eggs as well. And yeah, the body's going, all right, well, get rid of all this weight.
Exactly.
So
Look at all this food and what it does for me.
Yeah, it's like that. I think we're hitting the 40 grams of protein.
The only one I'm finding this video couple is Andrew and Donna.
No, it'd be after them.
And outside of that, it's just single people.
So it should be right after the Andrew and Donna one.
You remember when Eddie Murphy made movies in the late 80s? And I think it's Harlem Nights. Harlem Nights has the most swearing, or did have the most swearing in a movie. And it's like 1933 or 1932 when it's set. It's like, did people talk like this? And actually, that came up in Deadwood. Remember the swearing in Deadwood?
Yeah.
And then in season 2, they make a joke about it where like, oh, they swore a lot in Rome. And another character says, "Are you sure?" And it's like, oh, that's a bit meta because like it's basically the creators having a go at people swearing about the first season.
Yeah, that L. Swearingen was an artist with the profanity. And then everybody caught up pretty quick. That must have been one of the most fun shows ever to write, Deadwood.
Mm.
Hell yes.
Yeah, apparently, now this is anecdotal, so I don't know if it's true or not, is back in the 70s when Gough Whitlam won the election to be government here in Australia after 23 years of the Conservatives being in power. That's 2 decades of having the same party and the same. I think Robert Menzies was Prime Minister for 17 years. That was fun for the country, but apparently he walks in and his cabinet, and Whitlam goes, "What? I'm going to paraphrase it or something. I don't need any of you cunts." It's like, all right then. That's how you want to start off your government and cabinet, by calling. I don't need any of you cunts. So let's get to it. But it's very Australian.
Hold on one
Also,
second.
if you live here as well, there's a, you know, especially before technology, and you know, I'm sure you get it in Ohio and especially in Canada, where you know 40 below zero, and all you've got is a shawl and a fire. I'm sure there's a lot of swearing involved.
Yeah.
But the Australian response to most weather, for fuck's sake.
Yeah. You don't swear in super cold weather. You just don't want to waste the energy.
You think it a lot. Now, I remember an episode of Monkey where they're going through a mountain range and they're stuck in a cave and it's that cold. And it's like, hang on, why is this in a kid's show? Because Sandy takes Monkey's magical staff and you just see this stream of water turn to ice. And Sandy's trying to take a piss with the magical staff. It's that cold. And he comes back, no, it didn't work. Like, very interesting thing to write in. I'm wondering if that's in the original stories of Monkey, but yeah. Which is fascinating because I think it's a Japanese-made TV show about Chinese people going to India for Buddhism. Which is almost
caller number 5.
If you've ever seen Highlander, like I wonder how woke people would deal with Highlander, because you've got Christopher Lambert and Sean Connery. Sean Connery is playing half Egyptian Spanish guy with a Scottish accent, and you have a Frenchman playing a Scotsman.
Yeah. Yeah. Somehow it all just works, though. I don't understand how they pulled that off.
It's called acting, but nowadays it's like, you know, oh, you're taking away from Scottish people. It's like, well, you've got the Egyptian and Spanish guy who's Scottish. Like, you know, Scarlett Johansson apparently lost out on a role because she's not transgender. It's like, that's the level, you know, like, I mean, if you find, I don't know. See, my problem is I trust, I sort of judge people on merit.
Damn you, judging people on merit.
Yeah, merit.
No, sorry, I observe people on merit. I try not to judge.
Could you imagine the commander in the trenches in World War I? Now remember, folks, guys, it doesn't matter if you win or lose. Just give it your all.
All right, boys, over the top.
Just give it your all. You know,
so you can't. Yeah, today it would be.
There's no competition here. No competition.
Yeah, the commander wouldn't use the term "guys" because that's offensive.
Yeah.
It's like it's that level of insanity where one of the creators of Loki came out and was basically saying, "Oh, we deal with Loki's sexuality," and it came across as a focal point of the entire existence of the TV show. And when you watch it, it's 2 lines and it disappears in 7 seconds. It's like, yeah, okay, but apparently no, that's it. It's like, what about storytelling and you know, character arc? Oh no, we allude to he may be bisexual, and that's the meaning of the show. No.
Yeah, it's really getting to be something, you know, and Australia and Canada seem to be like ground zero for all of the, and again, this is a language thing, right? We're talking about swearing today, but one of the things that they're really going after in this new phase of cognitive development they want in human beings, I guess, because it seems pretty global now, is it's really going at the language. Right, which is why I think, you know, we should never lose our swearing.
No, we should never lose our swearing.
No.
Robert, I was paused out for a second there. I quickly went through it. Maybe that person called in on another show. I could have swore it was on that show though.
I'm checking now, June 18th, 2020. That's the Datina Jade one.
What I find also amusing is,
keep you posted.
Okay,
excellent. I find it interesting is like the god of mischief may be bisexual. It's like watching South Park and you find out the devil's gay.
Yes.
Oh no, I'm sitting down. Thank fuck. I could have
Right.
been bowled me over with a feather.
So we've been talking 45 minutes of fucked up words. Okay.
Yeah.
With that being said, I'm going to reach out to the audience and ask them to raise their fucking hands. Since
yeah.
all of you who know I am the motivator of hand raisers, I have said it, and now I will pass it off to Bruce and Monty to lure you to raise your hand so we can talk to you.
Well, from the hip hop world, you cunts better raise your hands or I'll go you.
Don't be afraid. We just want to have a fucking chat.
Yeah.
You're not worth not doing. No one's raised their hand.
Well, of course not, because they're afraid. They're pieces of shit. I like the quote from what is it? Ford Fairlane. You're an island of reality in a sea of diarrhea.
We have a hand raised.
Hey,
Robert,
a
spin
brave
that
soul.
wheel of two callers now, and they better have something to say instead of I just raised my hand so I wouldn't be inside.
I'll do first come, first serve. Jorge.
Jorge, are you there?
That's how you say it. I thought he was Swedish.
He doesn't have a microphone symbol. There we go. You got two. Jorge, you're in the room twice.
That's how much he loves the show.
Jorge, you malcria puta.
Bing,
What's up,
bing,
bitches?
bing, bing, bing. There we
Can
go.
you hear me?
Yes, we can hear you.
Okay, cool.
Where are you calling from?
Santa Clarita, California.
Santa Clarita, California. So, what the fuck do you have to tell us?
What the fuck do I have to tell you guys? Well, I got some jokes. I got a rap as well. I don't know. What should I hit you with first, bitches?
Can I just quickly say? I just want to quickly say, anytime I hear a caller from California, I instantly think, fucking brave, dude. You live in California.
Right.
Brave man.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Not stunning and brave, actual brave.
Yeah.
Yeah. My
So,
butt cheeks are sweating right
so
now.
hit us, serve us like a South Park dance moto.
All right. So I really hate working with light workers because they refuse to do all the heavy shit.
Well,
Well,
yeah, good one.
you get when a parent and her kid get in an argument at a hospital, the light worker and their narcissistic partner.
Oh
A
god.
very viral video.
That's good.
All right.
Viral video title waiting to happen.
Right.
Did you see that? Those two Ken and that you referred to as Ken and Karen, but they defended their house during a Black Lives Matter protest in St. Louis. You remember them?
Yeah, I remember them.
Yeah, apparently they've been pardoned by the governor because technically they were defending their house. They weren't doing, but I actually unfollowed Chuck D because like, no, that's enough. But apparently, the governor pardoning those two, it's a sign of white supremacy. See, it's funny but shocking. Like, what? So, mind you, let's go back to California, where apparently it's not illegal to have sex with someone and you've got HIV. Because
and not tell them,
and not tell, because it used to be you had to tell someone if you had sex with it if you're HIV. You don't have to now because that's how progressive California is.
That's the norm here.
Yeah. I'm not judging Californians. Like, believe me, like, because Gavin Newsom's going to be recalled or something like that. So there's this whole pushback because there's an element of common sense coming back. It's like, the fuck you are. I've got my running theme of Jason Bateman.
So what else do you have to tell us?
So I remember why I came to Earth. All my memory is back now. Apparently, I got really drunk at an alien get-together, and the sexy Archon took me back to her planet. And needless to say, they let me down repetitively.
Did you wake up in a bathtub with your all your loosh missing?
Yep.
That's a good one. I have to give you credit there.
It's those fucking Archon cunts.
You know why it's hard to stay with a girl that knows Andrew?
Why? What?
You're always competing with their vibrator.
Exactly. Ooh, oh, that's good. That's good. I'm gonna have to use that. I'm gonna have to use that in the next girl situation I'm in.
You need to raise your vibration.
Yeah.
Tap, tap, tap.
You need to go up one level on your vibration level.
Yeah.
All right. So all this time I thought sacred space was reference to our genitals.
Ha ha ha
Yeah.
ha.
Yeah, I know. And this one's only for the ones that saw yesterday. What is Andrew's ultimate legacy to this world?
A spork.
Exactly.
The spork. Exactly.
New from the Galactic Historian Enterprises, the Intergalactic Spork.
It's a multi-dimensional multi-tool. A multi-dimensional multi-tool.
It's a multi-dimensional tool.
No,
The
you can
spork-
dine.
The
Now you
spork
can-
of all ages.
Now you can dine with the same dignity as your friends in D-Law.
Yes.
For tonight, we dine in Valhalla, so bring your spork.
Bring your sporks.
Yes. All right, Jorge. Thanks for calling in. Robert has
No
the
problem.
next one queued up.
Oh, yes. Thank you, Jorge.
Hey, Jorge.
All right, everybody, sit back, relax, and listen to this one. And the passion in this guy's.
I'm a pretty creative swear.
All right, then. Lay it
All
on
right.
us.
All right.
Go ahead and serve us.
All right. This is my fucking summer solstice invocation and revocation by Jeremy John Day. The deepest motherfucking breath out. The strongest father-sucking death. I am the goddamn courage that makes the impotent spirits of deception shit their dirty underwear. I stand erect like Thor's cock with the fortitude of Moby's dick. Infinity's fucking rage. I will devour you pricks. On this stage I have set. You bastards are next. All place your bets. Now all my demons are vexed. I am sovereign. You are a cocksucker. I am God's backhand of fortified love across your cottage cheese lazy ass. Summer solstice is here. I've had enough at last. At last, I have the courage and strength, the cuss words, wisdom, and knowledge it takes. You take and you take, trying to break, but you never will break. Make no mistake, your contract is up, torn up with love, you fucking snatch mongrel. Now listen up, you little cunt hair. El Jefe is here. It's time to play fair. Where bell or knuckle, well, my gloves are off too. Cock-sucking motherfucking two-ball bitch douche canoe. I am the champ of my reality. I am the center of my own ring. I am the rightful owner of the bloody majestic belt that I appreciatively wear for the deep, dark trials I have victoriously arose from. Look into my eyes, bitch wagon, and understand, you spineless shit dispenser. You are banned from this arena and all arenas on all timelines within me and my brilliant DNA lineage. I hereby revoke all titles claimed by your dick-lipped faction on all timelines, where I hereby rightfully re-inherit what belongs to me and my DNA lineage, past, present, and future. Don't walk away yet. I've got more to invoke. I've got more that is yours. Take it and choke. Buffalo breath. Yeah, you smell like ass maggot. Diarrhea mouth. Yeah, you can have it. It's yours, pussy. Take it and grab it. Tuck tail. Fuck off and make it a habit. Now with this solstice begun, I look to the moon, the stars, and the sun. I'll stand firm and know I have won, and add to the bitchin' dream web his historian has spun. Now, P.S. Here, lizard labia lips, I'm sending you a slimy shit slurpee and a pre-owned bear wing bag full of pimple farts. For you and your nappy dugout buddies and sheep fucking followers and bong water bastards you fornicate with, I'd offer you fucktards a shit sandwich. But I already know you don't like bread. So instead, sissy britches, go ahead and guzzle down a 100-year-old cesspool of rotting tampons, you fucking quantum crop crawlers. And oh, by the way, your mom's the college whore. Chupa mi vega punta. Hasta la vista, pendejo, and amen, motherfuckers. I release you from the entanglement of my full beingness with the deepest motherfucking breath out.
Fuck
Oh,
yeah! Fuck yeah! Triple gold medal. All right, everyone. That's some top shelf shit there. Somebody in the chat room said somebody in the chat said an Archon chuckled in the background. Yeah, I did.
I get to see an Archon going, yeah, fair play to you.
Yeah, you just got served. I just got served. All right, all right.
Yeah. And the Prime creator's just giggling its arts off.
Mm-hmm. Oh, look at my creations. Look what they're doing.
Yeah.
All right, we have another caller. Robert, let's get the wheel of one caller.
It's the Hess man.
Sean, you're unmuted.
Now I am.
Hello, the Sean, the Hessman. How are you doing again?
The sass.
Good,
Now I
thanks.
am, motherfucker.
How's everybody today?
Good.
Glad to hear it. I'm because of the glorious direction that this show has taken, I am regretting not writing down the incredibly toxic revocation I was inspired to create in my head the half an hour before the show started, but I got at least one line out of it.
I mean, there's some damn good insults in that last one.
Beautiful.
Yeah, control mechanism of blame, shame, and guilt. You, the fuck you are.
Like this is the domination and control. The saying, "Here's vinegar in your eye," and then you read that.
Exactly. Here's the money shot.
Money shot revocation.
Yeah.
There you go.
Free will all over the face.
I'm sure that'll help a lot of people porn addicted.
Right. So the only line that I can remember when I was starting to heat up in the mindset that I was in, and I was like, okay, I need to calm down. 2020 hindsight, I should have really let it rip. But anyway, let's see, fuck yourself as I wrote it quick, as hard and painfully as you need to. All right, I'll read this quicker. Fuck yourself as hard and painfully as you need to understand your free will doesn't get free reign to stop mine in my life.
Ooh, that's good.
All right. More to come. I think I can get that zone back.
Yes, now you have some motivation.
It was a great assignment to like come up with a full-on potty mouth ration.
Swear, don't even go potty. Don't edit yourself.
It's like, well, I like to go back and forth. Oh, like here's like a half and half. Some words I haven't got context for yet, but they're like half potty, half just descriptive. Like
that diet swear.
Yeah, like sport dick.
Well, multi-tool dick, women might like it. You never know. Or... It bends at a right angle, you know.
My penis is like a Swiss Army knife.
Your presence in my life is like a Swiss Army sport dick.
I always you got the Swiss Army, but I always imagine there's the Swiss Navy, and it's two Swiss guys in a dinghy in a lake saying, "Get away from the edge."
Parentheses.
Don't remember Switzerland is landlocked, so they wouldn't have a navy.
So Maggie in the chat room says, "I have no idea how to speak that creative." Yes, you do. Just think of the person you've been the most angry about and don't edit your swear words. It will flow. It is your inherent legacy and birthright to swear like a sailor.
Yeah,
Yeah, I
you
guess
don't have to show anyone else, but at least have the freedom for yourself to expunge all that. And it's like, you know, when you clean a cup that's had tea in it for a long time,
Yeah.
you're just chipping it. You're cleaning 100% because you're getting a little bit of whatever's left because the swearing just flows and it's a complete cleanse.
on that note, it occurs to me that like how Andrew, you often say like we need to move up from the 26 letter to the million letter alphabet.
Yep.
We could also do well to move up from the like, I don't know, accepted 10 to 100 words of potty mouth into an encyclopedia full. And
listen, there's a lot of multidimensional swearing.
I have some
Okay?
some starter ideas for that.
So just real quick, swearing continues as you go up. It's the intent behind it changes, and then there are like, you know, like when we do yo mama jokes, you're not intending to harm the person. There are whole communities that work on the insult, but there's a collective people creating the insult, a collective people receiving and understanding the insult and trying to make improvements on it.
This food is bland. Please pass the insult.
Yes, please pass the insult.
But also when you have those aha moments, swearing really helps there. It's
Yeah.
like, motherfucker, what?
Exactly, motherfucker, what?
Or fuck me.
So some of the starter words I came up with are fuck blister, and dick gristle.
Dick gristle. Okay, that's what happens when you're not uncircumcised. When you're completely uncircumcised, and it gets old.
Oh, good.
Like
times.
I came up with puss nuts.
It's like that turkey. It's like the turkey gobbler neck.
Monty, that is a good one. I'm writing.
I like puss nut. I think a comedian down here in Melbourne came up with cock ramp.
Kind of.
It just sounds great. You're angry. You fucking cock ramp. What?
So one of the times I was in Greece, I was trying to explain American swear words, and they were trying to translate it, and then I used the word "cum dumpster." Now they had never heard that, and trying to translate the English version of "cum dumpster" into Greek, and then them watching the processing and being disgusted by it. Oh, beautiful.
When GIFs and emoticons help.
Yes, but this was in 92, 93.
Yeah. That was pre both of them.
Yeah, pre-internet.
Well,
yes, they could taste it. Yes, Patrice. The mind figured it all out and processed and understood it.
So I have a question.
Okay.
Is Ohio the home of the Cleveland Steamer?
No.
Okay, that's disappointing.
Not really. It's basically it's offensive to Cleveland, so that's probably why it's called a Cleveland
exactly.
Steamer.
That's why it's called a Cleveland Steamer. Exactly.
No reason not to get the T-shirt.
Yes. Do you know what an upper deck is?
Of course, upper decker.
Okay. Yes.
That should be the name of a Star Trek episode that never
Exactly.
made it to air. The upper decker.
They do have a show called Lower Decks, and
Exactly.
that's
So
terrible.
somebody doesn't know what an upper deck is. So that's when you take the top of the toilet off in a public restroom and you shit in the top of the toilet, not the bottom.
Oh, I did not need to know that.
Yes.
we got the gross out reaction from Bruce.
I did not need to know that.
Yeah, now you do.
Who
Andrew,
kind of an animal would do that?
an upper decker,
An upper decker animal.
Yeah.
like the
A
Dr.
very
Pepper
different,
song.
a very different
Bruce.
kind of predator.
Yeah, Bruce, Americans, just Americans.
Americans, yeah.
I'm a decker, you're a decker, he's a decker, she's a decker. Wouldn't you like to leave an upper deck or
Yes.
two?
Now imagine the person taking having to clean it, or because generally they just throw those toilets out at that point. Yeah.
I found the problem with your toilet.
Yeah, somebody took a shit in the top. They didn't have a lot of fiber.
Oh,
And also to do that act, there's commitment.
Yes, there's a lot of commitment.
That's where you get a low cost soupy sales.
Mm-hmm.
No.
Yes. Well.
Why is this toilet water brown? God.
Amanda, we used to have a homeless lady shit on the floor in the bathroom of my office. Would that be a lower decker? No, that's just a homeless lady.
She's just marking a territory so other homeless people don't go there.
Yeah, exactly. Just marking the territory.
That's
It's mine. Get the fuck out, mine.
The homeless lady's poo trying to do the Terminator from Terminator 2 on the checker floor pattern.
I actually saw footage, and this is where society is today. It's like there's a lot of tension and also a lot of I don't care. But a homeless guy, there was I think it was in New York subway, and a gentleman was trying to do his job, and he's mopping the floor, which is a good thing. And then a homeless guy takes a shit in his bucket, and it's during peak hour. So like there's hundreds of people walking by, and it's like, wow, he just. I mean, apparently San Francisco, the homeless just shit anywhere.
Yeah. Apparently, this is what it takes to get people to raise their hand in this chat room here.
Yeah.
We had talking about shitting upper deckers. We got another hand raised.
I've got a shit story.
To quote Rocket, it's all about poo, but they didn't say poo.
Yes. All right, brother. Thanks a lot for calling. We're going to get to the next.
Wait,
Jimmy the Kid.
Wait. May the spork be with you.
Always.
The spork received.
Yeah.
All right, Robert, let's unmute Jimmy.
Hello.
Yeah. Jimmy, how you doing?
I'm good. How are you guys?
So it takes talking about upper decks and shit to get you to raise your hand today, huh?
Maybe.
Maybe.
Well, hold on though. I don't quite get the upper deck. It's on the lid. What is
No,
it?
you take the lid. You take the upper bowl holds of water. You take the
Sure.
lid off of that and you shit in the top.
Oh fuck. That's
The flush water, exactly. Yeah.
That's fuck. That's like going straight to the source.
Right.
You're toxifying the source. Ugh.
Exactly.
And it's so weird. Like here in Australia, our water level is low in the bowl, but the American one's really high for whatever reason. I don't understand what you want to have your turds take to swim.
Liters per versus gallons per flush.
I like it though. That's creative.
No, it's a splashback. Come on.
I did shit in a girl's shower once. I know, man. I know. I'm not happy about it. I was young. I was an asshole. My friend was like egging me on. We were at a party. And like,
Thanks for that vision. Come on, Jimmy, push.
Well, you
push,
know,
Jimmy.
Trying to give you guys something useful here. Hey, I have Sean kind of yeah. Sean kind of inspired me. Like a while back, I wrote down this stupid list of like imaginary names of like sort of channelers, you know, light worker names.
Ooh. Want to hear this? Yes.
Okay, it's a little long. I might shorten it, but I was just kind of, you know, free associating. Okay. Burgundy Blaze Horse, Celestine Starfire.
Those are like
Auburn.
light worker porn names.
There's a big market in that.
Auburn Fairy Dust. Theodore Roosevelt the 17th. Willis Flutterheart. Gerald Amethyst. He also goes by Jerry. Dr. Chaz Greatfoot. Greg Rainbow Body.
I think it's taken.
But really, Greg though? You think Greg took it? Doug Melchizedek. Chandelier Face Flower. Ronald Luminescence. This next one just says Xanthorpe, and then in parentheses, as channeled through Eric Selfworth Jr., and Eric's is spelled with an X, and Selfworth is spelled W-E-R-T-H. Very important, very important. Dr. Luther Zaxon channeling Bleep Bloop from Zeta Perpendiculash. Whoa, what? That's an unwieldy, bit of an unwieldy one. Mr. and Mrs. Professors Gary and Melinda Wingspan channeling Steve from Malibu, California, who's still alive. Spirit Tompkins, Trixie Astral, not all these are great. Tammy 5D and a half, Chip Shadow Work. Let's see. The name Chip, really needs to come back. It's really exotic. Japetron from Sirius is channeled by Elizabeth Foxfire. Aurora Essential Oil of Angel Pussy Rising Flower. Some of these are long, not all channeled.
These are good. There's a whole bunch of people in the background who are trying to figure out their lightworker name. Damn, I can't use that name now. Shit, I thought it would have worked for me.
It just sounds like a lightworker convention sting.
Exactly, like Conscious Life, like one of those guys. And not all channelers have discipline with, so their names are too long. You know what I mean? They can't be succinct. Anyway, Chad Angel Breath, Lisa 1111 Jackfruit III, Willie D Broccoli Sprouts Billiams, who channels Magic Johnson. Okay, anyway, I don't know why. Service to Others, Scatman Carruthers Jr., Regicus Flocus, Kevin Current Now Moment McCracken, Crystal McKenna, Archangel Todd is channeled by Pam Morningstar, Regicus Upside Down Frownzisicus IV, Christopher God Smith.
Christopher God. Call me Christ for short.
Then there's that seemed to trigger now there's God Smith, Veronica God, Carol 144,000 Vapor Mist. Wow. Sergio.
The Australian one would be an Australian one would be a guy called Chook, and a guy called is the first name.
A guy called Chook.
Yeah,
spelled
which is slang for chicken.
CHOOK.
Yep, Chook. Everyone,
right, this is good. Knows a Chook. This is good for inspiration. I appreciate that.
There you go. Yeah. That's my contribution. A guy called Chook.
Well, I'm also kind of into Aussie stuff.
So here's one. Danny Ravenflower channeling Danny Ravenflower.
Danny Ravenflower Senior channeling David Ravenflower Jr.
Exactly.
Oh, man. That's
Their future kid who hasn't been born yet.
Yes.
It's like a human centipede eating itself. Sergio Ormus. Sananda QAnon Necronomicon Johnson. What the fuck?
The Puerto Rican guy. Yeah.
What the fuck am I doing with my life, bear? And then will you be my dad, bear?
Jesus Christus channeling Jesus Christ.
Yeah, we're on the same wavelength there. You get it.
Yep.
Okay, it's almost over. I apologize for the length.
No, it's good. You're doing well. You're doing great.
Guru Nibiru Jenkins, Elliot Elfcom Abernathy Sr., They Them Fembot Buttermilk. Whoa, hold on. This is a long one. They Them Fembot Buttermilk XY Daystar. Sorry, they're a little overzealous with their words. Lord Titan Spicoli, Sartoria Laserheart, Guru G Geraldine Ovenfire, Calvin Current Energies Cocktoastinson.
How about this one? Guru to the gurus.
I think it's too short, but it's good.
Well, GNU.
Yes.
The animal GNU. Yeah.
Wait, what's it? What's good news? Out an Australian creature?
Oh, it's from Africa, isn't it? GUN or GNU, and it's like a cow. Or something.
Oh, that rings a bell. I'm gonna have to Google that after this.
Yeah.
Okay, we're getting real close here. This is only a couple more. Calistoga, Dream Sweat. Oh wait, that's it. Sorry, that's yeah. All right, thank you guys. You're very patient and indulgent.
Dave.
Yes,
Nice
and
stuff,
finally,
Jamie.
Kevin, fuck. All right.
That was outstanding.
Oh, thank you.
That was
Thank you.
outstanding.
Yeah,
Thank
well
you.
done, man. Well done.
Yes.
Kevin Smith, not that one.
Yeah. So anyway, there you go. Thanks, Sean, for kind of creating a portal for me to read my list.
So in some of the, like, when people are searching for their spiritual names, I said, what you got to do is you got to go out into your spiritual realm and find your spiritual outhouse. Go inside and read the shit on the walls.
Oh man, look at you. That's good.
What is on your spiritual outhouse walls?
What I find funny in the astral is about 25.
If you see a lot of 1976 numbers, those are probably like sexual demons and your porn stuff coming through.
What I like in the astral, there's 25 entities going, fuck, we can't use those names. Motherfucker.
Exactly.
I should hope so. Okay, well that's kind of all I got.
We're gonna need a bigger outhouse.
Yes, we're gonna need a bigger outhouse.
Oh, by the way, though, the book is so fucking great. Oh my god.
Thank you.
I don't want to hijack from the comedy, but I took it on a road trip to Mount Shasta with me on the 4th of July.
Sorry, I pause. I don't want to take away from the comedy, and then you set up the most brilliant sketch ever. I took the book to Mount Shasta on July 4th.
Oh boy, did I ever! Yeah, no, I mean, trust me, this trip there was comedy every step of the way. I show up in Mount Shasta, it's on fire, and everybody's paranoid, and I'm just like David Lee Roth, like party animal from LA. Like, what, dude? You know. But yeah, like I mean, David's intro is like a masterpiece unto itself, and then the fact that it's written by not Andrew but feels completely seamless, like Andrew wrote it by himself, which is some magic trick of Bruce's that I don't quite understand yet.
It's white man's magic. That's what it is.
Bruce McDonald channeled Andrew Bartzis.
I don't even know. I don't even know if I qualify as white anymore, Monty.
We call it honky medicine, you know.
Yeah, I like you. I don't qualify white. You were the palest person on this fucking call, dude.
Yeah, I can't even see right now. But and then like the structure of it, the rhythms of the words and the arc, and I mean, it's not like any book I've ever quite read before, and I've read a lot of books, you know. I don't say that, you know, lightly.
That is an amazing thing to say. Thank you very much, Sean.
Yeah.
You know, that is, I mean, I don't think we could hear anything better. It's like unlike any book I've ever read before. I don't think there's a higher compliment. Right?
And if I could chisel it down to the most minimal praise, it would just be like best drug ever that's not a drug, you know? Like
yeah.
The no drug mystical experience.
No, seriously, it made me feel like I was tripping and expansive and dreamlike, and it was, you know.
Did you have those moments where, like, you read, like, I've had this same sort of experience when you're reading something, your higher self's going, "See, told ya," like you know the information already, but it's new at the same time.
Yeah, something equivalent to that for sure. I mean, it's just I'm from LA, so I just say things like it's trippy, man, you know. But it's real trippy and inspiring and funny.
You have a small communications industry there. So.
Just a little one.
Just this obscure backwater burg called LA that I'm from.
Yeah, very. You know,
so you set up the backdrop. You set up the backdrop. Mount Shasta is burning. You show up with party life, and the book is there. How long did it take for you to read?
I finished it maybe a week.
A week.
Yeah, like
pace.
few chapters a day type thing, you know. But man, you're so right, like about the interesting hierarchy up there and how, you know, the land is so incredible, but there's just all these like triggered, afraid, paranoid people who've been there too long and kind of consider themselves like the caretakers of Mama Shasta. I mean, I interfaced with a lot of them and I got along great with everybody because I just had, I don't know, maybe I was even in a more neutral state than normal and the book was helping. I'm not sure. Just it's all the above. But
You talk to people about the book, or were you seen in public with reading the book? Because, you know, I could-
no, that would have been cool, but I had the energy of the book for sure. And
well, yeah, I mean that would have been enough where you probably triggered people, but they were being nice because you just existed from the book. Because yeah, there's a story for you, Andrew. Yeah, one of my listeners took my book to Shasta, and he came out alive.
He came out alive, exactly.
I mean, I just had the best time and whatever anybody was going through, and people were going through a lot. I mean, there are a lot of people that converged there on the 4th of July to heal and have intense karmic stuff going on, and I'm not always around those types of situations. So I think I just felt invigorated and happy and strong and able to, I just wanted to hear everybody's stories, and I didn't care if anyone was in a mask or not in a mask, you know. It's just, I feel the book did in some way kind of assist and like amplifying that energy of just like, I'm just happy wherever I am and we're all going to be okay. And this is all fucked, but we're going to be okay eventually if we, you know.
Did you have any aha moments with the book?
Oh yeah. Are you kidding me? Fucking, I mean, okay. Bruce Lee chapter was like, holy fucking shit. Never like, you know, Jackpot City, the chapter before the dragon chapter leading up to the Bruce Lee chapter that kind of sets the tone for the Bruce Lee chapter. All that shit had my head spinning where I'm just like, oh my God, like, what the fuck? This is connecting some dots. Like, is the reason I'm so into James Brown and Prince and Jimi Hendrix, like, are these dragon dudes, you know? Like,
The answer is yes. Any of those big music guys, yes, we're dragons.
and then it made me kind of, because I love Bruce Lee too, and I, you know, worship the show Kung Fu, and you know, and then it's sort of connecting dots for me, like, oh, huh. I need to explore his dragon webinar because now this dragon thing is all of a sudden seems extremely important. You know.
Have you watched Warrior, the TV show Warrior?
No, but I will.
You should.
Oh, you're gonna have your mind blown.
Yeah.
Okay.
That's it's Bruce Lee's daughter who's executive producer, and it's based on the writings of Bruce Lee. Where see, there's the thing about Kung Fu, if it was ripped off on him or was anyway, Bruce Lee sort of did a treatment for a show and they made it 30, 40 years later. And
I can't wait.
Yeah.
I think I've heard you guys talk about it a little bit. It sounds familiar.
I mean, the writing, and it's just fantastic. I mean, I love Irish people except for in that show.
Exactly for that show.
Yeah, the Irish are bastards in that show.
So, anything you want to make, like, so you describe some of your aha moments that you had, or funny moments you had with the book?
Any synchronicities by reading something and then going out and hanging out with people?
Oh, you know, that's a good question. I feel like that totally did. I journaled about my whole trip and everything, so I'm trying to kind of off the top of my head remember, but that might come to me as I speak, but more just the things that stick out are the chapters that were just like, holy shit, like Yellow Box chapter, of course, which is not something I haven't heard you guys talk about before, but you know, just the way it was structured and the chapter was very like, you know, knockout punch kind of thing. And I did try, I mean, this is probably something I shouldn't do, but just for fun, I was sort of read that chapter to a friend and it completely like melted his, I kind of like probably shouldn't have. And I kind of knew like, all right, I'm taking this little experiment, but yeah, it completely was just like, it's just so fascinating, the power of words and how, what people can do with words. It was the Yellow Box chapter. The Yellow Box chapter completely just shut his system down. And I love this guy so much. We've known each other for years, but he was just like, I did, you know, just started like stammering and like couldn't handle it, you know.
Couldn't handle the frequency.
That reminds me of a joke. by
Oh, let's hear it.
I actually have to credit this. It's Steve Martin. You go to university, you get a geography degree, you forget everything the day you leave. You go to university, you study philosophy, you remember just enough to fuck you up for the rest of your life.
Zing. You know, he's one of my absolute favorites. He doesn't get a lot of mentions on the show, I've noticed, but man, his stand-up albums were so huge for me.
Sorry we don't bring him up enough, but
No, it's fine. It's fine.
He's a legend, dude. He's a legend.
I mean, The Jerk, the stand-up record, the TV specials he did in the early 80s. Like, I think he's different, man.
Yeah.
Well, he was the first comic that was doing stadiums, basically, and he stopped because he wasn't feeling it anymore. And like, he could still be doing it today, but he did other things. And he started his career work type thing. He worked in a magic shop in Disneyland.
I know. I read his book. I love that.
Yeah.
Yeah, he seems to have gleaned only the joy and innocence out of Disneyland rather than all the horrible darkness.
not so much pedophilia, more of the
the thing they're trying to convince you that they're all about.
But it was this, and I think because he was he was mainly the 70s, wasn't he? So he did that sort of reversal where he could have been dark and brooding. Like, he's not the same as Carlin or Pryor, and they're brilliant. But he just went the complete opposite in comedy. He went to the absurd and just, and it worked because he could do it really well as the market kind of needed that. And you can see, like, in films where the first half of the decade was all doom and gloom, and then you had Rocky and Star Wars come out in 75, 77 and just change everything.
And Jaws too.
Yeah. Well, I would put that in the doom and gloom thing. Not really a family favorite,
but more the way it transformed the cinematic landscape, where it was all about blood.
Yeah.
But yeah, he's great. And you know who else I love? Who's was a writer for Steve Martin? Was Jack Handy? Do you know who that is? The guy who did all the deep thoughts for Saturday Night Live.
Yeah,
he is such an underrated writer, man. I mean, I can read all those books today and laugh out loud at home alone, like nonstop. Like, I think you guys might enjoy checking out his books, Jack Handy. It's filled with just like brilliant, weird, acidy comedy.
Well, Jimmy, we have another caller.
Oh, great.
We have
Excellent.
incited someone to raise their hand. Thanks for calling in.
No problem. Take care, guys.
All right, Robert. Let's spin the wheel of a single caller.
Sarah, signal to unmute.
Sarah.
Hello. What the
Hi.
fuck is up?
Not much. Where are you calling from?
I am calling from Folsom, California, where it's all on fire and all that kind of shit. But
another brave person.
For us now. Yes. Gentlemen, I had some questions about the book. This is so amazing. I love the comedy and everything. Oh my gosh. Can I ask a question?
Yes.
While the author, could you please, for me, because I've looked up in my dictionary, could you define how you're using the word implicate in the DNA chapter? They unfold into an implicate order of greater awareness.
Oh, this is going to get some laughs. Go ahead, Bruce.
I know, sorry. But I was there today and I'm like, oh my gosh, how are we really using that? Please help.
Oh, no, it's part of the show. We usually get to this point in the show where we go a little bit serious, but it in the whole scheme of things, the comedy comes roaring back.
So, I mean, there's many ways to look at that word, but the easiest thing for you to do is just do a Google of implicate and explicate, because it'll take you immediately in the search results to what they're talking about in the world of quantum physics. And that's where Andrew was taking the language from. And that's, where I went with the language.
Okay, because that's where I started, is I went straight to Google, and thank you so much for the words that you folks are using, because it's putting me back in touch with my dictionary.
Good old friend, Dictionary Joe.
Amen. Absolutely. And when you use
Dictionary Joe and Thesaurus, love them.
Absolutely, yes. The phrases that are in this thing are so inspiring. The white noise of our spiritual ghetto. I mean, really? How about
that? Yes, exactly.
that
Yeah.
just smacked me in the face. And how do, and it ends with, how do we ever hear the silence? I was just like, okay, this is going to take several reads. How cool is that? Oh, amazing. Just fucking amazing.
Thanks, Sarah.
Have you finished the book yet?
Oh no, I just finished the DNA chapter,
Okay.
and I've got so many questions, and I'm putting shit in the margins, and
That's why we put
writing it
extra
down.
margin space.
Thank you so much.
Bruce and I actually had that conversation when
Yeah.
Bruce was doing the typesetting.
Hey, Andrew, this is a wide outside margin. Maybe somebody will want to make notes, Bruce.
Yes, me, absolutely. That is so amazing. That just, thank you all so much. I don't know that I have anything funny to add to this, but I appreciate the clarification.
But you
'Cause
could
when
ask
I went-
questions about the book.
Oh, fantastic. Fantastic. So yeah, that implicate and explicate was just like, wait a minute, I know what it means to implicate something, but is that really how you're using it right here?
No, that's the nature of reality. It's the seen and unseen realities. How atoms and electrons and neutrons can move in between things and being observed and unobserved. And in the unobserved state, they're still in existence.
Okay. That helps out a
those who
lot
haven't-
because
for those
in
who
my
haven't read
meditation, go ahead.
Oh, for those who haven't read the book, that's the level of shit you learn where you sit there for like 45 minutes going, I know the words mean something, but you have to it's like they're zip files basically where you have to you can read a paragraph. I'm reading chapter like 1 every 3 days because I'm letting the zip file unpack. It's a book, it's a rereader. You have to keep reading it. And as you progress, you find more and more and more.
I'm in the same boat. Exactly. That's why I got this a couple weeks ago, and that's why I'm only on the DNA chapter. And
Yeah, take your time.
I thank you. I shall.
Mhm.
I mean, you're using words like perpetuity, and I haven't heard that since my parents were alive. And that's beautiful that you guys are reinvigorating the language. And don't get me wrong. I mean, I love the motherfucking shit that comes out of my goddamn sailor mouth half the time, but I've got kids and I've kind of drawled that back. So, but now they're getting to this age of like, did you say shit? And it's funny to hear them and try to not be the overbearing mom of, oh my God, you guys need to wash your mouths out with soap. But just go, okay, not in public, okay? Because at least, is it wrong of me to at least want them to put their swear words together in a decent fashion?
No. It's wonderful that you want to teach your kids to swear properly.
Thank you.
As John Cleese
All
said, be creative.
Yeah,
Amen.
that's just the thing with kids. Like all my nephews here in Costa Rica, they all want to learn the bad English first. Fuck you, motherfucker! I said, and you're walking down the road and they shout it from a cow field. Your 9-year-old nephew, Bruce, yeah, Tio Bruce, Uncle Bruce, yeah, fuck you, motherfucker! I never should have taught you that. I never should have taught you that. That's on me.
There's your karma right there.
Yeah.
Oh my gosh. Yeah, that's great shit. So, because today in my meditations, I was coming across the fact that we have you talk about the guides and the guardians and all this stuff. Well, I've got all this bacteria and everything that floats through the air. Like, I think it was my son that was telling me, you're more bacteria than you are you. All these things that if we consider them sentient or not sentient.
Or they're
And
just a part of your sentience.
Right? That makes a whole lot of sense. I mean, we've spent so many generations of, yeah, it's just a plant, don't worry about it. But doesn't the carrot scream when it gets pulled from the ground? Talk about
Absolutely,
all
it
these
does. Technically,
It
it does. There's scientific stuff that's been done to prove it.
There was an ad, I think, either in England or Australia, where the guy was peeling an orange using like a potato peeler, and every time they cut the skin, there was this blood-curdling scream It's one of the funniest ads ever. Like, ah! And he's looking around going, what? And every time it's funny. I can't remember what they were selling, but I remember the ad.
I never saw Attack of the Killer Tomatoes, but maybe they were,
You're
pissed
not
off.
missing anything. You're not missing anything.
Okay.
There's 17 of them, yeah.
Yeah, you're not missing anything.
Good to know.
Okay? Does not need to be on your bucket list.
Thank you. I appreciate that. And I have another question.
Mhm.
In the chapter of story on page 25, you put, this is the story of time. Now, are you saying that time is an entity?
What do you
Or
think?
no? I think that you are.
Yeah.
And?
And
now
as
what?
such,
Now
then-
what?
And as such,
How does your
and-
hamsters on your comprehension wheel deal with this?
my comprehension wheel goes, and as such, then we can have a conversation with time, and we can work with time, and time might get a little snippy every once in a while, but it's something that we can have a conversation with. And I happened to be on the phone call yesterday when you were talking about bending the fork
Bending the fork
to your
yeah.
will.
Mhm.
Fucking
Yes.
fantastic. I mean, really, that's our sovereign right, isn't it?
That's right, bitch.
Yep. I'm the motherfucking fork, and I'm gonna stick my ass in you if you don't get out my way.
Exactly.
And if you're in chat, remember that's when I brought up spork, and then there was an hour and 45 minutes of spork jokes all through chat.
Yeah, yes. May the spork be with you.
Yeah, may the spork be with you. Exactly.
One
I
spork
kind of
to
half
lead
noticed
them
it
all.
through the show. I kind of half noticed it through the show, and then at the end, I'm like, "What's with all this spork talk? What did I do?"
Oh, it was awesome.
I have like a background goal of trying to write stuff. I know I make people in chat laugh, but I'm trying to break Andrew, where it's like, he just glances and then, see if I can actually get him to laugh or try and hold on while he's having a serious session with someone on the phone.
Oh, right. I'm watching his eyes to see if there's a reaction to some of those. I love that.
Everybody
shit.
has had. You can tell my facial reactions as I'm responding to reading a caller's energy too.
Oh, definitely. Yeah. It's fantastic. It's really nice to have
Like
that.
when I hear the pity party energy, I'm like, I do this. Ever so subtly. I'm like, really? You're gonna pity party energy me on the first caller? Bad caller.
And I've noticed something because I've been listening to you probably for about 5 years or so, and I've noticed that sometimes in your conversations, your eyes will dart off to the sides, like you've got some. Are you seeing like different?
Hold
when
on.
you
I'm
go
outside.
ahead.
I'm outside, and cars are driving by. Hold on. I'll turn off my background for a second. Hold on. So I'm on my front porch.
Love
and then
it.
there's our driveway, and there's the road there, and I see cars go by. That's when my eyes dart around.
He's basically checking if
Yeah.
bears with diarrhea are heading towards his house.
No, I just like right now I'm looking at the camera, but I turn to look out at there. That's it. That's it. And or somebody's walking by the driveway or something like that, or the neighbor's dog comes by to visit. What happens on a really regular basis. Comes by. Sometimes he's like taking a shit right in front of me, and I give him the double eyes.
Right on. Because I've noticed that.
And then he moves on. Yeah.
Right. But when you were reading, and I know that it looked as if you were swiping through the Akashic record and moving pages and whatnot. So
That's
I was
what I'm
wondering,
processing. Extremely dense information. Moving things around. Yeah.
that was another question that I had, because it sounds like, where is it at? Page 50 something or other. It's like the way I read this is how we access the Akashic records. You say it's a form of light store. You're talking about DNA, It's a form of light stored in an experience, as streams of consciousness. We have thousands of subcarrier codes of millions of experiences inside us. We only need to tune into the memory, and we can go into
Bingo.
at any scale we desire. Is that what it means for us to enter into that Akashic record so that we can access that?
And then you got to learn the metaphorical Dewey Decimal System.
And remember, only 20 years ago, people still had problems programming a VCR.
Mm-hmm.
So there is that there's that range. It's the fun part of like you're multidimensional. It's like, oh, really? And most people have no idea what exactly that means because you are multidimensional, and then you have to start integrating and learn blah 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 blah. And yeah.
Right, that's what I'm talking about when we speak of the bacteria and the viruses and all these other things that are along just with our body itself, just for that aspect of it. That's a dimension
that's part of the human design, though. All the bacteria that exist. Yes, there are new bacteria that come into existence, but they're still part of the contract to create the DNA skin suit. And the DNA skin suit has its own contractual obligation to the micro communities that aren't operating in a macro format.
Well, isn't the DNA skin suit as like like its own galaxy itself?
Yep.
As you know, yeah. So as above, so below, and yeah, because that's
and the
part of
fractality.
Yeah, as within, as without.
Yeah, and that's why. That's why kids.
I got a good one out of her.
Yep.
There's a great way to commodify these Yoda lines that are out there.
Yeah. Remember, what happens in the vagus nerve stays in the vagus nerve. So.
Mm-hmm.
Which I just love that because that's not what it does.
Monty.
And Jimmy the Kid, he went to Mount Shasta. This was years and years ago, and I said this: Mount Shasta is the Las Vegas of sacred places. You never know what you're going to get, and the house always wins. But I now kind of use that general term for many touristy sacred places.
Well, yeah. I mean, seriously, all the light workers.
Right. They're just dealers. They're just 21 dealers. They're the light worker, that's a slot machine. The light worker, that's, Rainbow Crush, There's another light worker who's just the bartender. Okay.
Right.
Then there's a light worker that does the stand-up, the shows. The people go to Vegas for the shows. It's another light worker.
Fantastic. Gentlemen, thank you for all of the effort that you folks put out and coming together and sharing with all of us here. And it's a blessing to be able to share in that. And how fun is it? How fun it is to be able to ask the authors of a book. Not even a year after it's been released. How amazing is that? Thank you very much for the clarification.
We are always open to talking about the book.
Open source world.
Yes.
Excellent. That's beautiful. That is just fucking beautiful. Well,
and
I will.
To ruin the end of
Sarah.
it, the butler did it.
So here's another little thing. Our source outsourced his outsource working.
Mm-hmm.
Source contracted another source, which then outsourced its source.
So, in the has there been any blowback
in an open source system?
Yeah, has there been any rumblings of like you can't do that? Any rumblings like that? Any part of the rest of the galaxy going, stop it, you're hurting?
Great question.
So there is yes, but I don't have. I got to give me a moment to process how it is because it's xeno-exopolitics at the highest level of description.
Yeah. Well, I don't really need details. So just even if you want to put it,
it's all context. That's the thing.
Yeah,
it's all context.
I think
good chat for a second. Yeah.
Yeah, I think it's going the other way. Actually, I think that the book is having a lot of positive creation and opening doors for both Andrew and myself. rather than doors closing, talking about opposition. I think that doors are opening for us. I think there's a lot of people who want to hear more.
And that's
Yeah,
a beautiful thing, because we've been asleep for so very long.
That's the way they wanted it. People don't like that pronoun they, but I don't like,
What else
yeah.
can you call it at this point?
Yeah, there's been an oppositional force to the human experience on this planet almost since the beginning. We have to acknowledge that without getting too, let's say, biblical about it.
Sure.
And outcreate them rather than battle them, I think, is the correct approach. But yeah,
I
no,
agree, because that helps you retain your sovereignty instead of playing their game. Somebody said it yesterday, I think, maybe, was that the best way to win the game is not to play.
Yeah, that's. I think I said that.
I think you did, Monty.
Yeah, we're at the point where, from my understanding, if you've got the prime creator involved, it's like doing an audit. It's like, yeah, things are kind of bad because I think because everything is being put on pause on Earth, it's affecting of everything else in creation, and so there has to be an end. And obviously, we're going to go with a positive end instead of a negative one. So. It's also got to be done the right way, whatever that right way is, and we're in that transition. Like Bruce and I, when we did our round together, we're basically, it's going to be fine in the end. Now, I don't know if we have to crawl across a football field covered in glass to get to that end, but it's going to be